Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Bristol and on the Surrey live stream for this Royal London One-Day Cup match between Surrey and Gloucestershire. Good to have you with us as always. Weather is okay today. A few clouds there. If you're watching on the Surrey live stream, you can see them now, but I'll describe them for our listeners on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Bristol. High cloud today, high cloud, a little bit of grey, but blue patches as well. Now, the only reason I'm saying that is because, of course, Surrey's last game here a couple of days ago, Armageddon arrived at about 4 o'clock, and the game, Surrey won via the Duckworth-Lewis method, but yes, we were wiped out basically by a massive thunderstorm, but Surrey getting the win, their second one in the competition, and an interesting game on the cards today because mathematically still both these sides, Surrey and Gloucestershire, could get themselves into the playoffs. I'm delighted to say Mr. Ed Seaborn is alongside. Good morning to you, Mr. Seaborn. And as I say that, you've done the maths on it. I'm not going to get you to go through it because it looks far too complicated. But both sides could still sneak into the playoffs here.
They could, yeah. I think there is one scenario where Gloucestershire can get in without needing some sort of net run rate ridiculousness, but that does involve every single result going Gloucestershire's way, and a few of the results, the likes of Somerset beating Sussex and Middlesex losing both of their games, other than the one against Gloucestershire in a couple of days, don't seem particularly likely, I have to say. So, yeah, Gloucestershire are just going to have to win their last two and see where it gets them. And if they've got the opportunity to win big, then potentially that might open up a few more scenarios where they could sneak in. That's what they've got to do, but they can't be thinking about net run rate from the start. They've just got to win. And whatever else happens, happens. Que sera, sera,
as they say in certain parts of the world. Now, that loss against Leicestershire, crucial in the fact that coming off the back of 3 straight wins and then that loss against Leicestershire in the last game.
Indeed, yeah. So they'd got the wind behind them, as it were, with those 3 wins. Been playing really good cricket, and the spin had been what had secured them a couple of victories at Bristol, and it looked as though they'd probably got enough runs just about to make it 3 in a row at Bristol, but as it turned out, Leicestershire batted well. Gloucestershire, I don't think, were at their best in that game, and once you've lost your first 2, you give yourself very little margin for error, especially with the group being the way it is this year, because I think Gloucestershire snuck in with, I mean, it was all messed up last year with points per game, and but I think Gloucestershire got in with something like 9 points last year. I don't think you're going to get in with 9 points this year. In fact, you're definitely not going to get in with 9 points. So it's a different group this year. A lot of sides at the top have won a lot of games, and Leicestershire were very good. They've got a couple of international quality seamers in their bowling attack. Hendricks, Mulder, Chris Wright, experienced operator, and then plenty of talent and depth from the bat as well. They've actually got a decent side in this competition. It was no disgrace, but at the same time a pretty gutting loss, and it will be interesting to see how they can bounce back today, because side-wise they've only made the one change from that side that lost against Leicestershire. Not much of a surprise there, because mathematically they can still qualify, so they've got to put out their strongest side. The one change being that Ajit Dale gets his first game of the competition, and he's playing instead of Jared Warner. So shall I do the Gloucestershire side?
You do the Gloucestershire side, old boy. Go on.
Ben Charlesworth and Ben Wells will open the batting. Marcus Harris, then the Aussie overseas at 3. James Bracey 4. Ollie Price 5. Jack Taylor, Gloucestershire's captain in this format, 6. Zafar Gohar, the Pakistan international left-arm spinner, at 7. Then Tom Price, Tom Smith, Paul Van Makeren and Ajit Dale.
Well, Surrey made one change because Cameron Steele fit again after his concussion against Middlesex. So he has come in for Amar Verdi. Surrey have won the toss and they are batting first. So Surrey win the toss, are batting first, and Ben Geddes and Ryan Patel are out there in the middle, so very much looking forward to this. Do you want the pavilion end or the Vauxhall end today, Mr. Seaborn?
I would love whichever end would make
Come on,
you
old boy.
happiest.
You take the pavilion end. Go on, you take the first over.
Okay, Zafar Gohar to bowl. He's done a lot of opening the bowling in this competition. I think this is probably the third or fourth time that he's opened the bowling for Gloucestershire. So left arm spin round the wicket bowling, and the first delivery pushed into the offside by Ben Geddes, and there is no run. So Ryan Patel, the non-strikers, and right-hand, left-hand combination for Surrey at the top of the order. In comes Zafar Gohar bowling to Geddes, who works that one into the leg side out towards square leg for the first run for Surrey, one without loss. It's actually a decent smattering of spectators.
Yeah,
there's
good
more
crowd
people
in
here than I thought there would be, given the fact that there's tube strike on.
Yep, well that's the thing. Getting to the ground today, I was going to say planes, trains and automobiles, but really it's planes and automobiles today because there aren't any tube trains whatsoever, and all the buses are fairly busy as well, but a good number inside the ground today, which is excellent.
Zafar staying round the wicket to the left-handed Patel, who's back into his crease, pushing the ball up the pitch, and there is no run. Yeah, planes might be one of the best ways, actually. You've got the flight path into Heathrow. If you just get the parachute out, open the emergency exit at the right point, then probably your best chance of getting here. Zafar is in, and on the back foot, flicked away into the leg side by Ryan Patel. They're thinking about two. Well, Geddes is, but Patel has his back turned firmly to Geddes and isn't interested. So a single out to deep mid-wicket makes it 2 for no wicket after 4 deliveries. Zafar reaching 100 List A wickets in the last match. He's in a bowling, and that's chopped away fine by Geddes. That'll test the outfield, and it's pretty quick, but not quick enough to see the ball go to the boundary. Wells with the long pursuit down there in front of us, and they take 3 runs, so 5 without loss.
Just to say, we're 2 to the left of the pitch we were on for the game 2 days ago, and we're over more towards the gasometer side of the ground, but it's a pitch with a bit of grass on it, and it looks like a desert with the footmarks, so that there may be a bit of spin there today. You wait to see, but there are a lot of rough patches on the bowler's footmarks.
Zafar completes the over and beats Patel with a ball that looked as if it actually drifted away from him. It was almost an outswinger to the left-hander there from Zafar Gohar. Ryan Patel didn't get particularly near it because of the movement on it. So 5 off the first over from Zafar, who did take 2 wickets with the new ball against Leicestershire, and at that point Gloucestershire would have been thinking, great, we're in business here. The ball was turning with that new ball as well, and then it just went. It turned more with the new ball than it did with the old one, and some of the spice seemed to go out of the pitch, and in the end that cost Gloucestershire. Tom Price to open the bowling from the Vauxhall, and other car manufacturers are available.
Not here, they're not. So 5 without loss. As down below us is Tom Price coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Geddes on 4. Geddes gets a good length ball, which he plays straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. Yes, so I'm pleased that Surrey are batting first, having won the toss and batted first, because they looked a lot more comfy, knowing they had 50 overs to bat. They didn't have a target to chase, and put on 302 for 9 against Somerset a couple of days ago, and good contributions from the likes of Blake, Laws, Reefer, Sheridan Gums as well. As Price is over the wickets, and this is the work into the leg side. Ben Geddes, I think that's come off pad and just loops away out towards square leg. But yeah, quite a few people in the pavilion watching away already, and a few people settling themselves down in the green seats away to our right, and the white seats away to our left. Into the second over, Surrey winning the toss, batting first, 5 without loss. As over the wicket comes Tom Price, and that's a lovely shot from Ben Geddes. Little short, little wide, and Ben Geddes just stood up on his toes and punched that away through the covers for 4. Lovely shot from Ben Geddes. Nice way for him to pick up his first boundary of the day. He'll move on to 8 and Surrey will move on to 9 without loss.
Yeah, he did make that look rather easy, and for Gloucestershire, I'd imagine they would probably prefer to be chasing as well, so I think both sides probably doing what they'd want to do.
Price is in, that's short. This will be pulled away by Geddes for 6. Yeah, it's just too short on here, that, from Tom Price. There'll be no great pace to this, and Ben Geddes has jumped all over that and pulled it away for our first 6 in the second over. Geddes moves on to 14, and Surrey move on to 15 without loss.
He's not the quickest, is Tom Price. He's a very skillful bowler, but pace at the moment is not particularly high, and on most surfaces he's not really going to get that much joy bowling bouncers unless somebody makes a really bad mistake.
Price is in, that's a better length. Forward goes Ben Geddes, pushes this one out towards cover. Jack Taylor, the captain, in there to do the fielding. Well, it sounds like we didn't really need to have a toss then. If Gloucestershire liked chasing and Surrey wanted to bat first, then we possibly didn't need the old toss of the coin. But it all worked out as it should have done. And Surrey off to a nice solid start here. As Geddes, the right-hander, waits once again. As Tom Price, right arm over the wicket to him. Short outside the off stump this time. Geddes in behind that solidly, pushes it away out there towards extra cover. End of the over, 2 gone here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Bristol and the Surrey live stream. Surrey batting first, are 15 without loss.
You certainly used to know with Michael Klinger that Gloucestershire would like to chase. I don't know if it's quite as religious as it was when Klinger was captain. Not to say that he would never win the toss and bat first, but that tended to be what he would like to do. But I'm just surmising, really, given how the competition has gone so far. Gloucestershire with a couple of successful chases at Bristol, as in comes Zaffer and bowls, and there's a cut shot from Ryan Patel, which is sweetly played but straight to cover, and so there is no run. And the game against Durham, where they just about managed to defend 360 odd, sort of felt as if no total was particularly safe. Oh, leading edge this time from Ryan Patel, trying to work the ball into the leg side, and it goes off down towards Dale at short third man.
I've got to slip in there. That one just held a touch, I think, for Zaffer Gohart.
He's just taken a step to his left as well, the first slip. Zaffer bowls down the leg side, that'll be a wide, and quite a way down the leg side as well, that one. 16 without loss. Yeah, so a couple of successful chases, and then last match against Leicestershire chasing down the total. Zaffer bowls, that's pulled in the air by Patel, right between the two fielders. Tom Smith does really well to stop that, and then his knee gets kind of stuck in the ground, which can always be a slightly hairy moment to watch, and for the fielder himself. But Van Meekeren was at long on and managed to back up his mate from mid-wicket, and they've only got 2 runs for that. I thought that was going to be 4 or 6 off the bat.
Very well there, Tom Smith.
He's still quick across the turf. Ryan Patel giving himself some room, carving this one into the offside. Good stop at extra cover by that's Ben Charlesworth at extra cover. He's got a decent wingspan on him, Ben Charlesworth.
Tall lad.
In extra cover. He's not bowling, Charlesworth, in this competition. Patel's backing away to leg again and pulling firmly down the ground to long on for a single wild throw, which doesn't get away from Charlesworth.
It's interesting, this definite
taken.
Positivity from these two at the start. Surrey, I thought, built their 50 overs very well against Somerset. Possibly the one thing that was missing.
Zaffer bowls short, very wide. He's got, oh, well, they're going to say he's got away with that, but it's been misfielded on the edge of the circle by Tom Smith, and 2 runs will be taken. It's not the easiest fielding on squares. Got a pitch there which we're guessing is the test match pitch, which is covered up by some AstroTurf there, but At the same time, Tom Smith would have expected to stop that, so he's probably given away the 2 runs that he saved with that bit of boundary fielding earlier in the over. So positive start indeed from Surrey. They're 21 without loss after 3 overs.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that was possibly missing was a little bit of this positivity. But it totally got what Surrey were up to, and they constructed their 300 really, really well. But yeah, I think that sort of going aggressive up the top was probably the one thing that was missing. So seems to be a bit of that around today. As Tom Price, 4th over from the Vauxhall end, round the wicket to Ryan Patel. He's drifted onto his pads from round the wicket. That's going to fly off for 4-leg byes as Ryan Patel just trying to help it down towards fine leg, but from round the wicket on that angle, whatever it hit, it was going to fly off down towards the boundary rope for 4. England have an early wicket at Lords for anybody wanting to keep an eye on the Test match. 290 for 8, South Africa. That's a lead of 125, which is a handy old lead already. As Tom Price comes round the wicket once again to Ryan Patel, who's open in the face, guiding this one down towards backward point. Good bit of work there from backward point, diving away to their right to do the fielding, and they will pick up another single. Van Meekeren, I think that is there.
Ben Wells.
Oh, is it? Ben Wells in there. There's a lot of 7s in this Gloucestershire lineup today. They all seem to like a 7 in their number on the back of their shirts. As over the wicket once again goes Tom Price to Geddes, who cracks this one off the back foot, and Wells does the fielding away to his right hand side. But it's a good looking shot that from Ben Geddes, but hit the fielder out there at cover point. Did Ben Geddes. Ben Geddes got a start against Somerset, started the competition really well, the captain. Got a start against Somerset and then went, so it's been a little short of runs. 6, 12, 7 and 9 his last 4 scores. As over the wicket goes Tom Price to him, another short one. Oh, and that's dropped by Tom Smith at mid-wicket. He didn't really get hold of it, Ben Geddes, and I think Tom Smith was diving almost before the ball got to him. And he got a hand to it, but I think he's almost done him there in the fact that he didn't really get hold of it. And Tom Smith was sort of getting ready to fly to his left. He'd seen what was happening and then thought, hang on, it's not getting to me here. Got a good hand to it though, Tom Smith. But it was almost in slow motion, all of that. And Geddes picks up a couple of runs. He moves on to 18. Tom Price again there, testing out the pitch halfway down. As Price is over the wicket once again, fuller of length this time, dug out by Geddes. Plays it straight back up the pitch and there's no run.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a chance to put that down as, just because of the fact that he did only get the one hand to it, diving full length to his left. He's ringing out that, I say ringing out, he's doing that, I don't know exactly how you call it, sort of squeezing the fingertip to try to get a bit of proper feeling back into it, Tom Smith.
Price is in, he goes back of a length this time, outside the off stump, and Geddes was just shaping up to go after that, and then just drop the hands and into the gloves of James Bracey it goes. 4 gone, so nice positive start here from Surrey. 28 without loss. Yeah, the impression I got was, as I say, I think it came more off the toe end of Geddes' bat. And sort of when you middle it, as a fielder there, you go straight away. And he sort of went straight away and then thought, hang on, it still hasn't got to me yet. But he did very well to get a hand to it. But it almost happened in slow motion for Tom Smith, that.
Zafar then to continue to his 3rd over. He's going to come over the wicket for the first time to Ryan Patel. Zafar is in. Ryan Patel crunches this one out to deep mid-wicket and is caught by Tom Smith on the boundary. Good catch. It was really travelling that longer side of the ground for Ryan Patel to try to clear. I can't believe he's only scored 5 runs there, because it feels as if he's played about 10 shots in those 11 balls that he was out there for. A lot of pull shots, but a lot of them were in the air, and it sort of felt a little bit as if that dismissal was on the cards. But having a decent catch from Tom Smith away to his left-hand side, was able to get two hands on it, but it would have, it wouldn't have been great if he dropped it. It wouldn't have looked great, but at the same time, I would not want that to be travelling towards me. So decent catch, 28 for 1 then Surrey after 4.1 overs.
Yeah, excellent catch. And the thing for Ryan Patel, right shot, big boundary, didn't get all of it, and that enabled Tom Smith to get round and take the catch. And it's almost as if Zafar Gohar's bowling for this at the moment. Long boundary to the left-hander through the leg sides, just sticking the ball in the pitch. And Ryan Patel, as I say, it was the right shot, just didn't get all of it. And actually, very good catch in the fact that it was dipping on Tom Smith as he got there. He's taking it off his bootstrap. So very good catch indeed. Early wicket and a big one for Gloucestershire, and that Ryan Patel is the senior batter in this Surrey lineup. And out comes Cameron Steele, recovered from his concussion. He got a horrible ball from Yadav at Radlett that basically went straight up off a length. And he's missed the last couple of games, so very good to see Cameron Steele back out there and reverting to his normal position of number 3 in this one.
The other thing Patel was doing was backing away to leg to try to open up that offside. And I think Zafar switching to over the wicket was exactly the right move, because yes, okay, he was having to pull against the angle from him bowling round the wicket, but then I think just spearing it into that leg side, I mean, I'm not saying that's what caused the dismissal, because he did get hold of it quite well, but I think it was just a better plan from Zafar, and still quite intelligent bowling, even though it was hit well. So Steele then on strike, flicking the first ball into the leg side for a single. Dale springs out from behind square on the leg side to field. 29 for 1 then, with Steele off the mark. So Dale, this will be his first game for quite a while. He was missing due to an injury which I'm afraid I can't remember what it was. Going back is Geddes and driving the ball back towards Zafar Gohar. There's no run. He was hoping to be back for the start of this competition, but I don't know whether it was a case of not being selected or whether he wasn't quite fit. Zafar bowls that very quick and flat, and it's driven away into the covers by Geddes, who's timing the ball sweetly out there, but not picking up a run on that occasion. Zafar is in, takes all the pace off that one, works that one to mid-wicket. Does Steele for another dot. But Dale will get a chance to show what he's made of in white ball cricket. Didn't play in the T20s either. So his first game of white ball cricket for Gloucestershire. Last ball of the 5th over, Zafar bowls another pace-off delivery. Not much turn, maybe just an absolute fraction of it, and Geddes is forward and defending. So that over's really pulled things back for Gloucestershire. It was already starting to look a little ominous after the first 4 overs, but just the one off the over and the wicket of Ryan Patel, and Surrey 29 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, and a good over that. Wicket of Ryan Patel, who, as I say, is the senior batter basically in this Surrey 11, Ryan Patel, and he's gone all right in the competition. 100 Radlett. Second game, 67 not out against Durham at Northumberland, 65 against Sussex at Hove. So it's actually here at his home ground that he hasn't scored too many runs, so which is the other way round from last year, where he seemed to score runs wherever he went, Ryan Patel. Over the wicket then comes Tom Price, 6th over into Cameron Steele for the first time. He's in behind a short length delivery, just pushes it out into the offside. There's no run, and Cameron Steele put his bat up there and shouted no at Ben Geddes, just to make sure that the captain wasn't setting off for a single. Field at the moment is a slip, a long leg. Tom Smith just in front of square on the leg side, a mid on, a mid off, extra cover, backward point, and a third man as Tom Price is in. Over the wicket, that's too short again outside the off stump, and that's cut away by Ben Geddes and beats the dive of Ben Wells at backward point, and that'll whistle off to the boundary rope for 4. Nicely put away by Ben Geddes. You could see he was, Cameron Steele, just opening up the angle there was Cameron Steele. And that's nicely put away by Cameron Steele. He's on to 5, 33 for 1 Surrey, but again just a bit too short that from Tom Price. Over the wicket he comes once more. That's a better length, full length delivery. Forward goes Cameron Steele, pushes this one out into the offside. Jack Taylor comes up to do the fielding, whips it into James Bracey, but fuller of length is definitely the way to go on here.
Yeah, I think so. And the other thing was from that boundary ball that, I mean, it was fairly similar to the ball which just maybe surprised Geddes a little bit, but Steele isn't quite as tall, so it was quite an easy length for him to put away.
As this one's on or around the leg stump on a full length, he's trying to whip that through the leg side is Cameron Steele. Gets nothing on it, hits the pad, but going down the leg side. Got 2 very experienced umpires today. Ben Debenham, Richard Kettleborough's out there. So very good to see Mr. Kettleborough. He's out there at square leg. So yeah, very good to see him.
And he's got a great way of turning down an appeal as well, does Richard Kettleborough. He just doesn't look at you.
In over the wicket once again comes Tom Price. Forward goes Cameron Steele. Plays this one up towards Jack Taylor at extra cover, and there's no run. Well, I enjoyed that bit in the test match where he's just telling Stuart Broad to calm down. Just shut it, go away. And I thought it was very nice actually the way he did it, but he is so experienced, Richard Kettleborough, one of the best on the circuit and round the world now. Richard Kettleborough, lovely bloke as well. As in over the wicket comes Tom Price, and oh, this is picked up off a length by Cameron Steele and slotted down the ground. There is a definite urgency to the way that Surrey are going about this today. It's slightly different to what we saw 2 days ago. And 37 for 1. Cameron Steele has 9, and Ben Geddes is on 18, and we've had 6 overs.
Doesn't seem to be too much margin for error for Tom Price at the moment, and I don't think he really did that much wrong there, particularly expecting to be thumped over the top of mid-on after bowling that ball. He bowled it fairly full, tried to give it a chance to swing, and in the end got pumped back over long on. So a couple of boundaries in that over. 3 overs for 21 Tom Price, and Zafar Gohart will keep going. Now this was one of the things in Gloucestershire's last match. So Zafar bowled 3 overs and took the wickets of both Leicestershire openers, and then was taken out of the attack, and Jared Warner went and bowled the remaining overs in power play. Jack Taylor, I was quite curious to know whether, and I wasn't going to ask him the question outright because I'm not going to try and play backseat captain. I was just interested to see what he would say. Well, I suppose hear what he would say. Here comes Zafar and bowls, and that's worked away into the leg side by Geddes out towards deep square leg, and he did bring it up and said that possibly in hindsight could have kept Zafar on for a few more overs, and whilst the ball was still turning, and then maybe they'd have broken the back of that Leicestershire batting lineup. But it's so easy in hindsight. 38 for 1. Zafar is in and bowls, pushed away into the covers off the front foot by Steele, but there will not be a run there. Tom Smith's been a busy man out there so far, does the fielding again, and there is no run. Because I'm not sure you were to know that the term was really going to go out of the pitch. Zafar bowling sweep shot, timed well by Steele out towards deep square leg, and another single can be taken. So Steele moves on to 10, and it's 39 for 1. Even my terrible mathematics say that it's a runner ball at the moment. As in comes Zafar, bowls worked away for another single by Geddes into the leg side. He'll move on to 20.
Very good point here from Sir James at the cricket on Twitter that the old South West trains are going today into Vauxhall, so you can get here on the South West train.
In comes Zafar. Bowls. Oh, that's a low full toss in the end, which is driven back towards Zafar, who fumbles it and almost went back onto the stumps at the non-strikers end, but I don't think there would have been a run out. And
Nick as well, hello to Nick. He's saying the pitch and square looking very green. He's obviously watching on the live stream as well. His mum is very jealous. Well, of course, because gardeners at the moment, they're bow's pipe bands now.
Zafar bowls, slow delivery, pushed away behind point. But no run there. Ollie Price in to do the fielding, so another tight over from Zafar Gohart. 4 overs, 1 for 15, his figures. but Surrey still going along decently, 40 for 1 after 7.
Because we had a massive deluge here 2 days ago, and trying to get back was interesting in the fact that it's amazing what a difference a week can make, that some of the sort of tube stations, etc., were shut because it was too hot, and then it was too wet on Wednesday. So
of course, it's not really what you want for your garden either, is it?
No,
you don't want a deluge.
I was talking to somebody who sort of knows about gardening the other day, and they were saying that exactly that a deluge is not ideal actually. You want a nice sort of steady sprinkling. Yes, I don't know anything about gardening in the slightest. My granddad had an allotment which was magnificent. He used to grow all his own runner beans. Ajit Dale into the attack to replace Tom Price for the first time in this competition this season, and he's right arm over the wicket with this slingy action, and it's driven by Ben Geddes out towards extra cover, and there's no run. But Grandad had this amazing allotment, and then he sort of had an allotment and a very long garden in his council house, long garden, then an allotment at the bottom of the long garden. And when Granny used to make Sunday lunches, and it was all freshly grown, but none of that rubbed off on me at Seabourn.
Freshly grown beef.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely is. Short ball here from Dale, and push this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But I sort of took over the long garden by putting a golf hole at one end and having it as a putting area. But no, so I think for gardeners, a bit of rain is not a bad thing at the moment, but we're keeping our fingers crossed today, because it was absolute Armageddon on Wednesday. It really was. It was almost like the middle of the night at one point, as Dale runs away from us, comes in over the wicket again, driving his Geddes out there towards extra cover. Then again, there is no run. Geddes 20. Steele 10. If you're just joining us this morning here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Bristol, Mr. Ed Seabourn is alongside, looking utterly resplendent. You're looking in good form, old chap, I have to say.
I'm glad to say, because I feel tired.
No, you're looking absolutely magnificent at the moment. I'm enjoying your hair.
Well, we've probably got, I was going to say,
the
most hair of any BBC commentary pairing, I think.
Well, in over the wicket once again comes Dale. And that one's coming back a touch. And it's well played by Ben Geddes. Drops it into the offside. Excellent running by Cameron Steele. Now, with this action that Dale has, if there is going to be some swing, he's going to sling it and it's going to swing in.
Yeah.
And that one did come back in to Ben Geddes. I was looking this morning, 2007 against Gloucestershire was when Surrey got the old 498 in the 50-over competition, and the first over from Ashley Noffke famously was a maiden, so it was actually off 49
you do like
overs.
bringing that one up, don't you?
No, it was just that Surrey post this morning the appalling. Well, I say they were in over the wicket comes Dale, and short delivery in behind it goes Cameron Steele, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. It was the first year of Surrey TV where you missed most of the action because we only had one camera and it didn't go left or right. And we put all the boundaries together of that 498, but we didn't have any sound, so we used a tennis serve effect for it.
But yes, you should have used the pencil.
And there was me at the start with a mullet trying to make it sound dramatic. As in over the wicket comes Dale, forward goes Steele, turns this one into the leg side. They'll be thinking about two here. It's a long way out towards deep mid wicket. It's good running, very good running, because Marcus Harris had to go all the way back, and Tom Smith on the boundary had to come all the way in, and they've picked up two, but a tiny first over there from Dale, and 43 for 1 after 8. All I remember about that is turning up that day, and obviously nobody expected that to happen, but the pitch was virtually in the Peter May stand. And I did think to myself, if the likes of Ali Brown and James Benning get in, it could be quite a high score. But I had no idea that there was going to be like world record scores and things that day.
James Benning, he used to be one of my favourite players. I love watching him.
He smashed it.
Exactly, because he just went out
and then R. Clark came in and got 80 in 26 balls, I think it was. Yeah, it went everywhere.
Zafar Gohar then to bowl his 5th over, the 9th of the innings, and it's a dot ball to start with, as good as respectfully nudges that one into the offside for no run. The other thing is, excuse the moment of vanity, but 7 years ago yesterday was the first time I was in a BBC commentary box with yourself.
Yes, I know. Is that 7 years ago?
7 years.
My, how your hair's grown in those 7 years, Ed Seaborn. Well, that's 7 years, and you didn't see the error of your ways. You came back.
I know.
Yeah.
I never learn from my mistakes.
No.
Zappa bowling, and that's worked away to mid-on by Ben Geddes for no run.
Well, it's been an absolute joy those 7 years to have you alongside, young man. So I've been looking forward to today.
Well,
you haven't, but I have.
Here comes Zappa and bowls. That's clipped away towards square leg. They've got a square leg in position now, Gloucestershire, having moved the fielder in the deep out towards deep mid-wicket. It's Tom Price on the boundary. No, you know how much I love coming here. It's one of my favourite places to watch cricket. Always seem to get a decent crowd, even on a day as Geddes will get a single this time, up towards wide mid-on, 44 for 1. Even on a day when there's a tube strike, well, it's not, as we've been saying, technically a dead rubber, but the overwhelming likelihood is that neither of these sides can qualify for the top 3. But still, people love to come here and watch cricket. Zappa bowls sweep shot from Steele round the corner. It will be 4 down towards the very fine boundary. In fact, it's wide. Didn't get anything on it at all. So 5 runs onto the total, and that rather spoils Zappa's figures.
He's been very tight so far, hasn't he? But yeah, that was down the leg side. Brucey had no hope of getting anything on that.
He still hasn't been hit for a boundary, Zappa. But 5 wides to go along with the wide early. All down the pitch comes Steele this time and plays it back towards Zappa Goa. I'm not entirely sure that it was meant to go as straight as that. Zappa half stopped it. And Marcus Harris did the fielding at mid-on. So the dot ball. Zappa is in on the back foot, punching nicely into the covers is Cameron Steele, but not for a run. So the 5 wides off the over, plus the single, still making a decent one for Surrey. Zappa is through 5 overs, 1 for 21, and it's 49 for 1 Surrey then after 9.
Yep, and Ajit Dale will bowl the final one of this first power play. We had a remarkable moment in the Somerset game where footful no ball free hit, and then had to repeat it for another free hit because they had 5 outside the circle. So yes, you're only allowed the 4 after 10 and then 5 for the last 10. As Ajit Dale, the 10th over from the Vauxhall end, is coming in, and Geddes digs him out. It's just a slingy action, and basically he's trying to knock your toes off. That's the thing here, just trying to knock your toes off his Dale.
He does have a decent slower ball as well, actually, Dale. I've watched a bit of him in those T20 supposedly second 11 matches, which were really, in many cases, almost a first 11 game, and I was quite impressed with his slower ball. So we're intrigued to see how he goes today on a pitch which isn't going to give him too much.
He's in again. He's back of the length this time. In behind it solidly goes Ben Geddes. Plays it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Just to explain, Mr. Seaborn there saying getting into the top 3. The way this competition works is if you finish top of the group, you immediately go into the semi-final, and then second in Group A will play third in Group B, and second in Group B will play third in Group A, and then the winners of those will go and meet the 2 top teams in the semi-final.
Exactly. So, and it's a playoff,
yes, not a quarter-final. Yes, it's in over the wicket once again. Is Dale. There's his slower ball, and that is put away by Ben Geddes because it was wide outside the off stump, and Ben Geddes has jumped all over that. Absolutely whistles through cover point, and that's the 50 up for Surrey. 53 for 1, and it's been a good start this from Ben Geddes. He's on to 26, but that was the slow ball, but there was just a bit of width on it.
Yeah,
it's nicely put away by Geddes.
It doesn't really matter what pace you bowl if you bowl that wide of off stump, especially to a very short boundary. Well, relatively short.
He's in again, Dale. This time he's up on the toes of Geddes. He played that with the full face of the bat, and it's hit the inside edge. He wasn't looking to flick round that front pad where he could have got himself into a bit of trouble, and he picks up 2. As round comes Smith to do the fielding. I tell you what, when Dale's bowling, it's all action. I like it.
Yeah, he's got that quite explosive, as you say, slingy action, and it does, you know, it does excite you when you see somebody bowling
100%,
that way.
100%. As in he comes once more over the wicket, and he's going onto the leg stump there. He's got to be a bit careful because Ben Geddes missed out a touch there, looking to flick it through the leg side, and it hits the pad. The one that would be interesting as well is the one that just holds outside the off stump, because just the way he bowls as a right-hander, you're thinking this is coming back at me. Even if it doesn't swing, it's going to come back at me. A little bit like Malinga in many ways, with that sort of slinging. Now, it's not as exaggerated as that, of course, but with Malinga, it was coming from such a strange angle at times. In again goes Dale, forward goes Ben Geddes. That's nicely bowled, nicely played by Ben Geddes. Jack Taylor gets round to do the fielding. So 10 overs have gone. That is the end of the first power play. 55 for 1. Just getting back to that, and I completely forgot until I saw my mullet this morning on those highlights, that it was John Batty, he of the Oval Invincibles women's head coach now, who hit the world record run, because I stood by the boundary board and went, it was on this boundary board, which was a bit like, you know, really? Didn't you think of anything better to do with your time? But as I say, we had no sound effects. So we used the sound of a tennis serve for every shot. It's enough to drive you mad, Ed Seaborn. I got through the first 3 shots this morning on that video, and even I was being driven mad by it. So if you get through all 67 balls, you've done very, very well indeed.
So it was exactly the same sound.
Oh yes,
every time.
We didn't have. Come on, this was the early days. This was like when sort of the first pictures were seen, and we had no sound effects. We only had one camera, so we went back to all the highlights. Steve Rudkin, who was the Surrey analyst, who was a genius at all this stuff, but then we thought, oh, no, we haven't got any noise on it, and so we didn't put any plinkety plonkety music on. We just used the sound of a tennis shot.
Change of a left arm spinner from the pavilion, and it's Tom Smith into the attack and getting a bit of turn there, just enough to be annoying for Steele, who was looking to drive out into the covers and missed it because it just nipped past his outside edge, and James Bracey with the take. So Smith, left arm round, bowling. Ooh, Steele's reached forward and got the inside edge of the bat on that. It squeezes away behind square on the leg side for a single, but that's a good start from Smith, beating Geddes on the outside edge and then on the inside edge. Well, almost beating him on the inside edge.
So much experience, Tom Smith, isn't he? I'm sure Surrey have talked about Tom Smith and said, look, just get through his 10.
In comes Smith and bowls. That's punched away into the covers. That is Geddes on strike. Apologies, I was sold down the river by looking at the red dot on the board, which I don't think had quite moved around. So it was Steele who got that single to move on to 13. In comes Smith and bowls. It's driven away towards long off by Geddes. They're going to run the first one hard, but not manage to turn it back for the second run. 57 for 1. I was wondering if, you know, you could have had a sort of a slicing tennis shot sort of sound effect for, you know, an outside edge or something like that, or you get the different
working
sounds
for George Lucas now or something, are you?
Sounds of ball on
2007,
on
young man. 2007. The video camera had only just been invented.
Down the pitch comes Steele and lofts this one away over towards long on. He's not really timed it especially well, but the key point was he got it much straighter than Marcus Harris at mid-on, so he was never in play. Although the ball ended up kind of trickling over the long on boundary, nobody was going to get there. That kind of turned in his hand a bit there, Steele, but it's so much power that he still followed through with it and got more than enough of it. 61 for 1, this time driving on the back foot is Steele, beating backward point. They're thinking about 2, that Tom Price does well on the deep cover boundary to make sure that it's just a single, but 7 runs off that over from Tom Smith. 62 for 1. Of course, while we're on the subject of tennis sound effects and that sort of thing, during the COVID US Open, they had a can't remember how many different sound effects it was to play for the noise of the crowd. So, you know, it was as specific as, you know, 15 all tight game, you know, that sort of thing, or important game, you know, like serving for the set or something, or 40 love, ripple of applause, not a particularly great shot, you know, that sort of thing.
Well, it was the same.
It just shows you
everybody
how
will remember that Test Match
evolved.
Special had the generic sound, and it was during the lunch break at Lord's. And obviously there was no one in the ground, so it was nice just to have a bit of atmosphere. As Dale continues, this is the 12th over, and up on his toes goes Steele, whips him out towards deep backward square. They'll pick up a single, that'll be one more to the total.
But of course, it wasn't totally accurate though, because they didn't have the crowd talking right through the tennis, which does tend to happen.
Well, I was doing a big bash game where the old sound effects went down, so they put on that generic Lord sound. So, you know, you're going, and there's a big 6, 10 rows back. Sound of champagne glasses. There's driving here is Geddes. Good shot again. Dale, bit of width on this outside his off stump, and well, Geddes is driving beautifully square of the wicket today. That's whistled off. Geddes is on to 33, 67 for 1.
That made a real crack off the bat. You wouldn't have been able to replicate that with a tennis racket. That was crunched away, and it shows you again how difficult it will be to prevent runs on that side. Deep cover out there, no chance.
Dale's in again, solidly forward goes Geddes. Plays this one out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Geddes wanders off towards square leg. The Test match, 313 for 8 now, South Africa, so that's a lead of 148. Elsewhere in this competition, Hampshire are 41 for 2 against Glamorgan in the 11th. Yorkshire are 48 without loss against Kent after 10. Northamptonshire 56 without loss in the 11th over against Lancashire at Blackpool. Dale is in, forward goes Geddes, pushes this one firmly up towards mid-on. Marcus Harris does the fielding. And again, there's no run. Middlesex at Radlett, where Gloucestershire are off to next. Middlesex 36 for 1 in the 9th over. I wonder if that wicket is Mr. Eskenazi, who's been phenomenal. No, he's in, 16 not out. So Mark Stoneman, the man to have gone for 20. But Eskenazi, he's broken world records and all sorts. Mr. Eskenazi in this competition this season. 67 for 1 Surrey. There is into Geddes. That hits the pad as he looks to whip leg side. We'll get a leg bite. It's good running from Cameron Steele. Feature of Surrey against Somerset was their running between the wickets. Leg by the signal. 68 for 1. Essex are 44 for 2 against Worcestershire after 9 overs. And Somerset and Sussex doesn't start the day until 2 o'clock. It's the day nighter, and it's also the cider festival, which Anthony Gibson was getting very excited about. I was saying, as a sort of mixture, over the wicket once more comes Dale. Oh, that's got to be tight going down the leg side, is it, with the action? I think so. As Cameron Stewart's looking to whip that leg side, and umpire Debenham keeps the hands down. Again, it's that slingy action, though, is pushing that ball, making the umpire think it is going leg sidey. At the end of the over, 69 for 1. Yep, definitely missing the leg stump at the end of the 12th over. But yeah, as a mixture, Friday night, Taunton, sell-out, cider festival. Fantastic. That will be lively come 10 o'clock tonight, I would have thought.
Oh, yes. And day-night cricket in the Royal London Cup. I didn't think.
Yeah, we've had one already.
They've only been the odd one or two, but they have had them. I've been here during the beer festival.
Oh, the old
beer
still got festival.
That?
No, I don't think they've had that this year. Today is community day, though, so there's lots of schools and clubs, I think, have been given complimentary tickets, so that'll be why there's quite a few people in as well today. Fingers crossed they can all get here. That's the only thing, but great to have kids and clubs here with complimentary tickets.
Tom Smith then to continue. Here he is and bowls. It's driven down towards Smith, who manages to stop it, and then everybody just has to get back into their creases. Good work from Smith away to his right-hand side, moving sharply to field off his own bowling. So a dot to start the 13th over. Here is Smith once more, in and bowling. Down the pitch comes Steele and pushes this one back to Tom Smith in the end. But you don't have to smash the ball out of the ground every time you come down the pitch. Sometimes you can just decide that you're not quite there and can go into defence mode. It's good to see. This time he goes back to Steele and cuts out towards deep cover and picks up a single. 20 now to Steele, and 70 for 1 the score.
Yeah, 42 the partnership now worth between these two after that wicket of Ryan Patel, with the score on 28.
Here comes Smith, in, round the wicket bowling, drive through Geddes. For once he's not timed it quite to perfection, but he's got the gap between backward point and extra cover, and so it's another single. 71 for 1. I suppose some people could have gone up and watched the game from that DJ stage away to our left. We should have done the game from up there, I think.
Yeah, long old ISDN lead to get round there. Plus, I'd have brought my Barry Manilow LPs with me.
Could have opened up all sorts of possibilities. That's swept away fine by Steele, and applause for a really good bit of fielding from Ajit Dale at short fine leg.
You can imagine how that would go down in the 100, couldn't you? Your DJ tonight, Mark Church, here on the Wheels of Steel, opening up with the Coca Cabana by Barry Manilow. You can imagine how that. And now, a bit of Neil Diamond, Hello, from the musical The Jazz Singer. Imagine that going down really well.
Steele onto 21 with that single. Geddes driving again, this time straight to Jack Taylor at short extra. There is no run. 72 for 1 then Surrey after 13 overs. I just like the idea of sitting in the DJ area, whatever it's called.
Booth.
Okay. With our ISDN kit, sort of pretending that it was
mixing the wheels of steel.
You know, just twiddling a few knobs every now and again.
Well, yes, indeed. As 13 gone, 14th over, and it's going to be Dale below us from the Vauxhall end, coming in over the wicket to Cameron Steele on 21. Short ball, and Steele's putting this behind square for 4. Again, it's that halfway down, it's not going to work. Dale's banged that one in halfway down, and Cameron Steele lots of time there just to put it away for 4 runs, and Cameron Steele moves on to 25 and 76 for 1. Just to say, we've got 2 very fine cricketers at the back of the box today, Hayden and Ollie at the back of the box. Hayden making the live stream work, doing a marvellous job. Ollie helping Hayden, and also brought me a cup of coffee, which was very good of him. Thank you very much, Ollie. It was a lovely cup of flat white. As in over the wicket once again goes Dale, short again. Cameron Steele, this one just hurried him up a touch as he looked to pull, but he'll get a single into the lead side. 1 more to the total. Steele moves on to 26, and Surrey 77 for 1.
Can I ask, because I actually don't know this, why is it called a flat white? It's not going to be fizzy, is it?
No, well, he sort of had quite a froth on it, which is very nice.
Is it the froth that makes it flat?
I've no idea. The only thing I've noticed is when you order one of those, A, they cost about 90 quid more than a normal just white coffee. As in over the wicket comes Dale, forward goes Geddes, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. And also, it always comes in a very small cup. So I was at the BBC yesterday, in Oxford Circus, obviously, and went to a very well-known coffee proprietor and ordered a flat white, and I almost said to them, when's the actual coffee coming? Because it was in the smallest cup I've ever seen. A couple of gulps, it was done. Only £3.50. Wasn't best pleased as Dale is in once more. Oh, and flashing outside the off stump is Geddes, but that's going to whistle off down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. No slip in at the moment. Ben Geddes just practices trying to cut down on that, but that flies off, and the 50 partnership comes up between Ben Geddes and Cameron Steele in good time. Ben Geddes looking very lively today. He's 38 not out, Steele has 26, and Surrey are 81 for 1.
It's Terry Blake on the PA.
It is Terry Blake.
We follow each other
yes.
around the country. So Terry Blake seems to be doing the PA for basically every
He's
game
everywhere.
that I'm doing.
He's everywhere. As over the wicket once again comes Dale, opening the faces. Geddes will get a single down towards third man. One more to the total. Geddes moves on to 39. Surrey will be happy with this start. 82 for 1 in the 14th.
Yeah, a flat white. That is, I've never really thought about why it's called that before. I'm more of a Yirgachev person myself. It's an Ethiopian coffee. There was an Ethiopian coffee shop actually on the way in this morning. I should have stopped there.
The wicket once again comes Dale. This one's turned leg side towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. End of the over from Dale. 14 gone, and Surrey are 82 for 1. 10 off that over from Dale.
Actually, I don't drink that either. I just
oh,
thought.
Here we are. Ollie's got the actual why it's called a flat white. My back's not good at the moment either. Getting up there was quite hard work. Flat white's a coffee drink consisting of espresso with micro foam. Steamed milk, that is. That's what it is. Comparable to a latte, but smaller in volume and has less micro foam.
So you can't complain about getting.
So basically, it's a smaller latte with less micro foam.
Means they can charge the same amount for it, but
stick it in a smaller cup.
Yeah, so we've solved that mystery then.
Micro foam.
In comes Tom Smith and bowls, driven away by Geddes out towards deep cover for a single. They ran the first one hard, but no chance of coming back for the second. Geddes moves on to 40, 83 for 1.
I might go in and order a cup of micro foam, please. I'd like a cup of micro foam.
It would sort of, those sort of highly modern presentations of food. Down the pitch comes Steele and whacks this one over mid-wicket for 6 into a sort of short porch towards the MAR Galladari stand. And that is the first 6 of... No, it's not. It's the first 6 for Steele in the innings. Came down the pitch, got towards the pitch and then just fetched it from outside off stump and deposited it into the second row. Smith in and bowling, sweep shot down the leg side. He's kind of got away with that one as Smith. Dale does the fielding on the 45, not absolutely cleanly, but he stopped the ball from going for 4, which is the important thing as far as Gloucestershire were concerned. So a single taken, 90 for 1, Steele on to 33. But you know how you get these sort of swipes of foam? A sort of MasterChef the professionals. Geddes drives down the ground for another single, 91 for 1. I suppose it would be a bit like that, and you could craft a sort of maybe a play on tiramisu with a coffee foam in there as well. I'm just exercising my chef's brain. In comes Smith and bowls, sweep shot 4 more. Don't bother chasing that. Placed perfectly again by Steele, right between the fielder on the 45 and deep square. And this is an expensive over from Smith. 13 runs have come from it, and Surrey not treating the experienced Tom Smith with a great deal of respect here.
Well, there's obviously been a chat from Surrey about the way they're going about this today, because they've come out from ball 1 and just looked to be very, very positive.
Comes Smith, bowls, rounder arm, pushed away towards point. Won't be a run there, but plenty of damage done in that over. So 10 from the previous over and 13 from that one. Surrey are now well over a run a ball again at 95 for 1 after 15 overs.
I'm just consulting my notes. And after 15 against Somerset, 67 for 2, Surrey batting first. Today, 95 for 1. So, okay, they lost another wicket, but also the fact is they're ticking along at a more positive rate this morning. And that's nothing against the bowling at all from Gloucestershire. It's just that Surrey have come out, and I think they constructed that 50 overs really well, I thought, on Wednesday. But as I say, the one thing that may have been missing a touch was a bit of aggression. And that's what we're seeing today. So, yeah, it's good.
You'll like this. in order to create microfoam successfully, you need a steam wand.
Paul van Meekeren is into the attack from the Vauxhall end, coming right arm over the wicket, just back of a length, opening the face of the bat is Geddes, runs this one down towards third man, so he's replacing Ajit Dale, and one more to the total, 96 for one.
You thought it was as simple as just walking up to the machine and pressing a button and getting the coffee. Oh no.
So what's going on when Ollie very kindly got me that flat white is some microfoam is being stirred by a micro wand. Interesting. I'd still rather just have a granulated with some milk and a bit of hot water, but there we are, 96 for one. But thank you to Ollie for that, and I've learnt an awful lot about flat whites in the last 5 minutes. As Van Meekeren turns down below us. Right arm over the wicket he comes to Cameron Steele. That's very short outside the off stump, and Steele just sways inside it. And umpire Debenham just has a little look across to umpire Kettlebury, who says that's okay. Taken by James Bracey up above his right shoulder. Third man, backward point. Sweeper on the cover rope, extra cover, mid off, mid on. Straightish mid wicket, short. It's Tom Smith. Stood on the test match pitch on the Astro. Deep backward square. And the long leg for Van Meekeren. Turns down below us. Where's number 47? Comes right arm over the wicket to Cameron Steele. And Steele, that's on his hip. And he'll just flick this away. Fine on the leg side. And that'll run away for 4 runs. Van Meekeren slaps his hands in frustration. But nicely put away by Cameron Steele, and that'll bring up the Surrey 100 for 1, and Cameron Steele moves on to 41.
Easily done, really, by Steele. It would have been quite easy just to get too much bat on that and flick it for a single. I suppose the pace of Van Meekeren helps. Oh,
no, don't you worry. That's nothing to do with you, old boy. There's a pneumatic drill nearby. Van Meekeren is in, over the wicket once again, forward comes Cameron Steele, plays this one out towards extra cover, and there is no run.
Deafen the commentator.
Yes, I'm not quite sure what that was, but I've
whirring noise.
learnt over the years, just don't touch anything, don't fiddle with anything, that's where trouble starts.
No, don't start fiddling with any of the knobs, just leave it alone.
Exactly. Everything's where it should be at Seabourn. And Meekeren turns again, 100 for 1, 16th over, Steele on 41 as Van Meekeren is over the wicket. Steele looks to drive, doesn't time this at all, that just potters out to Jack Taylor there at extra cover. And there's no run. Got a bit to think about here, the Gloucestershire skipper, because Surrey going along at 6.32 at the moment, which will worry him slightly.
Yes, indeed, and this hasn't been the happiest hunting ground for Gloucestershire over recent years. I've been here, I think this is my 7th game here now, and Gloucestershire have lost all 6 so far, so it's not just me.
Of course, beat Surrey in the final at Lords though, didn't they? As Van Meekeren is in, and again he's just on the hip of Cameron Steele, and then turns this one down towards fine leg, and they will pick up a single. One more to the total, 101 for 1. Steele's on to 42, the end of the over, 16 gone. Yeah, of course, because that was when Surrey, was it 3 consecutive finals, and Surrey lost all 3, I think, in the competition. But yeah, that was a fantastic day, and that was Geraint Jones's final game, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was the Swan song, and Gloucestershire defended a 220 something, I think it was in the end.
I seem to remember Surrey were cruising,
and then Sangakkara came down the pitch to Jack Taylor and launched the ball up in the air, and things rather spiralled out of control from there.
Great day though. Fantastic those days at Lords, and of course Trent Bridge this year again, like last year for the finals at Trent Bridge. Yeah, but it is
not on a Thursday.
No, I didn't realise that. Last year it was a Thursday. This year we're back to Saturday in October. No, it's a bit late though, isn't it? Again, after it's a bit of a wait after semi-finals and things.
In comes Smith and bowls, cut away out towards deep point by Steele. He'll pick up a single. Moves just ahead of Geddes on to 43, 102 for one. Will you be covering that one again this year?
I don't think so. No, I can't see. I was very lucky to get to do the final last year, and that was a wonderful occasion. It really was. But no, I haven't heard anything from anybody about that. But no, it'd be a lovely occasion at Trent
Smith in and bowls, driven back up the pitch by Geddes, and there won't be a run there as Smith fields off his own bowling. I have to say, I really enjoyed that day, even though it was a Thursday. It actually still had a really decent crowd, decent atmosphere.
Good game
versus
as well.
Durham. Yeah. Smith bowls driven away by Geddes down towards long off, just a comfortable single, 103 then for one.
I'll always sort of remember it as the Hogan-Rushworth final. The two experienced pros went head-to-head, both bowled beautifully in that game.
Durham brought back Matthew Potts and Ben Rain, didn't they? That's a really slow delivery from Smith. It's whacked into the ground. I think a few people thought that was a catch dropped by Jack Taylor at extra cover. It certainly wasn't. It went straight into the ground. A few yelps from a few spectators. In comes Smith, he's there and bowls, and slapped away through the covers by Steele. We'll just get a run for this, nothing more. Having said that, the throw gets away from James Bracey, but he doesn't deflect it far enough away from short fine leg, who's Ben Wells, I think, backing up there. So disaster was averted as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. 3 off the over so far. Smith completes it by firing one into the stumps. Geddes drives back to the bowler, so decent over that from Tom Smith after getting a fair bit of tap in his last one. He just goes for 3 there. 17 overs gone. Surrey 104 for one, and already looking as if they're building a pretty sizable total here. They've got some depth of batting as well, so can potentially go a bit harder than maybe if you've got 4 specialist bowlers, for example. Sometimes you've got to protect a little bit. I think sorry, I've got to do that, and I've got to say I do love the name Sheridan Gums. I think that is
good
superb.
player.
I'm always a fan of a good name.
Good player as well. Van Meekeren started the 18th over from the Vauxhall end, and little open face cut down towards third man, just ran it down there, did Cameron Steele. Picks up another single, moves on to 45, 106 for one. Yes, he's Surrey Academy, got signed up. First game was for the Sussex game, shaped up pretty well there, made 12, and then in his next game a couple of days ago against Somerset, very fine innings, and as I say, looks very organised, and 66 of 80 balls with 7-4, so interesting to watch him bat again today. As Van Meekeren is over the wicket here to Ben Geddes. That's short and climbing. Geddes sways inside it. Good bounce of that from Van Meekeren, and left alone by Ben Geddes.
Possibly not quite, though, as sharp as when we were here for the T20. And Naseem Shah bowled that ball to Jason Roy, which took his glove and then nearly went for 6 towards the pavilion. I think that was the first ball of the match.
Yeah.
And it was just a sort of wow.
Yeah, he's fantastic. Sadly got injured, didn't he? But he was a terrific bowler. Naseem Shah is Van Meekeren. Over the wicket he comes. And this one's turned away by Geddes. Into the leg side, he's going to pick up 1, he's going to definitely come back for 2. It's good running, really good running again from Geddes, and Cameron Steele absolutely tore the first, put the fielder under pressure, and then came back for the second, and Geddes 45, Steele 45, and Surrey 107 for 1.
So Naseem Shah injured his shoulder after bowling in 1 innings for Gloucestershire, so it was always a little bit of a gamble, I suppose, coming off a test series against Pakistan, but yeah, unfortunately didn't get quite as much usage out of him as they would have liked.
Van Meekeren's in again. This one's pushed by Geddes down towards backward point, and there is no run. Apologies if you're picking up this little bit of interference. Not a lot we can do about it, really, because I think it's just coming through the old ISDN. gremlins in the works today, because we've had none of that this season. But today, just a few gremlins, but as long as everybody else can't hear it, myself and Mr. Seaborn will cope with a pneumatic drill in our headphones for 8 hours. He's turning again is Van Meekeren.
Listening to myself.
Yes, that's true. Same with me. As Van Meekeren's in, that's too short. That's cut outside the off stump. Expansive cut from Geddes. Just a single because they have got the sweeper out there for protection. And Geddes moves on to 46. Surrey move on to 108 for 1.
But then Nassim Shah came back for the T20, and he was sort of making doubly sure that he would be fit and raring to go for that one. And then, unfortunately, his father fell ill, so he had to go back to Pakistan and missed some of the T20 as well. Thankfully, I believe his father's recovered, but yeah.
Van Meekeren, right arm over the wicket. Oh, and looking for the uppercut is Cameron Steele to a short ball. Got nothing on it, taken by Bracey. End of the over, 18 gone then, here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Bristol, and on the Surrey live stream. Surrey winning the toss, batting first, 108 for 1. Ben Geddes is on 46, Cameron Steele's on 45. The man to go, Ryan Patel, the 5th over, 4-5.
Mohammad Amir wasn't a bad replacement to have, just call on Mohammad Amir for a few games. But
was that championship game against Surrey was his first championship game?
That's right,
Bristol,
it was. And Gloucestershire dropped, I think it was 3, maybe 4 catches off his bowling, which wasn't a great way to start Mohammad Amir's Gloucestershire career. Yeah, and so he then played in the championship match at the Aegeus Bowl after that, but picked up an injury, which again it was a signing that they saw as kind of a, well, better than, it makes it sound terrible, better than nothing, but they knew what the risk was, the fact that he hadn't played any first-class cricket for something like 2.5 years.
Yeah.
So it was always going to be a risk trying to get him through a few championship matches, but they were, it potentially could have paid off for the couple of games that they had him. He did give them a chance to potentially win the match at the Aegeus Bowl. Smith in and bowls, squirted away behind square on the leg side by Geddes, who I think was just looking to push that down the ground to long on, fielded by Dale on the 45, and there is no run. But then Amir, for the second time, filled in for Nassim Shah towards the back end of the T20 blast, but Gloucestershire could not make the quarter-finals. Driven off a very full length from Tom Smith by Geddes down the ground to long off for a single, 109 for 1, with Geddes on to 47. But it was great to watch Mohammad Amir bowl. It's such a fluid action run up. He's a terrific bowler to get to watch live. He's looking to drive is Steele. He did open the face of the bat on that one. Got it. Probably not quite where he was aiming. Whether he was trying to split the gap between short third man and backward point, not sure. But either way, he finds Van Meekeren at third man. In comes Smith, down the pitch comes Steele and whips that over the top of mid-wicket. Zafar Gohar tries his best. He does really well just to get a hand on it. Tried to stop it out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but unsuccessfully. So it's 4 more to Steele, who moves on to 49 from 43 deliveries, I believe. 7 4s and a 6 in this innings, 113 for 1. Drag to the leg side, but timed it well. Smith in and bowling, full and straight. Steele defends into the offside for no run.
He's played very well so far, Cameron Steele. Back from that concussion against Middlesex, missed a couple of games, but very hungry so far today.
Smith, last ball of the over, slow and wide and slapped on the bounce to extra cover by Steele for no run. So 5 overs for 31 from Smith, 19 gone. 113 for 1. Geddes and Steele both on the brink of half centuries, and they've really not looked in any trouble at all out there, which is probably the most concerning thing for Gloucestershire, because you kind of feel they're going along at a run of ball, but actually if they really wanted to, they could be scoring at 7s and 8s here. So desperately need a wicket here, Gloucestershire, and ideally 2.
Well, just to say at Lords, South Africa all out for 326. Stuart Broad finishing with 3 for 71. So England will be back out there, but that's a handy lead already for South Africa. We'll see how England get on second time round.
That's all right, just got to score 550 overs.
Well, that seems to be the game plan, doesn't it? As start of this, the 20th over. Ben Geddes on 47, and Meekeren's into him, and he's up on his toes to a short ball. Plays this one into the offside. Good running again. Immediately setting off for the single there. Messrs Geddes and Steele. That's one more to the total. Steele back onto strike on 49.
We were talking before the start of play about Sarel Ervier, the left-handed opening partner of Dean Elgar, and you were saying he was playing for
Cookfield. He played for
not...
Cookfield, yeah. Played down in Sussex for Cookfield. Lovely fella, really is. I'm so pleased for him because he's worked so hard on his game. Great to see him making runs yesterday. And then got that brute of a ball from Ben Stokes as Steele's 50 comes up with a little open face dab down towards third man. He's played very nicely here as Cameron Steele. And you can hear there's a good crowd in with the response there to the Cameron Steele 50, 147 balls. So he's played very nicely. Surrey 115 for 1.
These two VI career bests as well, I suppose, the way this is going. Geddes 73, Steele 77. As long as they don't give it away, that's very much there for the taking.
Absolutely. As Geddes comes back onto strike on 48. He's over the wicket. And Meekeren short ball, and this is pulled by Geddes. He's got the toe end of the bat on it. It's looped over Tom Smith, but he'll get back for 2. And that will bring up the captain's 50. Very good innings this from Ben Geddes, his second 50 of the competition this season. And again, the captain getting a very warm hand here at the Kia Oval. 117 for 1. And Ben Geddes on 50.
He's a Benedict, not a Benjamin.
Well, there you are, you see.
And how does he rank in terms of young Surrey captains then? Would he potentially be the youngest?
Well, in over the wicket once again comes Van Meekeren. Good looking shot from Geddes, and drills this one out towards cover point. They'll pick up another single, one more to the total. How old is B. Geddes?
21 and 19 days.
Jamie Smith captained Surrey in this competition last season, so I'm not quite sure how old Jamie was last season, but yeah, he'd be up there with Ben Geddes. But Jamie Smith did do the captaincy last season in this competition for Surrey. He was young then. I think he was in his 20s.
Yeah,
when he did that.
22 now, so he'd been 21 as well.
Yeah.
Probably down to days then.
As this is picked up and flicked away. What a shot that is from Cameron Steele. Just on his legs, but instead of just turning it through the leg side, he's almost stood up straight and swept that for 4, and that has whistled off to the boundary rope. Cameron Steele's on to 54, and Surrey moving on to 122 for 1.
Of course, I've just realised I've got myself in a total mess, taking off the year from Jamie Smith, but then not taking off the year from Geddes. So
right.
Actually, he's pretty much, give or take, a couple of weeks, a year older, Jamie Smith, than Geddes.
Geddes, right, there you are. He's waiting. Once more is Steele on 54. Ben Geddes just leant on his batter than on striker's end as Steele this time gets a slower ball from Van Meekeren and just pushes this out for a very tidy single out there to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So they stroll one more. 20 overs gone, 30 remaining for Surrey, and they're ticking along very nicely at the moment. They're 123 for 1, so they're going along at 6s.
They are, and without too much in terms of risk. Moving the scoreboard along, picking up boundaries here, there and everywhere. Jack Taylor's going to come into the attack from the pavilion end. So Jack Taylor to bowl the leggies. He's taken 8 wickets in the competition so far, so it does actually make him joint second leading wicket taker behind Van Meekeren, who's taken 10, albeit with an economy rate of over 7 runs per over. But Jack Taylor is in now and bowling, short wide to start off with, and Steele cuts away, content with a single out to Tom Price at deep cover. Well, I say content with a single. Oh, throw gets away again, and James Bracey's never shy of letting his fielders know that the throw didn't come where he wanted it. And Dale had to be sharp, backing up from short fine leg, so it was a single after all that. 124 for 1, and he's gone inside half of the bat on that as Geddes. I'm not sure whether that was a googly or whether it was just one that didn't turn, but Geddes was playing for a bit of turn. Inside edge out towards mid-wicket for no run. Jack Taylor in and bowls another short, wide-ish delivery, which is cut. They'll think about 2. Tom Price gets the throw in, and gets the throw in where Bracey would like it. So Bracey doesn't even look at him after that, just tosses the ball back towards Jack Taylor. No applause, just business-like. That's where I want it. That's where I expect it to be every time. Jack Taylor in and bowls. That's another delivery with a bit of width on it. It's chopped away fine down towards the third man boundary, and will go for 4. And Meekeren in pursuit in the dark glasses, but was never getting there. And so that is 6 runs already off the first 4 balls of this over.
That's what Surrey have been ticking along at, the 100 partnership. So very good stuff this from Geddes and Steele. Just keeping this scoreboard moving at the moment, aren't they?
The graphics as well. I remember that from the playoff game here last year. The graphics, the Royal London graphics on the big screen. In comes Jack Taylor. He's there and bowls. Another cut shot attempted by Steele. Tried to play that quite late. Just looking to repeat the dose, I think, down to that fine third man boundary. But he succeeded in finding Van Meekeren at short third man this time, and there is no run. Jack Taylor, a little hop as he starts his run up down the pitch, hitting it in the air towards long on is Steele, but it's on the bounce and parried by the fielder at long on, who I think is Marcus Harris out there in the distance. Just actually got, well, he mistimed it enough not to get caught in the end, did Cameron Steele. He moves on to 61, 7 runs off the over from Jack Taylor, 130 for 1 after 21 overs.
Well, Marcus Harris did very well there, actually, because it sort of bounced in a horrible, awkward position. Do you remember the one he put down at Headingley in that test match, the Stokes test match? Marcus Harris was sort of in amongst all the chaos, diving forward and got his hands underneath it, and I thought he was going to go sort of same there, but he decided against it. At the end of this over, I'm going to dial down and dial up again. I'm just wondering what that is, the pneumatic drill, as Van Meekeren is coming in over the wicket, and Cameron Steele has gone, just looking to run this one down to third man, big outside edge, and Cameron Steele's very good innings comes to an end. Bracey does the rest, and Surrey are 130 for 2.
Yeah, and Van Meekeren has that ability to make something happen out of nothing. Quite a thick outside edge, but it was an easy take for James Bracey. So Van Meekeren does get the breakthrough. Actually, in the end, I thought it was going to take a poor shot to see the back of one of these two, the way that things were going. But in the end, he's not really done masses wrong there, Steele. It's just a good length, hit the pitch and carried nicely, used the pace that was there.
Good time. I'm just going to, don't worry everybody, we will be back. I'm just going to dial down and dial up again, technical term, to try and get rid of the pneumatic drill. I reckon it's at Salford's end, you know. Oh no, hang on, that's still doing that now. Now I wonder if that's electrical interference. It may be, because there's so much electronics on the balcony today. That's the thing. All right, here we go. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval on the Surrey live stream. You may have heard me just mentioning the electrics on the balcony, But I think that might be what it is. I think actually ISDN is fine. I just think there's so many bits of electrical equipment around the place at the moment with all this cricket going on that there's a bit of interference. But Cameron Steele has gone for 61, 130 for 2. Geddes 52, and he's been joined out there in the middle by Josh Blake. Ed Seaborn is still here. So Josh Blake has had a pretty good competition actually. He's working for the Surrey Cricket Foundation, then got this contract, 44, 40, couple of noughts, and then 36 against Somerset, and he's kept very, very well indeed as Josh Blake. So yeah, very, very handy cricketer is Mr. Blake, left-handed.
But at least now we can answer the question in the affirmative of, have you tried to?
Yes, we have. I do apologise. As I say, it will be electrics. That's the thing. And before everybody starts giving me advice, as in comes Van Meekeren, and Blake's off the mark straight away, pushing this one down towards third man, and they will pick up a single. And Blake is off the mark in nice, confident fashion with a single to his name. 131 for 2. But before, yes, I get advice from everybody. There isn't a huge amount we can do, because I think we had a bit of this last year. And funny enough, with the other competition going on, the 100 here, there is so much electrical equipment all around the place at the moment that we get a bit of interference. As in over the wicket comes Van Meekeren, short one, and Geddes is swaying inside that one. And that's taken by James Bracey, moving away to his right-hand side.
It's a mature piece of batting from Geddes, because if you get out hooking to the long boundary with 2 fielders out there just after you've lost Cameron Steele, then
I think he's more likely to go for the uppercut, isn't he, actually, there, Cameron Steele, than trying the hook shot. It was sort of where Cameron Steele was going with his shot. He was just looking to uppercut it down towards third man. It probably bounced a bit more on him than he was expecting. As oh, that's cut Geddes in half. Now Bracey, if he's got an edge on that, that is a brilliant catch from Bracey, but umpire Debenham says he hasn't got anything on it, but it roared back at Geddes, and it's a fantastic take from Bracey. Cut him in half, this delivery, and Bracey's flung himself, but I think it hit his elbow. From what Geddes is indicating, it hit his elbow, but that really did bounce, really bounced from Van Meekeren. And great take from James Bracey. Flung himself away, but I think it was, seeing it again on the replay, I think it did come off the elbow of Ben Geddes. Good decision that from Ben Debenham. As over the wicket again goes Van Meekeren, and this one's punched off the back foot by Ben Geddes out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll get back for 2, so back for 2 more. And Ben Geddes playing very nicely at the moment, the captain. He's on to 54, 133 for 2.
I was thinking after those 2 deliveries that Van Meekeren's bowled that maybe he's just found the right spot to hit on this pitch. Just get the lift, get that extra bounce, a quick bounce as well.
Over the wicket once again he comes, and that's full of length. That's driven by Geddes straight up the ground. Marcus Harris comes around to his left to do the fielding. And there is no run, so successful over for Van Meekeren. He picks up that wicket of Cameron Steele for 61. 22 have gone. Surrey are 133 for 2, and Ed Seaborn, I've turned to my right, is looking like Keanu Reeves in The Matrix now, because you've got your sunglasses on, old boy.
I have, yes, and unfortunately I'm beginning to feel the oncomings of a migraine, so I'm just
no, I've got some painkillers for my back if they help.
The amount of light that gets in through.
I may be able to if it gets. If it gets too bad, go and have a lie down in a darkened room, old boy. And B, I do have for my back some painkillers here. Might help. You never know your luck.
Well, yes, you do need luck with those. Jack Taylor continuing bowling to Blake, who sweeps away. Good-looking shot out towards deep backward square leg for a single. Tom Smith does the fielding. 134 for 2. Josh Blake kept in that championship match as well.
Good memory from you there, Ed Siebel.
Thank you. Yeah. Comes Jack Taylor and bowls driven into the ground, and Jack Taylor rises up off the floor to field off his own bowling above his head. No run. Came in as a replacement. Jack Taylor in, going back as Geddes, looking to drive, but he succeeds in finding the bowler once again, and there is no run. So Jack Taylor's got his line sorted so far this over. Bowl's a bit wider there, but not quite as wide as some of the deliveries in the first over. And a single is taken as Geddes drives out towards deep cover. For a moment, I thought he was going for that lofted extra cover shot, which we saw a lot from Nick Kimber's brother, Louis, in the game against Leicestershire, which Gloucestershire had prior to this, as Blake drops that one towards the bowler again. Off the back foot, there is no run. But you could certainly play that shot. Well, you could play pretty much every shot, could Louis Kimber. Blake clipping this one past Jack Taylor. There's time for a single down to long on, so 3 runs from that over. 136 for 2. Surrey, after 23 overs, he looked a proper talent, did Louis Kimber, because I know that this is a developmental competition, but at the same time he's scoring runs for fun, and he's doing it in extraordinary style as well. He apparently took some time to get his studies done, which is what more and more players are doing now. Yeah. So they're realising that the professional career can actually last quite long now. Yeah. It can last longer than it used to. So you still get the same amount of time in your professional career. You just have something sorted for afterwards.
24th over. Van Meekeren's into Blake. Nice looking shot this from Blake. Just drives it out towards extra cover. And there's no run in the Test match. England 11 without loss. So 11 without loss. Leeds has 5. Crawley has 6. Yes, Josh Blake kept for a day at Bristol. Of course, Jamie Smith injured himself and was the designated keeper. So Josh Blake came in and he kept very well for a day at Bristol. That one ending up as a draw because the last day was all washed out, wasn't it, due to the rain?
Yes, I think thankfully for all concerned.
Yes, as a short one is well played by Blake. Just sways inside this, down on one knee and taken by Bracey.
All concerned, probably with the exception of Miles Hammond, who was 75 not out, I think, from memory, and the likes of Graham Van Buren and Tom Lace, who hadn't got in. Although actually Graham Van Buren said to me afterwards that, I mean, I suppose it's a long season, he was actually happy enough not to, but Tom Lace, I think, was raring to get out there and score some runs, because of course not long after that Tom Lace lost his place in the side.
Of course, Chris Dent was not out 200 and something.
Yes, on torn ankle ligaments.
That's right, bless him. As waiting once again is Blake on 3. Meekeren is in over the wicket to him. Well, that's very short from Van Meekeren. He's got to be a little bit careful. Yeah, that'll be no ball, because umpire Debenhams just looked across towards umpire Kettleborough and he can't play a shot at that. So no ball is the signal. 2 more to the total. It's not a free hit, but it's 2 more to the total.
There's also another opportunity for that big graphic to come on the ball flying into the screen. No ball in the biggest letters that you can manage.
Shouting it down at you.
Look what you've done.
Over the wicket once again he comes, and forward goes Blake. Plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run. Well, I remember during the T20 a few years ago, they had a sign here that said, make some noise. Now, I think it was meant to be noise, but in the modern way they'd changed the S to a Z. So it actually looked like make some noise.
Make some noisettes.
Yes, noise. So, yes, but in the modern way, the S had been replaced by the Z.
Burn, why is that? We're back to culinary.
Yes, indeed. So
Culinary
everybody
again.
was asked to make some noise during the T20. As in over the wicket man, Mikarin again driving his Blake, and there's Taylor doing the fielding. And they're at extra cover, away to his right-hand side. Weather's fine at the moment. It's not sun, but it's high cloud. It's a fairly warm day as well here in South London today, but no sign of any rain, which is what we want. We don't want to have another repeat of what happened on Wednesday with the rain coming down. What I'll do at half-time is have a little look on the balcony. I wonder if there's something on the balcony that's making a bit of interference.
See whether there's a loose helicopter or
yes, or a man with a very
drill,
small pneumatic drill outside, but it's definitely, that's where the interference is coming from. As I say, there's so much equipment around now. As in over the wicket he comes again, Van Meekeren, and this is nicely played by Blake. Just opens the face of his bat, runs it away down towards third man, and they will pick up another single. So this is Surrey's last game in the competition here. Off to play Nottinghamshire on Tuesday, and then if they, obviously for both these sides, if you get into the playoffs, got another game to come and hopefully a final, and then nothing for Surrey until the 12th of September when the championship gets underway again for Surrey, because they're not involved in the first round of the second half of third half, fourth half, fifth half of the county championship season.
Yeah, Gloucestershire start off that with a local derby Somerset.
That'll be a big game, won't it? That will be a big game.
So I mean, it's the basement battle, really.
Let's get his back onto strike, and that's down the leg side by Van Meekeren. That will be a wide signal.
That was an intriguing wide signal there from Ben Devon. I think we sort of had one arm going out. Well, the arms were almost looking as though they were going to be at 90 degrees to each other then. I wondered whether there were two different scorers potentially that he had to signal to. It was just making sure that they could both see. I don't know what was going on there. I'd always like to see umpires do something a little bit different when it comes to signals. There aren't enough Billy Bowdens out there for me.
Of course, we lost Rudy Coulson.
Yes, of course, the slow finger of death.
And over the wicket comes Van Meekeren again. Short ball, and in behind it goes Geddes. Pushes this one down towards backward point, and there is no run. End of the over, 24 gone. So 4 off that over. Surrey still going along at, according to the board, 5.83. Again, I think they'll be fairly happy with where they find themselves at 140 for 2 with 26 of their 50 overs remaining.
And it was Venkat with his finger out to one
side.
I used to like that one as well. Steve Buckner with his... if you didn't get that head shake, you knew what was coming 2 hours later.
Absolutely.
No, I loved it.
I used to like it when Dickie used to just say out, wave his finger at the batter, out.
Get the sort of wheeling finger from some as well, a slow movement round. And so there's an Indian umpire, Anil Chowdhury, who you see in the IPL, who does that. Quite a fan of that one. Jack Taylor to continue, and forward goes Blake, and on drives that one calmly to Long on for a single, and moves on to 5, 141 for 2. Yeah. Nigel Long actually is another good one, I think, as Jack Taylor moves in, bowls, drive, really good piece of fielding at extra cover by Ben Wells. There is no run.
I've always wondered how long it will be until there is an umpire who, remember in the Wild West films where they pull the gun out and then blow and then put the finger back down again into the holster.
Jack Taylor bowls wide, it's slashed out towards deep cover for a single by Geddes. We'll move on to 56. But I just quite like Nigel Long's just point. So it's like, right, that is out there, nowhere else there. And also it's quite good because if the pavilion's in that direction, you can point them to the pavilion. Reverse sweep from Blake goes straight to short third man, and Dale can do the fielding, so there's no run. There's Jack Taylor once more as he tosses the ball from hand to hand before going into his short approach. Always drifted onto the pads there, and Blake be a little cross that he's not managed to get anything for that. Jared Warner's out on the field as a sub fielder at short fine leg. He fielded the ball and there was no run. Jack Taylor over the wicket to the left-handed Blake, and Blake works that one to long on crisply for a single, so 3 off the over again, and we are at the halfway mark of the innings with Surrey 143 for 2, Geddes 56 and Blake on 5. In the test match, England haven't lost a wicket yet.
Solid start.
16 without loss after 5.5 overs. Lee's 5 off 17. I'm not sure that's in the script, but Crawley 11 from 16 as he's getting there.
Just looking at what Surrey were against Somerset after 25 batting first. 118 for 3 they were. So a difference again there. But yes, I wonder, I don't think it'll be long before the umpire pulls his finger out and blows into it like the old Wild West, and then not quite sure how it will go down with the batter. But anyway, Tom Price is back into the attack down below us from the Vauxhall end. And the left-handed Blake will be on strike as Surrey have got a platform here today. As round the wicket then goes Tom Price, and Blake just waits for this, guides it away down towards third man for a single. Blake will move on to 7. Surrey moving on to 144 for 2. So interesting, Ed Seaborn saying that Gloucestershire like to chase as well. And Surrey keep ticking along at this rate. They said about 300s par here. So they should be getting somewhere near that. As over the wicket again comes Tom Price, punched off the back foot this time by Geddes, straight out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up another single, that's 1 more to the total. I know what that is. Is anybody on a walkie-talkie? That's what the pneumatic drill sound is. It's every time the walkie-talkie, don't worry, that's what the pneumatic drill sound is. I've worked it out now. As round the wicket once again. Whipped down the ground by Blake. Good shot. This has just thrown the bottom hand into it, and that whistles down the ground and away for 4. That's a very good shot from Blake. Down the ground and away for 4. So yes, if the walkie-talkie is used, every time the button gets pushed down to say out for 1, this is Bravo 20. That's what you're hearing on the commentary. So apologies for that. Round the wicket once again then. It's Price. Oh, and this is pulled by Blake off his hip, almost down on 1 knee for 6. Great shot that. Just on his hip, and it's almost like he's swept it off his hip for 6. That's a terrific shot, it really is. And into the crowd it goes. Blake's on to 17, and the Surrey 150 is up 155 for 2.
This isn't good though, because now I know what it is. I think that's actually worse when I didn't know what it was.
Anticipating the walkie-talkie. As forward goes Blake, pushes this one down towards backward point. They'll get the single. 1 more to the total. And on to 18 goes Blake. Well, we know there's an awful lot of conversation going on because we're hearing a lot of the walkie-talkie interference. 156 for 2.
Those were a couple of shots though from Blake. Wristy on drive and then easy pick up over backward square leg for 6. To talent in those shots.
As Geddes flicks this uppishly into the leg side. Now they'll look for 2 again here. Good running, really good running. Long old boundary out there towards deep backward square. They come sprinting rather than printing back for the second. And it's the end of the over. 26 have gone. A good over that for Surrey. 158 for 2, 15 off Tom Price's first over back, and he's been a little expensive today, Tom Price.
So I suppose if they'd been run out, it would have been a missprint.
Very good from you, Mr. Seaborn.
It's just realised that I mentioned the name of Chris Dent, and there might be some Surrey supporters in particular wondering where Chris Dent is and thinking that he's off at 100, but actually he's not. He injured his leg. It was described as a niggle by the club, but injured it the day before the Leicestershire game, so that's why he's not playing in this one. Josh Blake works that one into the leg side for a single out towards deep forward square leg, 159 for 2. More ambient noises. In fact, when I was here for the Championship match last year, we really did have the pneumatic drill going as Geddes drives past the outstretched hand of Jack Taylor for a single down to long off, because they were still, I think, building that one oval square
yes, of course,
at the far end of the ground, which I see a fair few people sitting out on the balcony of. Blake sweeps round the corner, second time he's done that, swept it right to Jared Warner on the 45, yard either side, and that would have been at least 2, probably 4 if he got it finer of him. Jack Taylor in and bowls, and Blake with those powerful wrists again, just whipping it down to long on for a single off the front foot. There's really nothing more in that shot than just a flick of the wrists, but you can play spin so much more easily if you've got that ability to use those wrists. Jack Taylor bowls, that's a drag down, and it's been pulled away down towards long on and over long on for 6 runs. Tend to get away with those too often with a shorter boundary, but just for a moment, or in fact more than a moment, I thought that was going straight down the throat of Marcus Harris.
I think Ben Geddes did as well, but he got it to the right of Harris just.
Here comes Jack Taylor and bowls, punched off the back foot, but straight to Ben Wells at extra cover, and there is no run. So 9 runs from that over. Surrey 167 for 2, 27 overs gone. Gloucestershire still desperately needing wickets. It's very hard to see how they're going to limit Surrey to under 300 from this position. I think even if they could just keep them around that 300 mark, that's about the best that they could hope for. They're going to need to take a few wickets in order to do that.
I suppose Jack Taylor's got a bit of a problem here as well. That Tom Price has been a little expensive today, so he's going to have to make a change. Which is going to happen now. Yeah, he's going to bring Ollie Price. Does he prefer Ollie? Okay, Ollie Price into the attack. Face his brother. 67 for 2. Again, spin. A lot of spin in this Gloucestershire attack. So, Jack Taylor, I have to say, is a cricketer I've always admired. In the fact how he reinvents himself. So obviously he couldn't bowl for a while, reinvented himself as a leg spinner. I've always enjoyed watching him bat that outrageous bat lift of his. But and obviously captaining as well. He's a good cricketer, isn't he?
He's had a terrific year in the Royal London. He's Gloucestershire's leading run scorer, despite the fact he comes in at number 6. 302 runs, averaging over 60, 3 half-centuries, strike rate 116.
Here's Ollie Price then with his off breaks coming right on round the wicket to the left-handed Blake, who just pushes this one up to Jack Taylor. In there at a straightish mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Signed a 2-year extension as well.
Forward goes Blake, turns this one straight down the ground. He'll get a single down there towards long on. Ooh, England are 1 down. And I hate to say it, Zach Crawley gone for 13.
Caught by...
No, LBW. Spinner this time, Maharaj. Now, if it's turning, I might not get to see a huge amount tomorrow. As Geddes... Well, we saw Leach get it to turn yesterday. Punching this one off the back foot is Geddes out there towards the sweeper on the cover rope, and he'll pick up a single. He's on 67, 169 for 2.
He's a beautiful bowler to watch, Maharaj, as well. Sometimes slow left arm can be not the prettiest form of the art, but he bowls beautifully.
As this one's tucked off the back foot by Blake. He'll get a single down there to long, and I've always described left arm spinners as like the Artful Dodger, really good ones. They're going to pick your pocket. They're always the naughty ones, I think, as well. As this one's pulled into the leg side. Out there towards deep mid wicket by Ben Geddes. He moves on to 68. 171 for 2. Who is he, like? Tough. Axel Patel. You know, really, yeah, they're just naughty, aren't they? As this one's looking to sweep his Blake, gets nothing on it, so it's down the leg side, nicely taken by Bracey. And they're going to pick your pocket, that's the thing. There's more to the total, 172 for 2. Round the wicket again goes Ollie Price. This is cut by Blake behind square on the offside. They'll get back for a couple. Looking shot again from Blake. He's on to 24, but the running again excellent by Surrey today. 28 overs gone. And Surrey are 174 for 2.
It's that drift that Maharaj gets, which I think is what for me makes him such. I mean, the trajectory of his deliveries are just so pleasing to watch because of that drift and then turn, or maybe it doesn't drift, maybe it just goes on with the arm. But the fact that he gets that ball swerving into the right hander as well as turning away from them makes him a rather tricky proposition.
Well, I hope that at some point, there's not long to go, but it'd be lovely to watch Maharaj and Armour together.
Yeah.
In this country, here might be the game if the sun comes out again. But I think that'd be tremendous to see Armour and Maharaj.
And it was a fairly one-sided Test series. I think Bangladesh went on to win the ODI series against South Africa, but the Test series was superb to watch just because, like you say, you had Maharaj and Harmer bowling in tandem. Zafar Gohar is returning from the pavilion end. Is worked to mid-wicket. No run by Ben Geddes, fielded by Ben Charlesworth. At mid-wicket, Zafar 5 overs 1 for 21 with the new ball. He's in and bowling a drive which comes off a thick outer half of the bat from Geddes towards backward point, so it's a dot. Gloucestershire going back to their, I guess, premium spinner. Try and break this burgeoning partnership. Geddes drives and won't pick up a run there either, as it's fielded at extra cover for no run. I was thinking it seemed a little bit darker than earlier, but then of course I've got my sunglasses on, so that partly explains it. As Zafar is driven out towards deep cover by Geddes for a single, and he will move to 69, 175 for 2.
I find that with the curtains as well, Ed Seaborn, that if they're closed, it always seems a lot darker outside than it actually is when you open
your eyes as well. Then it gets really dark.
Very dark indeed. Yeah. They're very good sunglasses, those, I must say. Very modern and trendy.
Is it? Yeah. Well, I do nothing if not set the trends.
Absolutely marvellous.
Zafar over the wicket to the left-handed Blake. Blake clips this one through square leg. They'll be thinking about pushing hard for 2 here, but it's not on. Smith running in from deep backward square is able to keep it down to the single. 176 for 2. Blake onto 25. Yeah, not sure, are they really loud enough to be considered trendy? You've got to have something loud about them, I think, now. So that's punched into the ground, and irritatingly for Zafar Gohar, over his head and down to long off for a single by Ben Geddes. He hit that so hard into the ground it just went boing over the head of Zafar, who I'd imagine that's rather frustrating, really, when you force the batter to hit it straight into the ground and you still go for a single. I'd be annoyed, but then a lot of things annoy me. 177 for 2.
Ollie's found cake.
Overs.
Ollie's found cake here as well. There you are. Look, Ed Seaborn. Ollie's found cake. Not only did he get a flat white.
Carrot cake.
Yes, it is. I'm being good at the moment.
My day is made.
Yes, I'm being very good at the moment. Thank you, Ollie. Well done, old boy.
Where'd you get that from?
Ollie's so talented. He's just baked it. He's just. Oh, your mum. Is that from your mum? Oh, as driving is Ben Geddes. Started the 30th over. Ollie Price down below us from the Vauxhall lead. I really wish I wasn't being good now, because that looks remarkably good.
It looks fantastic, and this is the first cake that I've had on commentary, as it were, this season.
As Bryce is in, round the wicket. This one's turned by Blake in there to short mid-wicket. Well, do thank your mum. But Do you think your mum, when I come off my diet, might make another one so that I can? Yeah, lovely. As down the pitch comes Blake driving, thickish edge, just got done a touch in the flight there, and 2 more to the total, 2 more to Blake. He's on to 27, 180 for 2. That's the 50 partnership between Blake and Geddes, who batted very well together at Guildford in the opening game against Gloucestershire, as this one's turned into the leg side by Blake down towards long on. They'll pick up a single, 1 more to the total, 181 for 2.
And of course nothing happens if you don't take a photo of it.
No, well, you have to.
I now have.
Yes, yes. Ollie Price is in, this will be a wicket. Geddes is gone, looking to go down the ground, over long off, thick edge, and it has just looped to short third. And wow, the change in bowling, a little forced really, but replacing his brother Tom Price has brought Geddes' very fine innings to an end. And Ben Geddes, the captain, is on his way. He's played very well there for 71 and 181 for 3.
I understand why he was looking to get on top of Ollie Price, because Gloucestershire have turned this way and that in terms of the bowling. Ollie Price being the 7th bowler, I think, used by Gloucestershire so far. So they haven't found it easy trying to find a combination that can keep the runs down. And so if that goes for 6, then Jack Taylor's really got a headache. But as it is, sliced it away. Not exactly sure whether it was a bit of a change of pace that potentially did him, but sliced to Charlesworth at backward point, and a key wicket that for Gloucestershire entering the final 20. It's not an adage that I love, that the old double the score after 30, but equally the score is very likely to get accelerated by a distance with that number of wickets in hand. And with Geddes batting through the innings and everybody able to bat round him, then Surrey actually every chance of doubling the score and potentially more. So key wicket that for Gloucestershire and for Ollie Price, who's picked up his 2nd wicket of the competition. Hasn't always bowled masses, but then, to be honest, a lot of the time he hasn't necessarily been needed to bowl too much, because in Gloucestershire's home games it's been the 3 spinners of Zafar, Smith and Jack Taylor who've done the majority of the bowling. They haven't really needed too much else in terms of spin, but good to see him getting that wicket, and I suppose a 2nd means a career best for him is on the cards potentially.
Well, just noticed Ali Mitchell rang the bell at Lord's this morning. Isn't that lovely? Test match specials, Ali Mitchell.
She's been busy, she's been doing 100.
She's everywhere, is Ali. As Sheridan Gums, his first delivery, just turned into the leg side. So looking forward to watching Sheridan Gums again. Shaped up very nicely in his first 2 games, but well bowled Ollie Price. But great innings that from Ben Geddes of 71. 30 gone then, 20 left. And Surrey here on BBC Radio London and on BBC Radio Bristol, 181 for 3. Well, go on then, Ed Seaborn, have a bit of Ollie's mum's cake and tell us what it's like. Don't just sit there with it. You have to do a taste test.
I have to multitask.
Come on, off you go. Come on then. It's on the Surrey live stream at the moment. You may just be hearing the noise of Mr. Ed Seaborn. It looks superb. It's got a lovely creamy top to it. Looks a very nice, soft. Ah, there you are. That's
good.
Well done, Ollie's mum. Tremendous slice of carrot cake. You're all right there, Ed Seaborn?
I'm just having a moment.
Well done, I'll wait.
Right.
Excellent.
Right, with the mouthful of cake, then in comes Zafar Gohar. Bowls. Oh, play and a miss from Blake. Slightly indeterminate shot away from his body outside off stump there from Josh Blake. Got icing all over my fingers.
Yes. Well worth it though. Looks an absolutely magnificent slice.
Zafar in and bowls. Clipped away to mid-wicket with the turn by Blake. There is no run.
It just looks a nice coating of icing on the top of that as well. It's always the best bit.
Yeah, I think so too. It goes with the carrot cake. Worked away down towards long on for a single, 182 for 3. It is beautifully moist. to say. It's got texture to it, but it is wonderfly moist and light. I could probably, and shouldn't do, eat about 3 or 4 slices.
Well,
of that.
you are a man that I've never seen you put weight on before, Mr. Seaborn, so I think you'd be fine. Whereas I just looked at that and put on half a stone. Just smelt it. And I've put on some timber.
No, the problem is, Zaffa is in and bowls to Blake forward and defending the ball up the pitch for no run. So clearly thinking that Zaffa Gohar is the main threat here. They're just looking to block him out.
He hasn't got many left, has he, either?
Zaffa is in, worked away, but not for runs by Gums. Pardon me, I've been calling him Blake, but it's actually Gums, not Strike. I do apologise. Thinking too much about cake and not the fact that there are 2 left-handers out there at the moment. Zaffa bowling to Gums, who clips away out towards deep backward square. They could get off the mark with a single out towards Tom Smith. 183 then for 3 after 31 overs, so Gums will keep the strike.
I suppose the one thing that Jack Taylor will think to himself is, with this slightly inexperienced Surrey batting lineup, has he got a chance now to sort of pull this innings back a touch for Gloucestershire? But still to come, Tom Laws, who batted extremely well, and I wonder if Nick Kimber might come up the order a bit, actually. It will be Laws next, I would have thought, but they might bump, and Nico Reefer, they might bump Kimber up and let him go, because that's exactly what he did against Warwickshire. Here is Ollie Price, then round the wicket to Sheridan Gums, who's turning this very neatly and tidily down towards long on. He'll take a single. Sheridan Gums. More to him. He moves on to 2. 184 for 3. Back onto strike comes Blake on 29. Ollie Price is round the wicket to Blake, and Blake the on drive, punched away down the ground. Pick up a single. Blake, he moves on to 30, so he moves on to 185 for 3.
Adrian Thomas has been in touch.
Hello, Adrian.
He does believe that Ben Geddes is the youngest captain.
Good. There's driving once again. It's Sheridan Gums, quick single, taken up towards mid-off. Marcus Harris with the fielding. Gums move on to 3, 186 for 3. Well, that's 2 very young captains that Surrey have had in this competition. 2 consecutive seasons then, Jamie Smith and Ben Geddes. Tossed up again by Ollie Price, pushed by Blake, down there towards short extra cover. Again, there's no run. That run rate has just come down a touch the last couple of overs. Blake is forward, whips this one down the ground again, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Nick Kimber come in next, actually. And more to the total. Moves on to 31, Gums on 3. Just has a little look behind him. He's had too many men outside the circle there for a second. They're going to push another man back on the leg side, but they've already got the 4 out as Price is in and Gums lays back and cuts out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And they'll pick up 1 more. End of the over, tidy over that, and actually Ollie Price has bowled very tidily in his 3 overs so far, and Surrey after 32 with 18 left for 188 for 3, but Ollie Price 1 for 16 off his 3.
Yeah, it's been a good move as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. Got the key wicket of Geddes. He's tall, is Ollie Price, so maybe potentially getting a bit more bounce out of this green tinged surface than maybe some of the other Gloucestershire spinners, although Zaffa Gohar does generate turn and bounce, of course, but maybe just that little bit of extra height providing a point of difference for him. I suppose, of course, he is the only off spinner as well. Jack Taylor and the 2 slow left armers got somebody turning the ball the other way. Speaking of the matrix, Mark Church was just doing some matrix-like moves away to my right. Oh, slog sweep attempted here from Gums, and he's missed it. Ricochets off his ricochets off a pad and out away into the offside, but they can't come through for a run. So that was a little more attacking against Zaffer, who's starting his 8th over. Intriguing to see whether he just bowls through now. He might do. Zaffer in, and Gums works this one down the ground towards wide long on. They're thinking about 2 here, but it's quite a short throw for Ollie Price, even though he's had to move a fair way to his left there.
Will Jack Taylor be looking just at the back end of the innings? That's going to be the interesting thing.
Van Meekeren would probably be the number 1 choice. Down the pitch comes Blake. There's an appeal for leg before, which has to be said is somewhat optimistic, I think, even if there was no bat involved, because not only did he get down the pitch, but I think also outside the line of off stump. Leg bye taken into the offside. Zaffer bowls to Gums, quick delivery which has the beating of Sheridan Gums on the inside edge as well. Bit of turn as well, and that will please Surrey more so than Gloucestershire at this stage, I think.
Yeah, they got the 2 in there, and Cameron Steele and Yusuf Majid today.
Zaffer Gohar bowls, worked away into the leg side. Good tumbling stop from Jack Taylor at mid-wicket, prevents the single. So still keeping things tight here as Zaffer is good economy rate, picked up the early wicket. He's in and bowls leading edge this time from Gums, and could be run out but for a really rather wild throw from Charlesworth that pulls Bracey well away from the stumps. Bracey tried to parry it under the stumps, think still would have had him if he'd managed to hit, but missed, and Gloucestershire have messed up the opportunity to run out Gums there, who I'm not sure if he was just disoriented because the ball went
he just
the
shot
opposite
off.
way from where he
just shot off, and absolutely quite rightly Blake wasn't going anywhere, and Charlesworth had a lot more time than he thought. I think he could have actually steadied himself and just underarmed it back, but as it is, that's a chance. But good last 4 overs, just the 9 runs off the last 4 for Gloucestershire. So they're just, as I say, pulling this back now with 17 overs left. And that's why I'm wondering whether Nick Kimber might come in next, because he is very capable of sort of getting going ball 1. He did it against Somerset, actually. It wasn't a huge score from him against Somerset on Wednesday. 15 off 10 balls, but he started with 3 fours. Ollie Price, round the wicket he comes to Blake, who's sweeping. Shout for LBW given from round the wicket, and Blake's looking to sweep, and umpire Debenham has a long look, and Ollie Price here has come into the attack and picked up Geddes and now Blake. So Blake goes for 31 and Surrey are 190 for 4.
It was a bit of a slow death from Ben Debenham there, actually. He took his time, and then a slow raise of the finger. We can see on live picture feed now Ollie Price just talking everybody through exactly how he just completely defeated Josh Blake there. But 2 wickets for the first time in List A cricket in the same innings, that is, for Ollie Price. So the drinks are on him tonight as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, no matter what, because he's claimed his career best List A figures, but just looking to sweep, and I'm not sure, because I'm afraid I missed the replay, so I'm not able to tell you how out or not out it was. But to start with, the way that it went off, I thought he top edged it actually, but off the pad, and Ben Debenham sent Blake on his way. So a couple of quick wickets for Gloucestershire. If they can get a couple more, they'll really be starting to think about restricting Surrey to around about that 300 mark, or maybe even slightly under.
Well, Linko Reefer out there in the middle. Coming off the back of his best score in List A cricket against Somerset, 70 for Nico Reefer from 85 balls with 7 fours and 1 6. I think he's better when he's got a bit of time to get in, Nico Reefer. He's still got some time here to have a look. I just wondered whether they might have thought about sending Kimber in against the spinners, because he can give it the old long handle, Kimber, but sticking with Reefer and then Laws and then Kimber. As Price will get the bowler the right-hander here, coming into Nico Reefer in his first ball. Reefer's forward, pushing this one out into the offside. Tom Smith's going through his warm-up routine. He's still got 5 up his sleeve as Tom Smith. This is over the wicket once again. That short pull by Reefer straight up the ground for 4. So Nico Reefer has pulled that ball straight down the ground for 4 runs, and Reefer's off the mark with a boundary, and it's 194 for 4.
The bit I liked more so than the shot itself was that swagger after it. He enjoyed that one. This is sort of slightly don't quite know exactly what to do with the hands after that, but then just styled it out with some swagger there, Reefer, and why not? You can play a shot like that. It was brutal.
Yep, absolutely smashed it. He's got it out of his system now as well, which is good. As Ollie Price is over the wicket to him, tosses this one up. Reefer's driving up towards mid-off, who stumbled a touch as he set off, and Tom Smith does the fielding. I think it had been safe if the throw had hit, but he just stumbled as he got going there. Did Nico Reefer. He's on to 5, and Surrey move on to 195 for 4. Ollie's mum's cake is tantalisingly just within Ed Seaborn's reach, as Sheridan Gums will get a single, just working Price down the ground very sensibly for 1 more. 96 for 4 Surrey. 1 ball left of this, the 34th of Surrey's 50 overs. Nico Reefer, the right-hander, on strike, and he's beaten all ends up by Price here. And that has turned and bounced. It's a lovely bit of bowling from Price. Beats the edge, beautifully taken by Bracey. So Ollie Price here is putting his name down in the spin contingent for Gloucestershire, but that's a very nice bit of bowling. Yep, a little bit, just went on with the arm and bounced. And very nicely bowled that from the off-spinner. End of the over, 34 have gone, 16 remain, and Surrey are 196 for 4.
That delivery was not too dissimilar to the sort of balls that Tim David was bowling in that playoff game last year. The off break that you're thinking might just straighten, and it just goes on with the arm a little.
The non-spinning off break. It's a deadly delivery.
It is, exactly, and it's you know, the same thing with Maharaj and his drift. He doesn't need to turn the ball if you can get your slow left arm delivery swerving into the right-hander. You just can't get it into your head what the ball's going to do. Tom Smith back into the attack from the pavilion end, bowling to Gums, who turns that one off a shorter length from Smith into the leg side out towards Tom Price, out to deep mid-wicket, and a single is taken. 197 for 4. So they're not going to be wrestling the ball out of the hands of Ollie Price for a little while, I'm thinking. It just allows Gloucestershire to get a few overs deeper into that death period, just eat up a few overs apart from anything else, but he's doing more than that at the moment, taking a couple of wickets. Smith bowls, driven firmly by Reefer past extra cover. Jack Taylor can't quite get away to his right hand side and stop it. 198 for 4. I see England have lost a second wicket on the stroke of lunch to, I think, the last ball before lunch.
Again,
Ollie
that's what happened on day 1.
LBW Maharaj for 5. Yeah, that's not looking great for tomorrow, is it? Smith is in, and Gums with the wrists works it down to long on for another single. 199 for 4. So these on 12, but Maharaj on first change. 3 overs from Ngidi, and Maharaj came straight on. 3 overs, 2 for 6. That doesn't look particularly promising, as
yeah,
said.
well, this afternoon's looking.
Yeah. Smith in and bowls, and drive from Reefer down the ground to long off, and that's the 200 up for Surrey. The applause starts to ripple around the oval, this wonderful ground. Just, I do so love coming here, just the noise of the oval. It's just got a different noise from everywhere else. Smith in and bowls. Oh, very quick flat delivery from Smith, which is pulled hard out to deep mid-wicket for a single by Sheridan Gums.
Proper round on that from Tom Smith, wasn't it? Really did.
Yes.
Just whiz it down there.
Not quite Kedar Jadhav. Do you remember?
Yes.
Do you remember him bowling in the well, actually in international cricket as well as the IPL? Just couldn't get any more round arm spin than that. But the arm angle just dropping and dropping from Smith. He's gone for a runner ball so far off this over. In and bowling to Reefer forward and just defending away into the covers. So it'll be a dot ball to finish. 5 runs from the over. Gloucestershire will pretty much take that at this stage. 201 for 4 on Surrey after 35 overs. Smith 6 overs for 36. So I mean, really, apart from Zafar, everybody's got overs. Jack Taylor's got the options up his sleeve. It's just which ones to use. Yeah. I think Van Meekeren will bowl a few at the death. That tends to be the way things go. Tom Price actually.
He might bowl Ollie Price through.
Well, if he can, I'm sure he will. Yeah.
Because he's not going for runs, and he's picked up a couple of wickets.
If he can, I just think he'd just keep him going until such time as potentially is hit out of the attack, if that ever happens.
Well, 201 for 4. Gums will be on strike. We're whipping through these overs as well. 36th already. Around the wicket goes Ollie Price to the left-handed Gums, who's working this one straight down the ground to Tom Smith. Now pick up another single, 1 more to the total. Gums on to 10. 202 for 4.
Leicestershire went 9 minutes over the cut-off time and nothing happened.
Well, it doesn't really tend to these days. As in over the wicket once again comes Price. This is drilled back down the pitch by Reefer, and there's no run. I think what should happen is they should be made to have to wait for 9 minutes on the coach before leaving. That'll hurry him up, wouldn't it? You know what cricketers are like, is this one Reefer's pushing off the back foot, but at the moment they're tying this down. And that's why I just wondered whether Kimber might get bumped up the order a touch against the spinners.
How about if they not only had to come into the circle, but also had to sit down?
Yes, there is that. All 9 of your fielders have to sit down. Every minute you're late, someone has to sit down. As driving back up the pitch is Reefer. And again, Price, nice control. Into his 5th over, 2 for 23.
Well, that's the amount of time you have to wait before you get the lunch.
Yes. No, I think it should be the coach trip back. As in over the wicket once again goes Price. This one's turned into the leg side. Reefer again can't find a run. So at the moment, Nico Reefer just struggling to get himself off strike here. As he waits over his bat once more. In comes Price to him, and Reefer turns this one short on the leg side. Will pick up a single. And Nico Reefer moves on to 8. And again, tidy over, just the 2 runs off it from Mr. Ollie Price. 14 remain. And Surrey are 203 for 4.
These overs, I don't mean any disrespect to Ollie Price at all, but it's such a bonus having this from Ollie Price as your 7th bowler to go to. Bowl 5 overs, 2 for 24. It really has been terrific stuff from Ollie Price, and he's got seemingly got his pace absolutely spot on for this surface. Just not massively slow, but not firing it through either. It's just bowling a nice pace, maybe generating a bit of bounce. It's been really good so far from Ollie Price. It's Tom Smith to continue, and Reefer gets a delivery on leg stump, which he turns away towards square leg, fielded by the fielder from short fine. So 204 for 4. Reefer to 9, and left-hand combination back now. Surrey, Smith going over and round, back over the wicket now for the left-handed Gums. Smith is in and bowls, another delivery which is worked away into the leg side. Just a fraction of turn there from Smith, but nothing too alarming. 205 for 4. I would be, well, obviously one of the questions I'll ask at the end of play is what would you have done had you won the toss, and be intriguing to see how this pitch plays as it goes along. Will it turn more as the day goes on? Maybe Gloucestershire felt it would do that and actually did want to bat first as well, for all I know. Reefer drives, keeps the face of the blade quite open, so sends it down to long off.
Have most of their wins in the competition come chasing though?
Yes, I think so. So 206 for 4. Well, those back-to-back wins at Bristol came chasing, and then it was the way that Gloucestershire almost had the 360 odd chased down against them as well. Death bowling when you're chasing, you sort of feel as if no total's safe. Reverse sweep comes out from Gums and picks out the fielder. That's a short, wide third man, and Wells does the fielding. I'm not saying that's necessarily the way they would be thinking, but it's the way with a lot of sides in this competition, because death bowling is not something which is particularly prevalent. It's one of the things with Leicestershire, and they've got Buren Hendricks in particular, a terrific exponent at the death. As Gums, not for the first time, it's not a leading edge actually, it's just that it hasn't sort of turned the face of the bat on it and sent it into the leg side. He's worked it wristily with the bat facing the bowler back to Tom Smith, so it's another dot. Just the 3 runs from this over so far. Smith is there and bowls. Gums turns that one to mid-wicket for no runs. Smith with the hand up in the air, a la Liam Dawson. He does that just about every single ball that he bowls. Oh.
And he used to score a goal, didn't he? It was the one arm up in the air from Shearer.
206 for 4 then, after 37 overs. Gums 11, Reefer 10.
Yeah, very good this from Gloucestershire. I think there's a combination here of some good bowling and just trying Surrey to find some gaps and move the scoreboard around. No, they don't want to sort of lose more wickets, but at the moment that sort of momentum that Surrey had has been stopped here by Gloucestershire.
Gums 11, it sounded a bit like a sort of incorrect bingo call.
Yes, I mean, well, yes, I went to bingo the other night. Well, it was marvellous. As Reefer will be the man on strike. I nearly got a full house at one point.
Was it Mark Church bingo?
No, it was a proper bingo.
What things could we have on Mark Church bingo?
Someone's done that once before. As Ollie Price continues
really?
From the Vauxhall end, and this one's punched straight back up the pitch by Reefer. And there is no run. So it almost got a line at one point, and then almost got a full house. Very exciting. As over the wicket again goes Ollie Price, and this is punched by Reefer. He will get a single this time, straight down the ground. Nico Reefer moves on to 11.
Somebody actually created Mark Church bingo.
I seem to remember they did. 207 for 4.
Somebody please send it to me at EdCricket6. I want to see on Twitter. I want to see what was included.
There were a few in there. 207 for 4. Waiting is Gums on 11. As round the wicket goes Ollie Price to him, and the left-handed Gums can't get this away. This is excellent stuff from Ollie Price. Into his 6th over now. 2 for 25 for Ollie Price. Once more does Gums, just moving that man behind square on the leg side a little finer now. It's Price from round the wicket as Gums whips this one leg side, won't find a run again. So just a little bit of pressure building up here on Sheridan Gums, because that scoreboard's got a bit stuck at the moment. As round the wicket once again, and here goes Sheridan Gums, good lad, slog sweep away for 6, and that just relieves a little bit of the pressure. That's good batting from Sheridan Gums. He's picked the right one to go after and swung Ollie Price into the stand for 6. He's on to 17. It's 213 for 4.
I'd love to know the speed of that off the bat. Sometimes in some international competitions you see that. I'd love to know how quickly that one travelled.
Waits again, and this time's looking to flick round that front pad. That's rolling back up the pitch to Ollie Price. End of the over then, 213 for 4. Surrey, 38 overs gone, 12 remain, with Gums on 17 and Reefer on 11.
In baseball terms, it's the exit velocity. They're all about exit velocity and launch angle at the moment.
Oh, they love it, don't they?
Yeah.
They love all that stuff.
Those new advanced metrics.
Yes. The launch angle.
Yeah.
Up there with microphone in your coffee. Elsewhere, Hampshire are 144 for 5.
Oh, they might lose again.
Well, yes, they're on an amazing run at the moment,
Hell
aren't they?
might freeze over.
Yorkshire 200 for 1 against Kent in the 36th over. Northamptonshire 254 for 2 after 36 against Lancashire at Blackpool. But they're quite small boundaries there. Now, Escanaz is still going for Middlesex at Radlett, and he's now 80 not out. Robson 75, they're 180 for 1 against Warwickshire. Here's Tom Smith.
Round the wicket, bowling to Reefer. Reefer drives in the air. Oh, what a catch from Tom Smith off his own bowling. That's an incredible grab. One-handed away to his left-hand side at full stretch. And Reefer's gone. I don't think he's going to be able to believe what's just happened there. Tom Smith is still so agile. And he's taken that low down. And the other thing is he's sort of taken it in his fingertips almost, which has meant that the ball couldn't slide along the floor, and then the ball technically touches the ground. That's a terrific catch from Tom Smith, and Surrey at 213 for 5.
Yeah, brilliant catch of his own bowling by Tom Smith. Really, really good low catch to his left. We've been blessed with a couple. Matt Renshaw took an amazing catch at slip here a couple of days ago, and that was a very good one. And good stuff from Tom Smith, and very good from Gloucestershire this. As I say, just shutting this Surrey innings down a touch at the moment. And Tom Laws making his way out there into the middle. Batted very well a couple of days ago against Somerset, did Tom Laws. A couple of 50s, back-to-back 50s in this competition for Tom Laws, and opening the bowling. But against Somerset, 60 off 49 balls, following up his 57 not out against Sussex off 60 balls.
I remember reading, because I have a feeling it was during the Lancashire game, which Gloucestershire had at Bristol, and Tom Laws made his debut, I think, in that round, potentially anyway. It was the first time I'd seen his name anyway, so I had a look on the Kia Oval website, and the build-up is just magnificent. Surrey through and through. Laws is the complete all-rounder and a dynamic fielder. I mean,
yeah,
he certainly lived up to that.
Absolutely. It's a big, bold statement that on the Surrey website before he played, but actually, to be fair to the lad,
he has.
He really has. He really has.
Confidence is not a bad thing in sport. In comes Smith and bowls to Laws, and Laws is beaten by a ball which doesn't turn and goes right between bat and pad.
Nicely bowled by Tom Smith.
So he took the pace off that one again, and I'm starting to think the way that Ollie Price has bowled as well, that this is just another one of those surfaces where potentially, and of course you can't bowl every ball slow, otherwise it really does start to become predictable. You start getting whacked out the ground, but the slower you bowl, sometimes the better the outcome. That's also not the quickest delivery from Smith, and Laws just pushes that one away into the covers, and there's no run. The run rate for the innings is now getting down towards 5.5 and over, and it was nudging 6.5 seemingly not that long ago. As Smith bowls, that's poked into the leg side by Laws. The net has tightened on the Surrey batters now, with mid-wicket in close, who fielded that one. That's Ollie Price. And then extra cover in tight backward point and short third man are in pretty close, as well as Laws looks to drive, doesn't particularly time it. The ball will dribble just past Smith and go to mid-on, but not be a run, with Harris up inside the ring. So they've got 6 in the ring at the moment, Gloucestershire. They've brought an extra fielder up. Smith bowls to Laws, driven into the gap, past extra cover. They're thinking about 2 here. Oh, they're going to go for it. The throw comes into the striker's end, and it's not in time. And I'm not really sure that Surrey ought to have got 2 there. I don't think Tom Price thought that they were going to come back. think he picked the ball up, got quickly to the ball, and thought that would be enough to discourage them. There was sort of a moment of, oh, hang on, I've got to throw this. So 2 runs to Laws, those the only runs off the over though. Would have been a wicket maiden if he managed to finish that off, Tom Smith, but really good over. 8 overs, 1 for 41 of Smith's figures, and it's 215 for 5 now, the Surrey score, with 11 overs to go.
Yes, indeed, and Ollie Price is going to continue, understandably. He's a couple of wickets, but may bowl 10 here, Ollie Price. As Mr. Seaborn's gone in for another big bite of Ollie's mum's carrot cake, which does look magnificent.
Not
really
Price's,
does.
that is. Not
I beg your pardon, we
Price's.
can't hear a word of that because you've got a mouthful of carrot cake.
Not
so.
Ollie Price's mum's carrot cake.
Oh, sorry, no, not Ollie Price's. Ollie behind us. Ollie Price's mum might make a very good carrot cake as well.
I'm sure she does.
I'm sure she does. So, that's all we heard really there from you, Ed Seaborn, at that point with "What I want, Mum." So it's going to be Sheridan Gums on strike with a mouthful of carrot cake there, Ed Seaborn, and Ollie Price is going to continue from the Vauxhall end of the ground into his 7th over now. Round the wicket he comes to Sheridan Gums, and Gums is looking to flick leg side, hits the thigh guard. Bracey gets round to do the fielding. And more to the total with the leg by.
7 overs on the bounce now for Ollie Price, and like you say, he may well bowl out, because at the moment there's only been 1 4 and then that 6 that Sheridan Gums hit in terms of boundaries of his bowling, in addition to the 2 wickets.
Excellent. Yes. Over the wicket he comes to Tom Laws. Laws is forward. Right-handed, of course, Tom Laws just pops this one out into the offside, rolls out there towards extra cover, and there's no run. Once again is Price. Laws uses his feet, drives up towards mid-off. No run there. Tom Smith holds the ball back at the stumps. Elsewhere, Essex, 165 for 5. 35th over against Worcestershire. Of course, Somerset and Sussex starting at 2 o'clock. This one's turned by Laws into the leg side. They'll pick up 1. They're going to come back for the 2nd again. It's good running. Been a feature of Surrey in this 50-over competition has been their running between the wickets. Pick up a couple more. 218 for 5.
There was nothing, I don't think, that could have been done about that one. That was perfectly placed between the 2 fielders. Van Meekeren throwing off balance.
Price is in again, and down the pitch comes Laws, and Price saw him coming. A little flatter, a little quicker. Laws adjusted and just pushes this one down the ground for another single.
It's good cricket, that.
Good cricket. To 5 goes Laws, 219 for 5. We saw Sir Geoffrey at Scarborough because he was signing copies of his new book for 3 days.
Wow, there were that many people wanting the signatures.
There were, and there was an amazing PA announcement. I remember the person's names. Round the wicket comes Price, and this one's turned by Gums straight into short mid-wicket. There's Taylor to do the fielding. The end of the over, so 10 remaining. Final power play coming up. Surrey are 219 for 5 at 30. They were 181 for 2. So that's been a good 10 overs there from Gloucestershire. It's the announcer game during the morning session. Would Jim, who's been to see Sir Geoffrey and has his signed copy of his book, would Jim please come to the shop, because you've left your copy of the book behind and you can pick it up from the shop. Afternoon session was another message for Jim. You've still not been to pick up your signed copy of Sir Geoffrey's book from the shop, but it's sitting there waiting for you. If you would come and get it, please. And in the last session of the day, with about 10 overs, if anyone's called Jim in the ground, would they like to come in? And yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But no, Sir Geoffrey was there for 3 days at Scarborough. So, very, very good. Now, Gohar's got a couple to go. Smith's got a couple to go. Price has got 3 to go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 of them. With 10 to go. Probably go with spin, I would have thought, because they're finding it tough at the moment.
Exactly, until such time as it doesn't work, I think keep going with it. And sometimes spin at the death does actually work and picks up wickets as well as keeping the runs down. Of course, at other times it absolutely is a no-no and goes the distance, but we'll have to see what happens here with, as Mark Church mentioned, 1 over remaining in this. Not 1 over. We're now into power play 3. So that's driven away into the covers by Laws for no run. So Gloucestershire can put an extra fielder outside the circle, but at the moment they have elected not to. Feel the pressure's on, so they've got 5 in the ring. Smith in and bowling. That's driven away towards deep backward point. They'll be thinking about 2 again here. Tom Price gets the throw in, but quick between the wickets, these two. And Tom Price looks thoroughly disgusted with things, but it was always going to be 2.
Yeah, it's difficult, really is difficult for him, because there's so much space out there that as long as you get it in the right area, you can always get back for the second.
221 for 5. Smith in and bowls a sweep shot. Big shout for leg before wicket from Smith, but I fancy that pad might have been outside the line of off stump there. That was my initial reaction, even just from the slightly off angle, and Richard Kettleborough, his arms just easily by his side, not for moving. Cut shot here towards short third man. There'll be a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and that's another well-taken single. And Maker couldn't exactly, pardon me, it's Dale, couldn't exactly attack that ball because it was coming at him quite quickly, and he had to read the spin as well, with the ball slicing away towards him. Recognising all that was Gums running to what would have been the danger end. So 2 for 5. In comes Smith and bowls, reverse sweep in the air and straight to backward point, who takes a simple catch. Ben Wells takes it, and double Nelson strikes for Surrey. Gums going for the reverse sweep and finding the one man really who could have done anything about that. And it's another wicket for Gloucestershire. Smith gets his second. And 6 down now for 222 Surrey.
Yeah, Surrey just losing their way here. I think it's a little bit of inexperience really, as much as anything, but it's well bowled by Tom Smith, and Gloucestershire have sort of pulled this around very, very well indeed, but Sheridan Gums never really got going there. Makes his way slowly back, and this will bring Nick Kimber out to the middle. Now, he is the one Surrey player that can sort of launch it from ball 1, and they might need him to do a bit of that here against the spinners. Of course, he had that extraordinary innings against Warwickshire where that game ended as a tie. I think somebody had 110 off the last 10 or something along those lines, and he smashed 84 or 51 balls with 6 4s and 6 6s, and then Surrey got it with Matthew Dunn to scores level, and then Matthew Dunn was bowled with the first ball of the last over by Liam Norwell. But it was a terrific innings from Nick Kimber, so they need a bit of that from him now as he joins Tom Laws out there in the middle.
And I think that was one of several games which I kind of took my eye off, as it were. You can't take your eye off these games because, for example, that Durham match against Somerset where Ben Green hit 150 odd with something like 12 sixes, and Somerset I think needed something like 130 odd off the final 10 overs with sort of 2 wickets in hand, something like that, and got it right down to having a chance in the last over, with Green doing pretty much all the damage. That was another game. And then of course the Gloucestershire game against Durham where you saw over 720 runs scored. You just never know with these games. It's Kimber then to face Tom Smith, who bowls round the wicket to Kimber, who drives, doesn't time it, will go to Jack Taylor at extra cover. There is no run. That completes over number 41, with Surrey still 222 for 6. Gloucestershire made 367 for 8 in that game at Chesley Street. It was the highest score in List A cricket by a visiting team at Durham. And then Durham got within 6 runs in the end, and he just you felt at 213 for 5, chasing 361. It was, well, actually, it was kind of the case that every wicket that fell, you thought that's it. That's the wicket that's going to break the back of that Durham batting lineup, and it just never happened. And I think in the end, Andrew Sampson confirmed that it was a record that for the number of batters to pass 25 in a List A innings, 8 Durham batters passed 25. So you just never know. No total feels
insurmountable,
safe, and yet at the same time you kind of feel it could work the other way with a bit of inexperience out there potentially as well.
Well, Gohar comes back into the attack at the Vauxhall end. Zafar Gohar, we've seen him from the Pavilion end. He's now got a couple of overs to bowl from this Vauxhall end. Coming left arm round the wicket to Tom Laws, and Laws is forward, playing this one down into the leg side, and there is no run.
I suppose this is because you've got the 2 right-handers in now.
Left arm round the wicket he comes again, and this one's pushed into the leg side once more. Massive leg side boundary for Gohar to defend, but of course he's taking that ball away from the right-hander. To the back foot goes Laws, that's well bowled, a bit quicker from Gohar. Punched by Laws straight out to extra cover. There is no run. He's in once again. Backs away does Laws. Punches this to backward point. Again, there's no run. So 4 balls, 4 dots. Really good from Zafar Gohar. And they're going to stick Tom Smith out onto that deep mid-wicket boundary rope. So 2 back there now as Gohar's in, and that's pulled. There you go. You get out of the over delivery, because out there is Tom Smith. So that'll be a single. They'll settle for that. Well, Gloucestershire with 1 ball left. Fielder will come up again. Tom Smith.
He's very much got licence to bowl it short with this boundary, as we saw with the dismissal of Ryan Patel, who picked out the fielder on the leg side boundary.
Kimber, though, does have the power to pop it straight in the stand.
Slip in.
Yeah, they're getting
second over.
Good this from Jack Taylor. He's sensing an opportunity here as Gohar's in, and forward goes Kimber. That's a terrific over because Gohar does the fielding off his own bowling, just the single off it. And Surrey, after 42 of their 50 overs, are 223 for 6.
There was a lot of time when I thought there was no chance Surrey were going to fall short of 300, and it's just now at this point where you think maybe actually Gloucestershire ought to restrict Surrey to under 300, but it's often at those points that actually, as soon as everything seems to be in hand from one team's point of view, that's when things just accelerate towards the end, and we are towards the end. 8 overs left, and there's very much licence to go after the bowlers, you'd think, although I wonder what the strategy will be, whether they'll actually think maybe we might see Smith and Zafar off now and then just really go hard on the final 6 overs, or whether they just think, well, it's reached the point where when you've got to go, you've got to go.
I think there's a bit of inexperience with the Surrey batting lineup, and I think it's been very good bowling from the spinners, sort of in these sort of overs 30 to what we are now. Just very good stuff from the spin.
There are just the 4 fielders inside the ring now, 3 on the offside and 1 behind square on the leg side. Smith into his last over, then down the pitch and driving is Laws, but it's no run to Jack Taylor. Had extra cover, still in fairly close, backward points several steps in off that 30-yard circle. Same with short third man. Smith is there and bowls cut shot past backward points left, and that should run away to the boundary. Ollie Price trying to get there but will not, and that is a rare boundary for Surrey in recent times. Just a bit too much width from Tom Smith, but it wasn't that far off the backward point fielder. Wasn't really kept down, but then hit into the gap by Laws, so he gets his first boundary. He's on to 13 from 20 deliveries, 227 for 6. And here is Tom Smith then. He's only taken that 1 shot for backward point to be pushed back pretty much to the edge of the circle as that's swept away by Laws. Great shot, terrific placement Gets it to the left of backward square leg. And it's back-to-back boundaries, and this is how quickly things can start to turn. 220, 231 for 6 now.
Well, there's an awful lot to like about Tom Lawes' cricket. And again, here he's found a couple of boundaries and just got that scoreboard moving forward again.
Here comes Smith. He bowls, and it's driven through extra cover. There should be at least 2. Tom Price has work to do around that vast offside boundary. Fields it out towards deep extra cover, so 2 more runs to Lawes, 19 off 22, so 10 runs off this over, and there's still 2 balls to go. And Smith, having been hoping probably before this one that he had a few more overs up his sleeve, will be thinking, I'm quite glad that I don't have any more. Smith in and bowls, another sweep shot. He's got this one out towards deep mid-wicket this time. There's Lawes, I thought he'd got that one even further in front of square than that off his bat. Just picks up a single this time, and he moves on to 20. So the last ball of Tom Smith's spell incoming. It's Kimber on strike to get off the mark. Smith bowls to Kimber, who's content just to take a single out towards deep mid-wicket. So good over there for Surrey, 12 from it, 235 for 6. Smith done then, 10 overs, 2 for 56. It was a spell which kind of was a spell of 2 halves from Tom Smith, because his first 5 overs or so, maybe 6 actually, he was a little bit expensive, certainly by his standards anyway, and then really dragged things back in the second half of his spell. A slightly expensive last over there, but then he is bowling the 43rd over of the innings. So overall, though, decent figures, I think, for today. 2 for 56 from 10.
Here is Gohar then with his final over. Today comes left arm round the wicket to Kimber, and Kimber slaps this off the front foot straight into extra cover. And there is no run. They have got the long off and the long on in as well. Price is down below us, Ollie Price. Kimber's cutting in the air. Oh, and it just beats a diving backward point and was out to the left. But they get a single, and that'll be one more to Kimber. Just trying to uppercut that. Just for a second, I thought he'd uppercut it straight to the fielder, but he's picked up a single, brings Lawes back onto strike on 20. Gohar's into him, tosses this one up. Lawes nudges leg side. This is very clever cricket from Tom Lawes, because it makes Gohar go back to do the fielding off his own bowling, and Lawes is back for 2. So it's extremely good cricket, that, from Tom Lawes.
It's something that Gloucestershire are going to have to do in their innings, exploit that long leg side boundary by picking up 2s rather than trying to clear the boundary rope all the time. With nobody inside the circle, it's just going to be very much impossible to prevent 2s.
238 for 6, as this is short and pulled by Lawes out towards deep mid-wicket. This time he'll just get the single. This will bring Kimber back onto strike, but Gohar's got very good figures here today. Got the first wicket, that of Ryan Patel, for 5. And the wicket he comes again, and Kimber's cutting. Doesn't really time this. That rolls out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Towards Kimber, he's onto 3. Lawes comes back onto strike on 23.
The walkie-talkie must have been put away. I haven't heard that noise.
Yes, I know. As in round the wicket goes Gohar, and this was nudged away by Lawes into the leg side. They're going to look for 2 again. It's excellent running from Tom Lawes and Nick Kimber, as Tom Smith does the fielding, and that ends Gohar's very good spell of 10 overs today. And it will mean he'll finish with 1 for 35 off his 10, and Surrey have 6 overs remaining, and they are 242 for 6.
That's 10 overs without conceding a boundary from Zafar, 4 or 6. So indeed, really good work from Zafar Gohar today. Picked up the first wicket of Ryan Patel, pulling out to deep mid-wicket. Tom Smith, who's taken 2 terrific catches today, actually. One of his own bowling, and then that one to get rid of Ryan Patel was no mean feat, given how hard and flat that pull shot was hit, tumbling away to his left out at deep mid-wicket, and then incredible court bowls off Nico Riefer if you do get a chance. I'm sure it's all over, particularly Gloucestershire's social media. I would imagine would have clicked that by now, and well worth a watch.
Yep. No, definitely great bit of work from Tom Smith off his own bowling. Surrey have got a bit of pace to work with now.
Yeah, this'll be interesting to see, because Gloucestershire's Achilles heel in this competition has been the seam bowling in general. Hasn't been helped by, and I know every county's missing players to the 100, so that's not what I'm going to say. Matt Taylor injured for the rest of the season would have been just another experienced seam operator who would have played in this competition and provided a left arm option as well, which Gloucestershire are missing in their seam attack, and experience as well. So it's Van Meekeren to bowl. It's driven, the first delivery down the ground. Ooh. And a shy at the stumps which hits but not out, says umpire Kettleborough. Mid-off. Well, I say mid-off, it was actually Jack Taylor, I think, from extra cover, ended up fielding the ball at mid-off. Athletic work and a good throw to hit the target, but Richard Kettleborough saying that the batter was safe at the non-strikers, and it was Kimber getting that single to 43 for 6. But yeah, this is where, if you're Gloucestershire, you just be thinking, right, hold on here. If you can go for under 10s, keep them to less than 300, they'll probably be relatively happy with things, but equally things could just start to spiral a bit with shots like that, because that's a really, really good shot, scoop shot over short fine leg, and it has gone all the way for 6. That is naughty.
Well, he played a couple of those in his last innings. He does play this little ramp very, very well. Gets outside his off stump and then takes that from probably 2-3 inches outside his off stump, and then just ramps it, uses the pace of the bowler over fine leg. So it's just a bottom hand flick really from Tom Laws.
Yeah, it's not the one where you just kind of use all the pace. He actually put the flick of the wrists on it, which made it carry even further. 249 for 6, but Maker and Bowles is going to go for the same shot, trying to get it over third man this time, and does so comfortably, and it goes down for 4 runs to bring up the 250 for Surrey. And this is some acceleration now from Tom Laws. Couple of boundaries a couple of overs ago off Tom Smith, then just played out Zafar Gohar, and now he's going to make the most of having pace on the ball. 35 he's got now from 28 balls.
Well, that's the reverse ramp. We saw that as well a couple of days ago, where he just adjusts. He's going to go down to fine leg, then sees where the bowler's going, so reverses the bat and ramps it over short third. So it's a very good bit of batting there.
And the tricky thing for Van Meekeren is he'd probably like to bang one in short now, but then he's bowling short to the short boundary. And Meekeren is in, and Bowles does bowl short, but he keeps it outside off stump. So that was probably the way to go there. And Laws, who I suspect was thinking along with me there, they've kept the third man and fine leg up. So you're thinking it's going to be short, but just too far outside the off stump for him to drag it away to the leg side. So it's a really, really good bit of cat and mouse cricket towards the death there. Both bowler and batter trying to outthink the other. But really, I'm not sure Van Meekeren's got much choice other than to bowl that ball again. In comes Van Meekeren and bowls wide of off stump, and it is a wide. I wondered for a moment whether he was going to get away with that one, and that would have been what it was, because he was just able to have a quick look away to my right at the screen, and it definitely looks as if it was outside those markers. So we'll have to re-bowl that one. 254 for 6.
He's going to come round the wicket now to the right-handed Laws.
Right, so they've got a very fine short third man and then quite a square third man. So the field is kind of set for those potentially wide Yorkers. Though often you see an extra field. You almost have 2 short third men and then somebody at quite a backward point and then a point. And Maker and bowls. It is the wide Yorker. It's driven away towards extra cover on the edge of the circle, and Jack Taylor will just hold on to that because there was nobody who could get anywhere near that backing up if he'd had a shot at the stumps. So it's a single, and Laws, who's on 35, Kimber on 4. Laws at the moment is the one who's giving Jack Taylor and Van Meekeren in particular some food for thought. Last ball of the 45th over then, and we've had 13 runs from this one. Van Meekeren's still going to bowl round the wicket. He's in and bowls. It's a low, well, not even that low, a full toss actually, which is flapped away out into the leg side by Kimber and just be a single. So pace back on the ball doesn't particularly work for Gloucestershire there. 256 for 6, he says, hesitating because the ball says 255 for 6. Anyway, it's, I think it's 256, isn't it?
I've got 256.
Yeah, I think it's 256. Anyway, oh, there we go. It's changed now. Anyway, 256 for 6 after 45 overs, and some big skyscrapers building now on that Manhattan, which they're now showing.
Yes, yes, indeed.
The Freedom Towers going up.
Yes, very nice Manhattan skyline away to our right-hand side. And Tom Laws just been getting a bit of impetus going here.
Jack Taylor returning at one forward.
So Jack Taylor into the attack, the captain. Harris is having a little word with him. Marcus Harris. Taylor, a couple of practice deliveries. And Kimber will be on strike.
Almost lip read, but I don't think my lip reading skills are quite good enough. It's probably a good thing too, because they would get very annoyed with me, I'm sure, if I were.
Well, you see a lot of the footballers now sort of like talking into their hands.
Oh yes,
don't they? Yeah,
so tennis doubles as well.
Yes.
You see that.
Under, giving tactics away. It's normally after the game, mind you. Here is Taylor, and the first one, Kimber, cutting out into the offside. Move Kimber now neatly and tidily onto 6 as Laws backs away and cuts this one from Taylor straight out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. More to Tom Laws. He's on to 37, 258 for 6, Surrey.
Jack Taylor's getting through these overs so quickly that Ben Debenham doesn't even really have time to move back into position.
And again, Taylor, and Kimber's using his feet. Work this one down the ground for a single to long on. Moves Kimber on to 7. Hasn't been able to free his arms up yet. Nick Kimber. That's what he likes to do. He likes to have muscle the ball. The touch is Tom Laws whips this one leg side. That's nicely timed. Bring round Ollie Price, and that'll just be a single as the throw comes in. So good work there from Ollie Price. Got round quickly, got the throw in the air quickly. 2 balls remaining of the over, and then Surrey will have 4 more to bat. 260 for 6 they are. As Kimber off the back foot smacks this one down the ground. Just get a single. One more to Kimber, he's on to 8. 261 for 6.
He's almost bowling for that cut shot, is Jack Taylor. Kimber bored of cutting it out towards deep cover, tries something else, and still only a single.
As this one's short again, looking to pull his Tom Laws, but hits it straight back up the ground. Fielding's done by Taylor off his own bowling. End of the over, a tidy one there from Jack Taylor. 4 to go. Sorry, 261 for 6. And yes, I think at the moment Gloucestershire will be quite happy with how they've come back into this. Sorry, we'll be thinking if we can get up to 300, then we've got something to defend.
Yeah, quite. And it so often it's about how an innings plays out, isn't it, rather than necessarily just the pure numbers, because if Surrey had accelerated away towards 300, I'm sure Gloucestershire would be feeling not actually particularly happy with this total, whereas the way that it has happened to work out, I think they'll be feeling, okay, 300, maybe a bit more than ideally we might have liked at the start of the day, but looking at the way that Seam in particular hasn't these Gloucestershire seamers haven't really provided much in terms of penetration and difficulty for the opposing batters. They might think to themselves, well, okay, fair total maybe on this surface. Van Meekeren will continue. 47th over of the innings. He's persisting with this round the wicket attack, trying to bowl wide Yorkers, and starts off with a really good one to Kimber, who was looking to flash that one away through the covers, but there wasn't really much that he could have done about that, because it was the perfect wide Yorker, and he bowls it from really wide of the crease as well, Van Meekeren, and that back foot must be fairly close to that return crease line, because he really is getting as much of an angle as he can. He sort of runs in from a left armer's angle as well. He's in now and bowls that slam down the ground through the legs of Van Meekeren, and will go for 4. Long on couldn't get there. Kimber coming up with a perfect answer to that particular plan from Paul Van Meekeren. Hit that very hard, and it didn't leave the ground really.
Well, he is a strong lad, Nick Kimber. You see it there as he smashes that one down the ground for 4. Nicely put away by Nick Kimber, that.
As mentioned the other day with his brother, he's a fellow yellow belly, that's the one.
Beg your pardon?
Yellow belly, Lincolnshire.
No, I didn't know that was a phrase.
Yeah. In comes Van Meekeren, and bowls slammed down the ground again by Kimber towards long off this time. They're going to think about turning back for 2. They're going to come, and they're going to make it. It's intelligent running, because Ali Price is fielding fairly wide at long off, and it's long enough towards the pavilion. I'm sure Van Meekeren will feel there should have been 2 there, but it means that Kimber can get back on strike. 267 for 6. In comes Van Meekeren. He's in and bowls very short, very wide. That'll be signalled a wide. James Bracey didn't even really bother to try to sell that one. He knew exactly what was coming. Yeah, Nick, like his brother, born in Lincoln, like me as well. So
there we are.
Not only same county, same city.
Indeed.
Played for Lindum Cricket Club.
Good club.
Setting. Oh yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Good pitches.
Very nice.
Close to the cathedral.
Yeah, that sounds ideal. Especially on a Sunday.
Here comes Van Meekeren running in, bowling to Kimber. Sends that one with another extraordinary flashing blade down the ground. Will only pick up a single for it this time, maybe just a little bit straighter than before, the long off fielder. So 269 for 6 for the single. Kimber is on to 15. Ball's on 38. Looks as though there's going to be a complete change of plan now. Meekeren's coming back over the wicket. Third man is being moved to a more conventional third man position. Maybe, I don't know, it's a bit difficult to work out exactly what he's going to bowl with this field, because it's still quite offside dominant. No, he's not going to switch sides, actually. He's going to stay round the wicket after all that. So there's now 2 extra covers, a backward point, cover third man and mid-off on the offside, and just deep mid-wicket, long on and short fine on the leg side. Paddle scoop attempted by Laws, and he misses this one. Imagine it's quite tricky to do that with that angle with the right arm. You probably don't practice it so much.
Yeah, it's the angle, isn't it? Very difficult, really.
It's just constantly boring into your body, isn't it? You can't get your hands free. I suppose they're used to playing it off the left armers as well, but I suppose maybe a little bit like with the non-spinning off break. It's just a tricky thing. It's quite funny that the over rate at the moment, because Gloucestershire are
way
rattling through the overs from one end, and Van Meekeren is taking
really
every bit of time he can. He doesn't get back to his mark very quickly. He looks like somebody who's bowled for 40 overs, not 10. The unkind like that. That's a very short pull shot attempted, and Ben Debenham says that that's okay. I think you can hear what the umpires in the crowd thought about that one, and I'm sure if you're watching the pictures you can see what Tom Laws thought about it. Pulled and missed at it. Not really sure that he could have hit that, but anyway, it's 2 dots to finish the over, and 8 runs have come from it. Sorry, 269 for 6, 18 balls left in the innings.
At Radlett, Stephen Eskenazi was run out for 102, so it's another 100 for Eskenazi. He's in the most wonderful form at the moment, isn't he? It's extraordinary, really.
I think he got plenty of runs in the game that Gloucestershire played against Radlett in the T20, so ominous signs really for Gloucestershire's point of view, heading to Radlett in a couple of days' time.
Well, Jack Taylor from the Vauxhall end with his leg breaks, coming in to bowl the 48th over, and down the pitch goes Kimber, up and over the top. Hasn't really got hold of this, down towards long off. He'll get back for 2. Thanks to the excellent running again of Tom Laws. And Surrey moving on to 271 for 6.
It was 87 off 37 balls Eskenazi made in that T20.
Wow.
So got up to 229 for 9, and Gloucestershire fell well short but still scored 199.
Taylor's in. Oh, now here goes Kimber, and he'll go here because he's gone down the pitch to go inside out over extra cover. Taylor saw him coming, pushed it much wider, and the ball looped off the toe end of the bat. Simple catch, and Kimber caught by Charlesworth off Taylor and goes for 17, and Surrey are 271 for 7.
That was either going to go superbly for Jack Taylor or horribly wrong. One of the two. Either he was going to fire it so wide and bracy that it went for 5 wides, or that was going to happen. And Kimber got into the position where he had to get some bat on it, tried his best to save himself from being stumped, and I suppose at the very least you make the catch be taken there, but good bowling from Jack Taylor, and picks up another wicket in the competition, so his 9th wicket now, and the second time that he's bowled at the death. He bowled a couple of overs at the death against Sussex at home, and I think bowled 2 overs 2 for 12 that time, so it's been effective for Jack Taylor no matter what time of the innings he's bowled in, and spin continues just to look to be the way to go. Definitely. How many spinners can you get?
Absolutely. I'm just looking at Surrey, and they've only got the 2, unless Sheridan Gums bowl spin. I'm not quite sure, but they've only got the 2 in Yusuf Majid and the leg spinner Cameron Steele. Now here is Conor McCurr. He doesn't bowl spin, he bowls quick, but he's out there with the bat.
As a leg break bowler is Sheridan Gums.
Well, maybe he does bowl a bit of leg breaks.
That'd be fun.
He might get a bit of a bowl today, I suppose. So, Conor McCurr will be on strike here to Jack Taylor. Taylor with that wicket that's just fallen of Nick Kimber for 17. So, Conor McCurr, right-handed, waits for Taylor and turns this first one into the leg side. Again, they'll be scurrying for 2 here. Throw's going to go to the keeper's end. Conor McCurr has to get his skates on, but he's made it home. Direct hit there from Ollie Price would have been interesting for Conor McCurr, but as it is, he is home. He is off the mark with 2, and Surrey are 273 for 7.
It's a good throw. This is probably as close as it could be without being a direct hit, but just that fraction of a second probably cost Gloucestershire.
Taylor's in again. Oh, brilliant catch off his own bowling by Jack Taylor, as Conor McCurr has hit that back a little early on it, and Jack Taylor has flung himself to his right to take a brilliant catch off his own bowling. Tom Smith did it earlier, now Jack Taylor's done it, and that is a wonderful, wonderful catch off his own bowling by Jack Taylor. Conor McCurr goes for 2. It's 273 for 8.
I think that might be even better than Tom Smith's, actually, for the length that he had to dive. You'd have to put them side by side and put the Chariots of Fire music on,
yes, very good.
Over the top of them.
Might need something a little more upbeat, I think, than Chariots of Fire. That's a little slow start, isn't it? just trying
but
to
you've got to
think
slow
of,
it right down.
Yeah, I'm just thinking though,
Incoming batter, Matt Dunn.
maybe the theme tune from Rocky as they dive full length. But what a great catch, and Matt Dunn is making his way out there into the middle. So Surrey here need to get Tom Laws on strike, really. They've got another 14 deliveries. That was a great catch from Jack Taylor.
That was the only thing about that too, actually. I mean, of course they would have liked the run out, but I think they'd have been quite happy to see McCurr going back to the striker's end, just so that they could attack him rather than bowling at Laws, who really seems to have got his eye in the last few overs.
He's 38 not out here, Tom Laws. We've been blessed by two excellent caught and bowls today. England are 54 for 2 now at Lords. This is Root and Lees. Lees 25, Root has 3. Taylor comes in over the wicket, and beats Matt Dunn on the outside first ball. Nicely taken by James Bracey behind the stumps. Final ball of the over. Jack Taylor is in, and Dunn's forward post this one out into the offside, and there is no run. So very good over that from Jack Taylor. The wicket of Conor McCurr, just 4 runs off it. 2 remain for Surrey, and they are 273 for 8.
Jack Taylor's really stepped up in terms of responsibility, everything that you'd want as a skipper, really, in terms of runs scored this season. You look back to when Gloucestershire had lost their opening 2 games, and to be honest, after the season they've had, not winning a game in the Championship, failing to qualify in the T20 Blast, there was a real danger that the season could have completely spiralled, and if you don't pick up many or any wins in the Royal London Cup, then goodness knows what follows, heads rolling, etc. But Jack Taylor put the team on his back, as it were, in those 2 home victories against the second one being against Nottinghamshire, and the first one against Somerset. He got runs in both of them, and was only denied the century against Nottinghamshire, his maiden list day century, by not having quite enough runs to play with. James Bracey had accidentally hit the ball for 6 to reach his century. That's what he said, not me. Van Meekeren to bowl the penultimate over of the innings. He's bowling now to Laws. Laws gets a very wide delivery, which he somehow just about manages to reach, and Gloucestershire will be very happy with that, because they've come through for the single, and also it would have been a wide if he'd left it. 274 for 8, but it came down to 1 run needed. Jack Taylor on 95 hoisted the ball way up in the air, looked 6 off the bat, and then it just died out towards the car park and was caught on the leg side boundary. If the fielder hadn't been there, I think it probably would have just gone for 6. It would have been the perfect finish. But anyway, he's scored runs in this competition, and he's also mentioned that time when he bowled against Sussex. He's taken on the responsibility of bowling some tough overs in this tournament as well. Dunn on strike. Van Meekeren bowls over the wicket to him, top edge. That'll do for Surrey. It'll be a couple of runs down towards long stop, I suppose. Dale does the fielding. Short ball getting a bit big on Dunn, but then got some bat on it and picked up 2 runs, 276 for 8.
Well, that's the old, it's very difficult to set a field to the top edge, isn't it? That goes fine over the keeper, where Matt Dunn intended, but picks up a couple of runs.
Law's quite happy to let Dunn have the strike. Seems as strike again after they came back for that second run. Meekeren had up his sleeve here. Gloucestershire in quite tight on the ring now. Meekeren is in and bowls. Dunn pats this one towards mid-wicket. Should be run out, direct hit, misses. It was one of those ones where Jack Taylor was, pardon me, it's Charlesworth in there. Charlesworth was diving forwards and trying to shovel the ball towards the stumps. Didn't have too much to aim at, probably a stump and a half. I suppose you sort of feel as if you're in that close. I'm sure if you're the fielder you think you should hit, but Charlesworth missing, so Dunn coming through for the single. 277 for 8. Makeren with his round the wicket angle to Laws, who
Oh.
smashes this one over mid-wicket for a large 6, and it's dropped in the crowd. I thought he had it. The gentleman in the grey shirt there, he seemed to have it under control, and then it just popped out forwards at the last minute.
Horrible, and I think he's set with the family.
Yeah,
That's horrible, but what a great shot. It's the slower ball, back of the hand, slower ball. He's picked it so early. That's Tom Laws, and then just launched it leg side. He's on to 45. He's gone back-to-back 50s. Oh, he's 5 away from a third on the spin, is Tom Laws.
slower ball just allowed Laws to get further across his stumps into position better and access that leg side. I understand why Van Meekeren wanted to change it up, but unfortunately that's the result. Van Meekeren bowls quicker, and Laws opens the face of the bat, drives hard out towards Tom Price at deep cover point, but will just pick up a single. So 46 now to Laws. 1 ball left in the 49th over, so this is a free swing for Dunn here. I think they probably ought to be turning down the single if one's available, and I'm sure Gloucestershire will move right back to the edge of the circle here. All the 4 fielders who are inside the circle will be right on the edge of the 30-yard ring. Good over this for Surrey though. 11 runs off it so far. It's Van Meekeren bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Dunn. Yorker now going to take the single out towards mid-off. So Dunn pinches the strike, and it's 285 for 8 with 1 over to go. And I guess Jack Taylor to complete the innings.
Yeah, and Matthew Dunn, he batted really well against Warwickshire, so I think Laws is quite happy to give Dunn the strike. Tom Laws, a great little hand again here from him. 46 off 38 deliveries. Matthew Dunn sort of turned into, what's that, Brian Lara and David Gower during the game against Warwickshire.
Both at the same time.
Saying exactly, there was the elegance but the brutality as well. So it's going to be Dunn on strike. Last over of this Surrey 50 overs, then we'll have a break for half an hour and be back with you. Mr. Seaborn can finish Ollie's mum's carrot cake, and there's lunch downstairs for you as well, Mr. Seaborn.
Only for me?
No, there are 4 others, but I get down there quick because there might not be a lot left. Here is Taylor then, and here goes Dunn, swing and a miss. Looking to go over mid-wicket, and beats the edge of the bat. I think it was the googly, and nicely taken by James Bracey. Taylor is over the wicket again. Here goes Dunn once more, and gets this up and over the top of short extra cover. Oh dear, and he, well, gets away with it a little bit out there. Does Tom Price, I think that is. And he went down at it one-handed. It spun a bit on him, so he sort of got away with that. They've got a single. It has brought Laws back onto strike. 2 back there on that mid-wicket boundary rope as Taylor is in over the wicket. Laws is going to reverse paddle this for 4. Brilliant shot, because he stood up straight and got it between the 2 men at backward point and cover point, and that's his 50. 3rd consecutive 50 in the competition for Tom Laws, and it's 290 for it.
Superb innings. He's played himself in, and then he's brought out a huge array of shots, and without this innings, sorry, we've been well short of 300.
Very good again. Oh, he's reverse ramping into the air and he's gone. Caught. But very good innings. Comes to an end. He's had to try and put any pace on that himself, but Van Meekeren dives full length. He's a big man, is Van Meekeren, and gets hands underneath it, and 290 for 9. But what a fine innings that has been from Tom Laws.
Indeed, yeah. No problems with playing that shot, especially after pretty much everything that he'd gone for had come off for him. And he tried to use those wrists again to put a bit of extra oomph behind the ball, but it just wasn't quite enough. And a good catch taken by Van Meekeren, as you say, is to move that fast bowler's body around after bowling a few overs as well, and get there to take the catch. run critical. Got a single for it anyway, but every run counts, and now that means that Surrey are down to their last wicket with 2 balls to go.
Yusuf Majid is making his way out there to join his fellow left-handed batter, Matt Dunn. But yeah, he's played a very good hand there, as Tom Laws. As I say, he's impressing game after game at the moment, is Tom Laws. So Yusuf Majid could just have a swing here, because there are 2 deliveries remaining of this Surrey 50 overs. 290 for 9 they are. Taylor's having a little natter away here to Tom Smith. So Yusuf Majid getting ready for his first delivery. As he's in, Taylor, and Yusuf Majid slapping this to extra cover. Got to get his skates on with the throw run out, is he? I think he is. There's a nod from umpire Debenham. Oh, I thought he was nodding to say that's out, but I think he was nodding to say you're in. So he is home for the single. It's a strange old bit of cricket, that.
He looked like he'd given it up.
Yeah, I did. 291 for 9. So yes, it's a funny old bit of cricket, that. Last ball of this Surrey innings as Taylor is into Dunn, and Dunn whacks it off the back foot straight down the ground, and they won't come back for 2 because the throw's in now, and that will mean Surrey close on 292 for 9 off their 50 overs. And I think Surrey started really well, held back by Gloucestershire spinners, and then a very good innings from Tom Laws, and I think that'll be an interesting chase, said Seaboard.
Indeed, yes, an exciting 50 overs of cricket. That went back and forth a fair bit, and as you say, Gloucestershire spinners really the story. Jack Taylor finishing 3 for 38 from his 7 overs. A couple of wickets for Tom Smith, 2 for 34 for Ollie Price, career best figures for him in his young career. Got through 7 overs, and then Zafar 10 overs, 1 for 35 without conceding a boundary, and Gloucestershire only bowled in the end 16 overs of pace out of the 50, so that was certainly what was successful for them, and we'll see whether it's the same sort of formula for Surrey. But I think this is, yeah, good chase, well set up game, I think.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Now, Ed Seaborn's going to finish off all his mum's carrot cake and get some lunch. We'll all be back with you in half an hour's time. But Surrey have posted batting first, 292 for 9. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Bristol and the Surrey live stream. The break is over and Gloucestershire will be chasing 293 after Surrey posted 292 for 9 off their 50 overs. Got off to an excellent start. Ben Geddes leading from the front, the captain, with 61. Then the spinners sort of pulled 71, apologies, from Ben Geddes. The spinners pulled Surrey back, and then a very fine 50 from Tom Laws got Surrey up to that 292 for 9. Jack Taylor finishing with 3 for 38, the captain. Pitchers played pretty well throughout. The sun is out, so this will be an interesting chase for Gloucestershire of 293. Ed Seaborn is alongside, having had a marvellous looking lunch downstairs. Quite a concoction down in the press room. The old school fillet of fish down there and some vegetable pasta. But as I say, I think this will be an interesting run chase, won't it?
Yes, it will. I'll talk about that rather than the pumpkin-filled tortellini.
Oh, is that what it was?
Tortellini or tortellini, I'm not sure which. Anyway, one of the two. Yes, yeah, that was delicious. But anyway, 293 to win. Yeah, it was still going to take some batting to get. It's runs on the board, isn't it? Runs on the board. But
well, we said beforehand Surrey sort of wanted to bat first, I think, and Gloucestershire don't mind having a chase. Wells is out there, Ben Wells with Ben Charlesworth. Ben Charlesworth will be on strike. Tom Laws will get us started. Tom Laws has a slip. Should we have a change of ends, Mr. Seaborn? Second time round. As Charlesworth ready for the first delivery from Tom Laws from the pavilion end, and Charlesworth lets the first one go, and that's into the gloves of Blake, moving away to his left-hand side. Conor McCurr stood in there at slip. There's the one slip. Then we have Mr. Gums out there at deep backward square. Nick Kimber's on the edge of the circle at fine leg. Ryan Patel in at short mid-wicket. The captain, Ben Geddes, is up at mid-on as over the wicket goes Laws to Charlesworth, who drives very nicely, just punches it away through the covers. That'll whistle off to that shortish cover boundary rope for 4. And away for 4 it goes in the sunshine. And Gloucestershire up and running, 4 without loss, chasing 293.
He won't be in too much of a hurry, Charlesworth. He's not your sort of crash, bang, wallop type opener in this form of the game. He will allow deliveries to go through to the keeper, that sort of thing. Laws
is in, forward goes Charlesworth. Will get runs again here, has just lent on this, and that squirts off through the offside once again, and they'll pick up a couple, and that'll be 2 more to the total, 2 more to Charlesworth, and he'll move on to 6, and Gloucestershire move on to 6 without loss. England are having a bit of a time of it at Lords, 86 for 5 now.
Innings defeat lose.
Yes,
then,
it does. I think my day at Lords tomorrow might not happen now, as in over the wicket comes Laws, and this one's tucked away off his hit by Charlesworth into the leg side. Gums will come round to do the fielding. Lost his baseball cap there, and they'll pick up 2 more. It's a nice tidy start this from Charlesworth. He'll move on to 8, and Gloucestershire move on to 8 without loss.
Had a good time of it at Lords, I think, of late. South Africa, I seem to remember they won there the last time they were here, and then there was also that
94
gigantic partnership between Graham Smith and Gary Kirsten one year. I thought Gibbs actually got runs as well.
This one's left alone by Charlesworth. Yes, the one I remember is 94, their first one back after isolation when they won. And then, yes, well, of course, Graham Smith when Nasser forgot his name at the toss of the coin and went on to get a double 100. Remember that one very, very well. Well, they're having a good time of it today. 86 for 6, in fact, because Ben Folkes has just gone as well. As in over the wicket comes Laws, and forward goes Charlesworth. Plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, 1 over gone. Chasing 293, and Gloucestershire are 8 without loss.
So Charlesworth getting his opportunity in the side because of the injury to Chris Dent, but he was Gloucestershire's leading run scorer in this competition last year. So it's not a bad replacement, but it's also the case that it seems as if Gloucestershire have not wanted him just to kind of walk back into the side after his I'm afraid to say, latest injury, which has kept him out for a lot of the summer. Just played in 2 championship matches and then sustained that foot injury. It was in one of those ski boots, that foot. It wasn't good. But great to see him back, and he is a wonderfully talented player. Ben Wells then to face his first ball. It's done in and bowling to Wells, who drops that one behind square on the leg side. It goes right to the man at short fine leg, and so there is no run. Wells kind of forced his way into the side and grabbed that opening spot on the back of, well, I mean, it might have been in Gloucestershire's plans to have him open the batting anyway, but he did score a century in the game against Wiltshire at Cheltenham, and then first match of the campaign looked really good against Warwickshire, made 76 from 87. Dunn is in and bowls, and oh, I thought there was an outside edge on that for a moment because it moved away from him, and Dunn went wheeling off a little towards cover in the fast bowler's celebration, but as it was, just a play and a miss, and Wells reaching for the ball, didn't really play away from his body too much. Just past that outside edge. Lovely delivery from Dunn.
I think he's done him for pace there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's a quick delivery that from Matt Dunn.
It's a quicker pitch than Gloucestershire have played on in a while. Dunn in and bowling. Wells drops that into the leg side. Quick single taken. And in the end, actually not that quick, as mid-on moves across and does the fielding. So Wells is off the mark. 9 without loss. In general, Wells has tended to get starts since then, with the exception really of the last match against Leicestershire, which was the first time that he'd really completely failed, but it's sort of 20s and 30s from Wells. Other than that, 76 to open the campaign up against Warwickshire, but he's got all the shots, as most young players who come through do nowadays. So Dunn over the wicket, right arm, bowling to the left-handed Charlesworth. He's in and bowls. Charlesworth leaves alone, as he did in the first over with Lords, just having a delivery to take a look and see what the bowler is offering.
Yeah, good old-fashioned 50 over batting that from Mr. Charlesworth.
Yeah.
Just as you say, having a little look. 50 over is a long time to bat, isn't it? I've always thought if you went at 4 and over as a batter and opened the batting and batted all 50 overs, you get 200. There you are, Mr. Seaborn.
Batted all 50. Dunn past to Charlesworth, who gets that one into the leg side in the end. It was probably just outside off stump. I'm not entirely sure whether that was a deliberate sort of angle off the bat from Charlesworth, but he managed to get a single for it.
I have to say, England, don't worry, because the Nighthawk's in now. He's in after lunch, though. So apparently the Nighthawk only bats well at night. So it's the afternoon hawk, Stuart Broad, this afternoon.
Right.
Yes, we'll see how that goes.
With the apocalyptic skies of the other day, I suppose it would have been all right, but not today. Dunn bowls to Wells, who drives, doesn't really go through with the shot fully, and it's fielded an extra cover. There is no run, and yes, several members of the Surrey field, including Conor McKerr, thought that was the end of the over, but in fact there's one ball remaining. He's always had plenty of pace about him, as Dunn, but a slippery customer, I think you might say.
Well, it's good to see Matt Dunn bat fit and firing, actually, because he's only 30, Matthew Dunn. He's still got a lot of cricket in him.
In comes Dunn, easy approach. Ball fires that one in short, and it's down the leg side and it'll be wided. So the height was fine, it was just the fact that it was too far down the leg side.
The other thing I've noticed with Matthew Dunn over the last couple of games is the most magnificent haircut. There's Matthew Dunn.
I do like your haircuts.
Oh, I like the way the youngsters do it these days. The modern mullet.
Get the bleach out.
The modern mullet is in fashion at the moment.
Ben Charlesworth, I think, is sporting one of those. Dunn in and bowling to Wells, who tucks that one into a big gap on the leg side. Nobody saving the single between short fine leg and mid-on. So Wells picks up one more run. Gloucestershire 13 for no wicket then. After 2 overs, Wells a couple, and Charlesworth has 9. And I think that you can score with especially the speed towards the shorter side of the ground. I think you can score a 5.5 and over 5.5 at least, without really doing anything other than playing proper shots and playing it safe.
I don't think you need to do anything silly, really. I think it's a good pitch, quick outfield, longish boundaries. We saw Surrey's running between the wickets was exceptional again. Tom Laws with the third over. No, he's not, because Mr. Wells has spotted somebody in the crowd moving into their seat there, so he's just stepped away.
If it's that gentleman on the top floor of the pavilion, then he's doing well to see that up there.
No, I think it was a young man just settling himself into his seat after lunch. Whether he had the fillet of fish, I'm not sure. As in over the wicket comes Laws, and Wells drives at a wideish delivery. Just swings a little bit for Tom Laws, and taken by a diving Blake away to his right-hand side.
He's been a little vulnerable to the in-swinger as well, so if he can, or at least maybe one that potentially just goes straight on from right arm over, so he can get it swinging away. A couple of times Wells has been out in this competition, leaving a bit of a gap between bat and pad.
Laws is in. Forward goes Wells, just looking to work a little bit round that front pad on that occasion. Thickish outside edge, and that rolls out there towards extra cover. Hayden there at the back of the box is busy on the phone now. He had a fillet of fish during lunch, he really did, and he's a young man. He gets what I'm talking about with all these different hairdos.
Fillet of fish in a brioche bun. Like.
Wonderful combination. As in comes Laws, and looking to punch off the back foot is Wells, and hits the toe end of the bat, rolls away into the leg side, and there is no run. Yes, I popped down, because I'm trying to be good at the moment with my food intake, and I popped down there, and one of the greats down there, who shall remain nameless, had gone for everything. So there was pasta, a pie, fillet of fish, potatoes, salad, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Wells, taken by Blake away to his right hand side, some salad, and then chocolate cake. So very good effort that, and I think should be finished by about 7 o'clock this evening. Had to get a step ladder to get anywhere near the top of their plate of food, but we're very fortunate here with the food we get.
The plates just weren't big enough, and then what there was also was that wafer thin mint.
Oh yeah, in over the wicket comes Laws, and pushing off the front foot is Wells out there towards extra cover, and there's no run. Yes, and the other thing is Steve, who looks after us so well downstairs. He's one of the most lovely gentlemen, but he's a bit heavy-handed on his serving. So, and I think he also quite likes to just try and get rid of everything in one fell swoop. As Laws is over the wicket once more, and this is short, and this is pulled by Wells off the front foot. I think that's gone all the way for 6. Yes, it has, with that short leg side boundary. Nico Reefer has just put both fingers up, one on each hand, to indicate 6. And our first 6 of the Gloucestershire innings. Nice start this for Gloucestershire. 3 gone, and Gloucestershire are 19 without loss.
Richard Kettleborough tried to catch that on the backhand on the full from the throw in from the boundary, and I think he may just have caught a fingernail there.
Ow,
so
that's no good.
Yeah, I would definitely be letting that one bounce if that were thrown into me. I mean, all credit to Richard Kettleborough for trying to catch it, but unfortunately
now's the time to get hit on the pad, because he's not going to be able to put that finger up. That's the thing.
Dunn then round the wicket to Charlesworth, slip in place. 2 fielders outside the circle are at deep square, and third man. Dunn bowls to Charlesworth, who drives, gets it down towards third man and picks up a single, slightly sort of bottom corner of the batty there from Charlesworth. 20 without loss then, 3.1 overs in. Third man and fine leg seems to be the choice.
I'll tell you what.
Sorry, as I say fine leg, I meant deep square.
The one thing I have noticed is in Community Day here, but there's a good crowd, you know, and everybody was allowed out on the outfield during the interval. There's great atmosphere, sun shining, terrific scene.
In comes Dunn, he's there and bowls to Wells, so that's flicked aerially, past short fine leg and will go for 4. it was that kind of goalkeeper style effort from the fielder at short fine leg, who is kind of across the body on the backhand, as it were, tried to pull off an incredible catch, but it was just too far away from him. So Wells gets 4 more. He's gone 6-4 from his last 2 deliveries, 24 without loss, and I said it in the first inning as well, there's always just that hum of the oval. Special noise as, oh, he's bowled him! Dunn gets Wells with a beauty. Just held its line top of off stump hit, and Wells, he played a couple of good looking shots, well timed, has got to go, having made 12. Gloucestershire 24 for 1. Surrey get the early breakthrough they were after.
Yeah, good quick delivery that. As we said before, that he looked like he got done for pace early on in the piece, and there again, I think possibly just done a little bit for pace by Matt Dunn and hit the top of the off stump. So Surrey have their first wicket, 24 for 1. It's an exciting start, wickets and runs, and Gloucestershire in pursuit of that 293 find themselves 24 for 1, and this will be Marcus Harris coming out into the middle. Obviously a key man from a Gloucestershire point of view is Mr. Harris, wonderful player.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at his recent form as well, 58 against Leicestershire, 94 against Durham, where he was trying to bring up his century for a 6 and was caught at long on, 48 against Nottinghamshire, a 59 against Somerset. So after the first couple of games, Harris has really gone on a bit of a run in this competition. So if Surrey can get him quickly as well, then they are right in amongst things. And Harris, he goes about his 50-over cricket in exactly the way that you would imagine Marcus Harris would go about it. He doesn't expand his game that much.
It's just quality play.
Exactly, yeah. It's just good shots.
We saw it with Matt Renshaw. He only made 20 on Wednesday, but just class. You know, the 5 scoring shots, 5 boundaries from Renshaw. And it will be the same here with Harris. He won't go about this any differently to any other day of the week. Yep. And he'll like batting here as well, that's the other thing. Good crowd in, sun shining. Back in South London, test match ground, he'll enjoy this.
Yeah, he'd probably also enjoy the pace of ball on to bat, although it might take a bit of getting used to. As Dunn is in round the wicket bowling to Harris, who's forward and defending the ball back up the pitch. That characteristic sort of pre-delivery trot from Marcus Harris, like a lot of left-handers, starts off got an open stance and a bit wide of leg stump, and then just moves into line as the bowler delivers.
The other thing, he's got a good record against Surrey last couple of years. 100 for Leicestershire last year, and then of course runs against Surrey in the Championship this year for Gloucestershire.
In comes Dunn then, round the wicket bowling to Harris. It's down the leg side. Was there a bit of pad on that? No, there wasn't. It's a wide. So 25 for 1 then, Gloucestershire. So we've got 2 players here in Charlesworth and Harris who are not going to be in much of a hurry, but there is at the moment no real hurry. Gloucestershire just need a partnership, and for Wells it's another time that he's been bowled, and it wasn't through the gate this time. He possibly as a result of getting bowled through the gate a couple of times, he stayed more leg side of that one and was bowled off stump as Harris edges well short of first slip in the end. Looked to be a fairly genuine edge. I'm sure he played it as softly as he could, but was still nowhere near carrying, and slip and keeper just having the inevitable discussion about, all right, where should we stand now then?
The afternoon hawk hasn't quite got going yet. 6 balls yet to score a run.
Right.
But
he's still there.
Still there, the afternoon hawk. And the captain's 9 not out at the other end.
Dunn to complete the over, bowls to Harris, who edges again, and this time it again was nowhere near carrying, even if there'd been a gully in place, but it flashes down to third man for a single, and it's quite a finish to the over that from Dunn, bowling Ben Wells, and then 2 outside edges found at the bat of Marcus Harris. 4 overs bowled, 26 for 1 Gloucestershire, with Harris keeping the strike with that single.
Yeah, and again, what a good length delivery that is early on to Harris, and didn't give him anything to let go, made him play everything there, Matthew Dunn. So Tom Laws will enjoy this. He likes bowling at international players as well, does Tom Laws. 4 gone, and 26 for 1. Surrey, or Gloucestershire, needing a further 267 runs to win.
Not sure that plane. Does he know where Heathrow is?
Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yes, it's
pretty much going to go right over the ground, but at the wrong angle.
Good photo from there. We might be doing sort of, what's that called, circling before its runway becomes available.
It's quite low to be circling, but
anyway, round the wicket comes Laws to Harris, and Harris drives past backward point and away for 4. It's a little bit wide from Tom Laws. I think he's looking to see if there is any swing there, and Harris has just reached across, got bat on that, and that has flown off towards 3 young men down there watching next to the bins by the advertising hoardings. There they are, you can see them on the live stream. One in an England shirt. Ooh, one's got a very nice man bag. Driving is Harris, and that's away for 4 more. So just over pitch this time by Laws. And that check drive from Harris, that whistles into the boundary boards for another boundary. 30 for 1, and Harris moves on to 9.
He's a lovely driver of the ball, is Marcus Harris. I've said it ad nauseum, but he's actually somebody who's more happy on the front foot than on the back foot. It was one of the reasons I think he scores quite a lot of runs in England.
Around the wicket again comes Laws, shorter length delivery, and Harris is in behind this, plays this one out into the offside. And there is no run once again.
Not that he's unhappy on the back foot, of course, but he does like to bring out those cover drives, straight drives, and then clip through the leg side if the line allows him to do that. But getting a couple of shots away might just put those outside edges out of his mind.
Laws round the wicket from the pavilion end. He drives again, inside edge, back onto his stumps. And Tom Laws said he liked to bowl against the international player. Well, he's looked for the drive again there. Has Harris, big inside edge, back onto his stumps. And, well, Marcus Harris has gone for 9. And Gloucestershire are 34 for 2.
He was kind of out in front of himself a bit with that drive, and he's dragged that on from so far wide of off stump. He's really going to believe what he's done, but he's got 2 drives away this over. Everything seemed to be looking in good order, and then that out of nowhere. It was, I mean, it wasn't exactly on the wide line, but it was a wide delivery, and you'd think maybe, I don't know, it seemed as if it was there to be driven through the offside, but Harris has inside edged it a distance back onto his stumps, and well, James Bracey comes out to the middle now, and Gloucestershire have gone from a partnership being kind of wanted to being needed, because you can't fall 3 down early chasing 2-9-3 even on a decent pitch. Can't really be doing that.
That's the thing about Tom Laws, though. He's always in the game. Even if he goes for boundaries, he's always in the game. And Marcus Harris there, gone for 9. So James Bracey, wonderful player, of course, James Bracey, making his way out there into the middle. How has his form been of late, Mr. Seaborn?
Well, James Bracey got the unbeaten century against Nottinghamshire a couple of matches ago, 104 not out from 93. Other than that, 87 against Sussex was also a really decent knock. Looked as if he might potentially be able to take Gloucestershire over the line whilst he was there, chasing 335 against Sussex at Hove. In general, he's looked in pretty decent touch. I mean, against Durham at Chesley Street as well, he made 31 off 17. It came in towards the end of the innings, so was pretty much just looking to clear the boundaries.
A lot of left-handers, as first ball from Laws is wide outside the offside. That'll be signalled wide by umpire Kettleborough. Bracey had absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever. So top 4, 3 left-handers.
Yeah, and that may also have been another reason why Ben Wells got the nod at the start of the tournament over Ben Charlesworth, who was back from his injury and available for selection, just to break up those left-handers a bit as well.
Around the wicket again comes Laws, and that's driven by Bracey on the up. Pass short, extra cover and away for 4. That's an emphatic start from James Bracey. Exciting stuff this. Wickets and runs, Ed Seaborn. Wickets and runs always makes the game exciting. That's a nice shot to get started from James Bracey. Just lent into that drive. Absolutely whistled off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Laws once again comes round the wicket to Bracey, and Bracey drives once more. This will be another boundary. He's got that short offside boundary, Tom Laws, and if you beat the infield, it's going to go for 4, and that will be 43 for 2 at the end of the 5th. The wicket of Marcus Harris. James Bracey with a couple of boundaries is on 8. Charlesworth hasn't seen any of the bowling in the last couple of overs. He's on 10. And Gloucestershire chasing that 293 are 43 for 2.
So bang on 250 to win from 45 overs. I mean, it's brought the required run rate down, but then 2 wickets down. I think both, well, you'd taken 42 for 1 probably if you're Gloucestershire at this stage, but not 42 for 2 really. So an exciting start. They've been happy to challenge the drive of Surrey, and at times have paid the price for that. At times have got rewards for it. So Dunn to continue round the wicket, bowling to Charlesworth, who flicks that one over the top of short fine leg. That's a good shot. 1 bounce and 4 runs. Just straying onto the pads there, Dunn, and with the pace of Dunn, Charlesworth just helping it over the top of short fine leg. And 47 for 2.
Tell you what, if we continue like this either way, we're going to be done and dusted after 25 overs. So
yes, this is a sort of, at the moment, a little bit kind of West Indies T20 type.
It's a bit like England in Test cricket at the moment.
In comes Dunn, bowls to Charlesworth, full delivery. Charlesworth is forward and just pushing this one up towards mid-on and not picking up a run. Remember that extraordinary T20 game in Antigua, I think it was, where Akila Dhananjaya took a hat-trick and went for 6 sixes in an over, hit by Kyron Pollard. It's not quite those sorts of levels, but something like that. And West Indies chasing about sort of 160. We're sort of 150 odd for 8 in the 13th over. Dunn is in and bowls, and Charlesworth is in behind that one and defending up towards mid-on, bringing a bit of order to proceedings.
What I would say again is what a beautiful picture this is today. Good crowding, lots of kids, blue sky, good game of cricket, entertaining. And this is lovely at the moment. It really is. Wonderful scene.
It does seem to
front of us
have filled up more as it's gone on as well.
I think people have got here. That's exactly. I think it's been the getting here has been difficult today.
In comes Dunn, bowls to Charlesworth. Again, just a little bit leg side-ish, but Charlesworth doesn't go through with a full-blooded shot this time, just turns it away towards mid-on for no run.
Afternoon Hawks on the go, everybody. 17 off 16 balls with 2 4s and a 6. So the Afternoon Hawk is up and running now.
Who's bowling?
Norkia and Maharaj. Norkia, it sounds like he bowled rapid and picked up 3 very quick wickets. You know where those are all going though, don't you? You can imagine the shots from the Afternoon Hawk.
Dunn bowls to Charlesworth, that's a bit short. Charlesworth's short arm pulls this out towards deep backward square leg, but it's stopped out there on the boundary, and just the single. Charlesworth on to 15, 48 for 2. He's a tall man, is Ben Charlesworth, and like the ball just that bit shorter. He's a beautiful player to watch, but it's just putting it all together for Ben Charlesworth. England under-19 international a couple of years back. Got some runs against Australia in that 2020 under-19 World Cup. In comes Dunn then to bowl to Bracey. Bracey clips that one through mid-wicket. That's sweetly timed. That is 4 runs. He did bowl a delivery like that to Charlesworth earlier on in the over and maybe got away with that a little bit, but that one on the pads of Bracey and clipped well in front of square, and it brings up Gloucestershire's 50 after just 6 overs, but they've lost 2 wickets. 52 for 2. They need a further 241 runs to win from 44 overs.
At this stage, Surrey with 37 for 1, so 52 for 2. Conor McCurr coming into the attack to replace Tom Laws. Laws with that wicket of Marcus Harris. And Matthew Dunn has the wicket of Wells. But now it's Conor McCurr into the attack, who has possibly been the pick of the quick bowlers for Surrey in this competition so far. As over the wicket comes Conor McCurr with his first delivery to Charlesworth. He's letting this one go across him. Outside his off stump. Taken by Blake, moving away to his left-hand side.
George Scott is on loan for Somerset
that,
at
yes.
the moment. Yeah, he's bowled 3 overs for 23 so far against Sussex, but yeah, he's been a little bit of the odd man out for Gloucestershire, even in this competition, it seems.
Over the wicket comes Conor McCurr. Forward comes Charlesworth to a good length delivery. Just plays this one solidly back up the pitch. Well, the other one I saw today was Hendricks has been pulled out for the 100 from Leicestershire.
That doesn't surprise me.
No, I know, but it's not ideal timing. And Sonny Baker as well from Somerset.
Right,
has got
bit
off
of
to
pace,
play a bit
yeah.
of 100. So
It doesn't surprise me with Hendricks, though, because he's probably one of the better overseas bowlers that's not playing in it, and is in this country as well, not going off to the CPL, I assume.
As in over the wicket again goes Conor McCurr. Forward comes Charlesworth. So nice start this from Conor McCurr, hitting a good line and a good length straight away.
I think they were also worried, Leicestershire, that South Africa would call up Vian Mulder, but they didn't, at least not yet. But those signings have been terrific for them in
well, especially in this competition.
Yeah.
I lose them because they're in a very good position at the moment. Over the wicket once again comes Conor McCurr. Forward goes Charlesworth, plays this one out into the offside. And of course they had their points deduction in the T20 the morning of the Yorkshire game, so they'll be keeping their fingers crossed that they're not scuppered by call-ups to the 100 as well.
Yeah, and they, despite the fact they've won 5 out of 6, that's the way the group is, their net run rate isn't the best, so they could still not qualify even if they lost their last 2.
Over the wicket once again comes Conor McCurr. Short ball, Charlesworth punches off the back foot straight in there to cover. And there is no run as Tom Laws does the fielding, but great hubbub around the place at the moment. There's even some gentlemen who've all come in green caps away to our right hand side there. I can see a group of gentlemen in green caps, so they're looking very colour coordinated, sat there in the bottom tier of the JM Finn stand in their green caps. As over the wicket again comes Conor McCurr. Forward goes Charlesworth, just works this off the front foot to the right of Laws, and they'll get a couple. Oh no, he's taking it up and over the rope.
That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, slipped and ended up sitting on the rope as poor old Tom Laws. So that's actually gone away for 4. But he did everything right, Tom Laws, and it got away from him, and then as he slid and he kept going and ended up sitting on the rope with the ball. So good effort to get to that, but beautifully timed by Charlesworth. End of the over, boundary off the last ball of the over, 7 gone and 56 for 2 Gloucestershire.
The last group of people in green caps that I saw at a cricket match was at the women's ODI between England and South Africa at Bristol. In comes Dunn and bowls to Bracey on the pads, clipped away by Bracey into the leg side out towards deep mid-wicket. It'll be a single, 57 for 2. And they'd come from Nantes Cricket Club in France.
Oh, lovely.
They were on a tour of the area. I think they've been playing Bath not so long before. I assume the women's division of Bath Cricket Club, and they were absolutely loving their time there. I mean, some of the dance moves that were being pulled off were extraordinary. In comes Dunn and bowls to Charlesworth, full and straight. Charlesworth on the front foot defends away into the covers, and there is no run.
Well, I must admit, I do always enjoy finals day just for Holly's stand. And whenever I've done finals day as well, it's the aftermath when you're leaving the ground. And I don't know, you find Snow White and an Avenger sort of lying in a bush.
Yeah.
Just outside of Edgbaston, looking utterly dishevelled when they arrive, looking just the part.
Dunn is in, inviting the drive, that ball from Dunn. Charlesworth does, but doesn't really go through with the shot with full-blooded nature, and it goes out towards backward point, and there is no run. It's the other things that you get during it as well, the kind of the butchers chasing the pig, that sort of thing.
That's always fun.
Always good fun to watch that sort of thing. I don't think I would sit there personally. I don't think I'm really a Holly's stand person, but equally it's fun to watch. Dunn in and bowls forward goes Charlesworth and defends back to Dunn, who picks up with his right hand and his follow through. So a dot ball, just the one run from the over so far.
I was reading a lovely book, and the author went for a day to the Holly stand for finals day, and he sat down and he was next to a fox. And he was chatting.
Gloucestershire playing?
Well, no, he was just dressed as a fox. And they were having a lovely conversation. And the gentleman wasn't drinking. He was having a lovely chat about the cricket and watching away.
In comes Dunn and bowls. Good delivery. Sort of stump, top of off stump. Charlesworth once more brought into defence.
And at which point, there was the sound of a trumpet. He said, "You'll have to excuse me for a second." He got up and ran off, and then was chased round the Holly stand by gentlemen on little horses. And then he came back down and sat and continued the conversation, and did that for the entire day.
Wow.
Yes.
Last ball of over number 8. Dunn bowls to Charlesworth on the pads, clipped aerially but short of mid-wicket. It's stopped there by the tall figure of McCurr under the sun hat. Thought for one moment that might just carry, but that's a good over from Dunn. Just the single from it. 57 for 2 then after 8 overs. Gloucestershire. I'm afraid the only finals day that I've been to was the one where there was no crowd.
Yes, but behind closed doors, of course, yeah. I remember that.
In October.
It rained for the entirety of Saturday, and then we were there on the Sunday.
Yeah. Thinking about the possibility of a bowl out, and we wouldn't have been allowed into the indoor centre to
Well, I
actually
saw
watch
the
it.
plan for that off the record, and there was going to be a right old bum fight about which reporter would be allowed in, because only one reporter was going to be, and one camera, if there'd been a bowl out in the indoor school. Conor McCurr it is from the pavilion end to bowl the 8th over of the piece. Bracey's on 13, 57 for 2 as that's short, and pulled by Bracey for 4. Beats the dive of Kimber on the edge of the circle at fine leg, and that whistles off to the boundary rope. Bracey's on to 17, and 61 for 2. A further 232 required by Gloucestershire. It's very entertaining, this. It really is at the moment. All happening. Oh, now we've got 4 or 5 people running in front of the sight screen down there at the pavilion end. So yes, it's all go here in South London. I have to say it's all go in North London as well, as over the wicket goes Conor McCurr once more, and forward goes Bracey. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run, because it looks on the scorecard 61 for 2 as if England are doing what they've done in other games under Mr. McCullum. Got themselves in a corner, horrible corner, and now bashing their way out of it, because Broad's now 27 not out. Stokes is on 14, and England are 129 for 6, meaning they trail by 31. But I think that's more to avoid an innings defeat.
Space saving.
Conor McCurr is in, and Bracey pulls this emphatically. One bounce and away for 4. And as we've seen today, anything short really has been put away. And Bracey was onto that very quickly. I think that's his 5th boundary.
It is 21 off 7 balls.
Yeah, he's flying here, James Bracey.
He's trying to impress the England selectors by going about his cricket a different way, perhaps.
Either that, or he's got tickets to Mamma Mia. tonight. 65 for 2.
Here we go again.
Yes, as in over the wicket once again goes Conor McCurr, and Bracey's driving, and across comes Tom Laws to do the fielding, tumbling away to his left-hand side, and there is no run.
Get a bit of that on the DJ stage as well, to go with your Barry Manilow.
Well, I've enjoyed Mamma Mia. I've seen it in the West End. Very, very good it is. I'm a big musical theatre fan, you see. Yes, yeah. I do like my musical theatre, Mr. Seaboard. Saw Starlight Express about 40,000 times. As in over the wicket again is Conor McCurr, short again and pulled again by Bracey off his hip, and that whistles away to the boundary rope for 4 more. Mr. Bracey's just dealing in boundaries here. That's his 6th boundary. 25, 24 of which have come in 4s. And saving himself running between the wickets at the moment. 69 for 2. Partnership's already worth 35, of which Bracey has 25. As Bracey waits again with that bat raised, as over the wicket goes McCurr too, and Bracey drives. Cool. Dear, he's got hold of that as well. It's a good bit of fielding from Tom Laws away to his right. And end of the over. 69 for 2. Charlesworth 19. Bracey has 25. And we're still in the first power play. 9 overs gone. And 69 for 2. Gloucestershire chasing 293.
I'm sure Gloucestershire aren't thinking in terms of, well, I say I'm sure, I doubt Gloucestershire are thinking in terms of net run rate. I think it's just the way that they've played, that they've just gone out and looked to be positive and tried to put away anything slightly offline. Here's Dunn to start his 5th over, running in and bowling down the leg side. Charlesworth tries to help that one on its way. A sprawling effort from Josh Blake behind the stumps is able to stop that from going to the boundary, but it is a wide, so 70 for 2. Gloucestershire, yeah, I tried to do the maths as far as Gloucestershire potential qualification was concerned. I could only come up with one scenario where they qualify without net run rate coming into the equation. Dunn is there and bowls. That's clipped towards deep square leg by Charlesworth, and he'll get 1 run and move on to 20. 71 for 2. That scenario involves Middlesex losing all 3, which at the moment I don't think it looks as if they're going to do, given how they were going at Radlett. And then Warwickshire beating Middlesex, but then losing to both Durham and Somerset, which doesn't seem tremendously
It's one of those
likely.
where all the stars have to align and they won't.
Yeah, in order for Gloucestershire to qualify automatically with 10. Dunn is in, that's turned away into the leg side by Bracey. Oh, misfield at mid-wicket, which will allow them to come through for a single. I must admit, I took my eye off it, and potentially so did McCurr at mid-wicket.
Well, the rate they're going at the moment, they're going to be knocking their run rate down a bit, aren't they? 72 for 2 in the 10th.
At the moment,
flying along.
You look at the other teams that they would be competing with net run rate wise. Sussex's net run rate is gigantic, 1.3. Dunn is in, driven past backward point by Charlesworth, not timed. Don't know if it actually was looking to go through the covers with that one rather than that area, but he's managed to pick up 2 runs for that one. Charlesworth is on to 22, but Middlesex is also very good, not net run rate good. Warwickshire's is negative despite winning 3 and tying 1 out of their 5, but because of the tie, Gloucestershire won't end up level with them. They'll either be ahead or behind them. Dunn moves in and bowls down the leg side, helped away for 4 runs by Charlesworth. Exactly, has to be said, where you'd want it with that amount of pace on it. Gentleman who's rolled up has he rolled up his t-shirt into a tank top there, or is it an actual tank top?
Sun's out.
Exactly.
Guns out for that gentleman there.
4 more to Charlesworth. And he's certainly lapping up his moments there with his, I guess, his son, by the looks of things. He's wearing a fetching green hat. In comes Dunn and bowls forward in defence. This time is Charlesworth as the ball goes out into covers. So there is no run. 1 ball remains in the 10 overs of power play, and then Surrey, I'm sure to some relief, can put a few fielders back. Taking their slip out now. But yeah, so net run rate wise, I think Leicestershire are probably the only side that Gloucestershire can get ahead of on the net run rate. But in that situation, Middlesex can beat Warwickshire, so that's the good news. Dunn is in and bowls, that's punched away. That's a delicious shot from Charlesworth. It might not go for 4 actually, because it's going to the longer side of the ground. But they should pick up, yeah, they are going to pick up 3 eventually on the arm of Gums, because it is such a long way out there. So Gloucestershire have gone at over 8 runs per over in the first 10 overs of power play. It has cost them a couple of wickets. They've lost Wells and they've lost Harris for 12 and 9 respectively, but Charlesworth and Bracey have put on, what is it now? It's 47 in 5.2 overs. So it's rattled along, this partnership.
The afternoon hawk is out. So the afternoon hawk has gone for 35, and it's 141 for 7 at Lord's. So England trail still by 20 runs. It's going to be Conor McCurr from the pavilion end.
It's all right though, the Stokes-Leach partnership will
well,
come
yes,
good again.
You never know what's going to happen, really. Well, I do. As Conor McCurr will come over the wicket here, and Charlesworth is forward and playing this one out towards extra cover. There is Cameron Steele to do the fielding. There is no run.
They should do what they did in the old days and lay on some extra cricket after the matches are over.
That's how the first one-day international happened, wasn't it? And they played a 50-over game just for the crowd, and that's where it all sort of started. I think I'm right in saying that. In over the wicket comes Conor McCurr, and this is flicked away by Charlesworth down towards fine leg. That's going to run away for 4. So that's a boundary and over at the moment, which is sort of where they need to be. Gloucestershire. That's nicely put away by Charlesworth. He moves on to 33. Bracey has 26. This partnership has rapidly moved on to 51 with that boundary, so that brought up the 50 partnership as well. As Conor McCurr's in, Charlesworth drives out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. I think spin will have to come in soon, because they are whistling along against pace, Gloucestershire. So I think either young Mr. Majid or Mr. Steele might have to come into the piece quite soon.
Yep, definitely go along with that. And whilst this partnership has been really severe on anything loose, they have had a few loose deliveries to put away.
Over the wicket once again goes McCurr. This is driven handsomely by Bracey, straight up towards mid-off. I do like James Bracey's. He's got the black gloves with the black kit. Everything matches with James Bracey out there at the moment.
The only thing he's missing is the black boots.
I'm sure you could get those.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody's had them. I can't remember whether Jack Taylor's been in the black boots this year. I think maybe he was last year, but I'm not sure about this year.
Over the wicket once again goes Conor McCurr. This is cut by Bracey out towards Nico Reefer. Sweeping on that cover boundary rope. They'll pick up another single, one more to the total. 87 for 2.
But that's definitely what you need if you're going to be considered cool these days. I think Mark Church. I think they, these brown shoes that I've got on. It's not the way forward.
I've got a pair of those.
The brighter,
the
better.
Very, very smart. Yeah. As over the wicket once more comes Conor McCurr. Forward solidly goes Charlesworth. Plays this one into the leg side. End of the over, 11 gone. And ticking along nicely. Gloucestershire in pursuit of 293, 87 for 2, Charlesworth 34, and Bracey has 27.
I notice you've decided to go barefoot.
Well, I have got shoes, but unfortunately they got a bit wet the other day during the big storm here. So I had to wear them yesterday to the office for BBC Radio London, And they slowly began to dry out during the day, which was excellent. And today they are dry, but I've been having a bit of trouble with my feet. Yes, I bought myself a pair of sliders, they're called. But they
Not
were
the mini burgers.
No, they were a size too small, a bit like flip-flops. And I was in absolute agony. Yes, I big blisters all over my feet from them. So they were only just recovering from that experience. So yes, I'm wearing a proper pair of shoes again now. But yes, I see what you're saying. The brighter the better, I think, these days.
Cameron Steele is going to come into the attack. The Vauxhall end, so spin for the first time. Steele with his leg breaks, bowling to Bracey, who works with the turn but won't pick up a run as it's fielded at short mid-wicket. Clouds have cleared away as well into the distance, and pretty much a bowl of sunshine here, lighting up the MAR Galadari stand. Steele in and bowling. Forward goes Bracey and just pushes a single into the covers. Ball barely makes it more than a few cut strips away, but Bracey knew where the gap was and picks up a, as we say, it's quite a rare single in this innings. He's up to 28. It's 88 for 2. Cameron Steele also bowled well here last year in the playoff game against Gloucestershire. Steele drops that one a little shorter, but it's not short. It just means that Charlesworth goes onto the back foot to play. That might have been the Google, that one. Looked to be turning away from the left-handed Charlesworth. It's fun to see somebody who can turn it both ways. Steele is in full and wide. Charlesworth drives that one through the covers. Decent timing, but will not pick up more than the single as Gums does the fielding out on the boundary. 89 for 2.
Yeah, 61 with the bat as well today for Cameron Steele. Very good to see him back after getting concussion. So excellent to see him back.
In he comes, bowls to Bracey, reverse sweep, which will go straight to the fielder at short third man. He didn't get a bad ball to try to reverse sweep there, Bracey, because I think it ended up being a low full toss. If he just decided to play the paddle reverse, he would have picked up 4 for that. In comes Steele, bowls to Bracey, who once more is just nudging the ball into the gap on the offside. The ball takes a strange old bounce off that pitch, which is covered up, but fortunately for the fielder there, I think it's Laws, the ball was travelling so slowly that it didn't matter. That could have been slightly awkward had it been going quicker. So a decent start from Steele, just the 3 runs off his first over, and Gloucestershire 90 for 2, needing 203 more runs to win.
I love the way that Stuart Broad's 35 has been described as Broad goes for a thrilling 35 off 29 balls. Have you seen the score? Have you seen where England are in the game? Thrilling.
Well, that's the way it is nowadays. You've got that Stuart Broad batting fan account.
I know. As in comes Conor McCurr. This is a very good start at the start of this 13th over from Cameron Steele, because that was beautifully timed by Bracey, and a very good stop from Cameron Steele, diving away to his right-hand side.
Is Stuart Broad batting, I think it's called, isn't it? Something like that.
Yes. An irony to it, I think. As Pops is out now as well, so that's 8 down. My dad also has gone out the window. As in over the wicket once again comes Conor McCurr. Forward goes Bracey, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. So Stokes is still there on 20. This would be his best if he managed to get double 100 from here. So, oh dear. Anyway, there you go.
It's all gone to pots.
Well, I think it probably was going to at some point, especially as they've had no practice before the Test match, but South Africa have. As in over the wicket once again comes McCurr, driving his Bracey thick edge, and that whistles off down to the boundary rope for 4. So Bracey moves on to 29. 33, apologies, and Gloucestershire move on to 94 for 2.
A bit of luck there for Bracey. I suppose you buy the luck a little bit by being so positive at the start and making sure that there aren't any slips in place, but still, another day could have got a thin edge through to the keeper.
I'm wondering if there's ever been a touring side that have had a tour game while the home team haven't, as driving is Bracey up towards mid-off and there's no run. Because
it's a fair thought.
Well, it is. I'm just wondering, because of course South Africa got their 4 days against the England Lions. Yes. England's test players haven't had any red ball cricket whatsoever. So I'm just wondering if there's ever been another tour where the home side haven't actually had any practice before the series.
Especially the second part of the summer
yes,
as well,
indeed.
not even the first part.
No, indeed. As over the wicket once again comes McCurr, and this one's cracked off the back foot by Brace. You can't even sort of, not that you would blame COVID because it was horrible, but you can't blame COVID this time. 94 for 2. Here at the Kia Oval across the river. Charlesworth 35, Bracey 33. Oh, 9 down now, Stokes is out. So this is going to be before tea on day 3. As over the wicket once again comes McCurr, and this one's tucked away by Bracey out towards deep backward square. And they will pick up another single, 1 more to the total. And Bracey 34, Charlesworth 35. 95 for 2 after 13, so they're where they need to be here. Gloucestershire at the moment chasing 293 for victory.
And it's the whole bowling attack as well. It's not just one South African bowler. You know, Rabada having a superb outing on his own, or Maharaj on a turning pitch. It's all of them. Nortje's picked up 3, Maharaj a couple. Rabada and Gidi Janssen, they've all got wickets. Not sure who got Stokes out because he's not updated on mine yet. But anyway, it's been a team effort from South Africa. In comes Steele then, bowls to Bracey, who drags that one behind square on the leg side. Used a lot of bottom hand in that, did Bracey, looking for, say, a gap. I mean, I'm not sure you can even call it a gap when it's nobody saving the single between mid-off and short fine leg. I think there's got to be another word for that other than a gap. There's a chasm between those two fielders. So anywhere on the leg side for Bracey is a single, pretty much, other than where he just hit that ball. But I guess probably Steele's going to be bowling a lot of googlies and trying to get him to drag the ball over to that leg side against the spin of the googly. Bracey just adjusting his gloves. He's back and chipping the ball in the air and is caught very easily by Ryan Patel in the covers. So looking potentially to play against the googly, or at least against the angle there, Bracey. The simplest of lobbed catches to Ryan Patel in the covers, and Gloucestershire having looked as though they might potentially be strolling. Now under pressure again at 95 for 3. They still need another 198 runs to win, albeit required run rates come down a long way. And James Bracey, who was going along beautifully, has got to go for 34.
Well, it's a lovely bit of bowling from Cameron Steele. He's actually done Bracey there, hasn't he? Bracey's not picked it, trying to whip it leg side, and he looked in such good form, James Bracey. But it's tremendous entertainment, this, at the moment. It really is. 95 for 3 then. And, well, wickets and runs, Mr. Seaborn, wickets and runs.
Yeah, and for Surrey, I suppose not much of a surprise to see spin be effective, given what we saw in Gloucestershire's innings, where, I can't remember off the top of my head, was it 16 overs? I think it was 16 total overs bowled by the seamers, 8 by Van Meekeren and 4 each by Tom Price and Ajit Dale. So really, the spin, after the pace has got a couple of early ones, albeit it cost a lot of runs, the spin is in a kind of position where it could cause Gloucestershire some real damage, and got rid of Bracey, and now the pressure's very much on Charlesworth to be the one that bats through the innings, because Gloucestershire are going to need a couple of sizable contributions to chase this total down. And the way Bracey had started, you thought he was going to be one of them, but not to be. And so the right-handed Ollie Price comes out at number 5 to join Ben Charlesworth. So a couple of Gloucestershire's youngsters out there in the middle, and two halves of Gloucestershire brotherly combinations as well. Luke Charlesworth coming through the Gloucestershire Academy at the moment. In comes Steele, then bowls. Oh, that's a full toss first ball to Ollie Price, and a fairly high one as well. It wasn't high enough to be called a no ball, but still thigh high, and because it was Ollie Price's first ball, he only punched it straight to mid-off, so there's no run. Steele there and bowls. That's very short, and Ollie Price can rock onto the back foot and cut the ball away out towards deep cover and get off the mark. So 96 for her 3, excuse me. Yeah, Ollie Price, he's had some handy contributions in this competition, but without really going on. And they dearly love for it to be today is the day where he plays the really big innings that he's certainly capable of. Charlesworth working this one away, leg side out towards McCurr down at long on, who then sends a lovely half-volleyed throw in for Josh Blake to deal with. Single taken, 97 for 3. Other keepers would have got a serious glower for sending that throw in. Steele is there and bowling to Ollie Price, who reaches forward and defends into the leg side for no run. So 97 for 3 at the end of 14 overs. Charlesworth 36 from as many balls, and Ollie Price just the single to his name. Jack Taylor due in next, as mentioned, Gloucestershire's leading run scorer in this competition, followed by Zafar Gohar, who scored a couple of half centuries as well. And then Tom Price, who produced a quick-fire 45 in Gloucestershire's last match, which helped Gloucestershire up to that score of 262, which looked potentially to be defendable but turned out not to be. So there is batting to come for Gloucestershire, but I think they need a partnership here.
Conor McCurr is into Charlesworth. It's the start of the 15th over from the pavilion end, and Charlesworth is cutting this one away towards Nico Reifert, who comes round to his right to do the fielding. 98 for 3.
Tom Smith scored some runs here last year as well in that partnership with George Scott, which just about got Gloucestershire something to bowl at when it looked as if they'd be bundled out for sort of 150, 160.
Ollie Price for Conor McCurr. So the wickets to go: Wells for 12, Harris for 9, Bracey for 34. Right arm over the wicket comes Conor McCurr, and Ollie Price is in behind this one, turning it into the leg side. There is no run. Well, the good thing is England obviously get a bit of red ball practice in between the test matches, just to get them back into form for the second test. Yeah, all joking aside, it's a shame really, but I think seeing them bat on the first day, they look so rusty. As in over the wicket once again comes Conor McCurr, punched off the back foot, this time by Ollie Price. Good tumbling stop by Ryan Patel, away to his left-hand side. And there is no run. I just think it's very difficult to find form in a test match. We saw it in Australia on the Ashes tour.
We've seen so many other occasions as well. You know, South Africa, their tour of New Zealand, where I think they turned up really undergunned, but then went on to win. I think it was maybe the third test match.
In over the wicket once again comes Conor McCurr. Forward goes Ollie Price. He'll get a single out here to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and that's Sheridan Gums out there. They'll pick up a single, one more to the total. Price moves on to 2, 99 for 3.
And that was COVID that time, but equally it's as a test cricket fan, it's so sad to see and it is, I'm afraid, you sound like a sort of an old fart for saying such things, but it is the gradual devaluation of test cricket.
It's a technical term there from Ed Seabold. Short one is banged in by Conor McCurr, and a no ball is the signal from umpire Kettleborough. That'll be 2 more to the total, 99 for 3. Yeah, I think at times you've got to respect the game as well. Not sure. Not the way England are playing their cricket. way this season's been set up and the schedule, it's not respecting cricket anymore. 101 for 3, as punched off the back foot by Charlesworth down there towards backward point, and there is no run.
There we go. We took until what, the 65th over of the day to talk about the
it.
schedule, but you know, it's sort of like Godwin's law of cricket commentary that eventually, no matter how long the commentary on county cricket goes on for, eventually we'll come back to the schedule.
England have lost, by the way. They're all out for 149, so that's the test match done across the river. As Conor McCurr is in, and this is pulled by Charlesworth high in the air. Not really in control of that, but it goes into the wild blue yonder, and he'll get a couple. Sort of looped away into the leg side, got onto him quite quickly. End of the over, 15 gone, 103 for 3. Charlesworth 39. Ollie Price has 2. So we're rapidly moving along at the moment in this game. Another 190 required. Yeah, I think my thing with it is that I don't know why people are surprised, really. Genuinely, I don't know why people are surprised. Now, the thing is, what England did in those 4 tests was wonderful. But those players have been playing against a red ball for a while. And to throw, we saw it in the Ashes, to throw people into a test match against that South African attack, having played no red ball cricket. All the very best, everybody. Whatever style of play you've got, it's going to be hard work.
Steele bowls to Ollie Price, who drives a really good-looking shot, but it's not going to bring him any runs, thanks to the efforts of Conor McCurr at extra cover. So
that's what I mean about respecting cricket. You've got to respect it. You've got to look at that and think, well, we possibly can't go out and do that.
Steele is in. Ollie Price bringing out the extra cover drive again. This time it's gone straight to McCurr at extra cover.
Yeah, I'm not blaming the players here in the slightest. What I'm saying is, by respecting the game, you have to look at it and think, well, if you're not going to practice and you're not going to do it, then you're not respecting the game. We're going to get hammered.
Steele there and bowling. Forward goes Ollie Price, and this time just defends the ball back towards Steele. He moves to his left in his follow through, picks it up. So dot to start the 16th over, and quite run rate still around about 5.5 an over for Gloucestershire. So it's not no factor at all. They can afford a few quieter overs. Ollie Price this time pushing the ball towards mid-on. Thought about running for a single as the ball was parried at mid-wicket towards mid-on. I think wisely they decided not to go through there. Ryan Patel, the fielder at mid-wicket, who I think has got a bit of a carpet burn there for his troubles, even though he's got the long sleeves on. Steele is in and bowling. Ollie Price, the big stride forward, defending the leg break into the leg side. So could be a maiden over this from Cameron Steele. So he's just beginning to drag things back here. Well, more than just beginning to drag things back. We've had a few quieter overs in a row now. Steele just making Ollie Price wait a little here as he's in and bowling, and that's the googly, and that turned a good amount, but I think Ollie Price, to his credit, managed to pick that, and he rolled the wrists on it and just blocked it into the leg side. But that is a maiden over from Cameron Steele. 103 for 3 remains the score. 190 runs to win for Gloucestershire from 34 overs, and that's the first maiden over of the day. The other thing is that New Zealand side is on a little bit of a downward curve as well, and they'd been hit a little bit in their preparations as well. You know, they lost a home test to Bangladesh, they lost that test to South Africa at home as well. They're not quite the World Test Championship winning side that they were the last time they came over here. Not devaluing the wins at all, but equally South Africa, I don't know, I'd imagine in their test cricket they're probably riding kind of a high at the moment in contrast.
Well, we're going to get Yusuf Majid into the attack for the first time with his left arm spin. He's impressed in this competition, the young man, but he's greeted with a gorgeous drive from Charlesworth. Oh, and it's a good effort from Matt Dunn. He got there, but he's taken the ball over the rope with him. Charlesworth's just lent on that first delivery. And that's over the boundary rope and away for 4. 4 to Charlesworth. Punch back up the pitch. There's no run once again.
But, you know, South Africa, they had a really good home series in Test cricket against India, beat Bangladesh as well. Confidence from white ball cricket, I suppose you could say as well.
Yes, this one's turned into the leg side by Charlesworth. They'll pick up another single on to 44. Well, I'll go back to my point. It's still confusing, isn't it? How the touring side get a proper warm-up game, the home side don't. And as I say, sometimes you have to respect the game. And I'm not talking about the players here, I'm talking about you have to look at it and think, well, hang on, if we're going to bung them into this against that attack, this is going to happen. As this one's pushed out into the offside by Ollie Price, and there is no run.
And it's still the thing which people are most interested in. It's your most valuable commodity which you're treating that way, as well as English cricket.
Down the pitch goes Price. Oh, he wasn't quite to the pitch of that, but he's thrown the bottom hand into it and hauled it into the leg side, and they'll pick up 2 more to the total. Price really got himself out of jail there by somehow getting bat on it, otherwise he'd have been in all sorts of bother against the left arm spinner, but he did get a bit of bat on it. As sweeping this time, that's a nice shot from Price, played that one very well, just on the angle, sweeping away. And that whistles over the boundary rope for 4. 110 for 3. Price moves on to 8. End of the over, 16 gone. And 114 for 3.
That tends to be his get out of jail shot against the spinners, or at least not necessarily get out of jail shot, but you know what I mean, his go-to shot. If the pressure's beginning to build, a few dot balls, that sweep tends to be the way that he tries to release the pressure. Got that one away well. So Steele, his 4th over now, he's just conceded 5 runs from his first 3 overs and picked up the key wicket of James Bracey. Really good rhythm going here. He's in now and bowling to Charlesworth. Charlesworth is forward and just defending off the front foot out into the covers, fielded there by Ryan Patel. It's always good to see just a spinner turning it both ways, but also bowling with a good level of control whilst doing it. He's in and bowls, and Charlesworth is beaten by a magnificent googly, which turns and bounces. And, well, I don't think there was that much that Charlesworth could have done about that. Even if he'd read it, it turned and bounced.
Gem of a delivery, this from Cameron Steele.
He tried to get
googly, but it's turned forward.
I don't think he did pick it, actually, looking at the shot that he played. This time it is the leg break, and it's worked away towards deep mid-wicket by Charlesworth, and he'll be grateful, I would think, to get off strike after that last delivery. 115 for 3. Yeah, judging by the way that sort of flapped at it a bit with the leading edge, I don't think Charlesworth saw that googly at all.
Absolutely not at all. And the other thing is that's turned a lot from Cameron Steele.
Yeah. Price then on strike, 8 from 15. He moves across his stumps, gets a full toss, which he whacks away through mid-wicket along the ground and for 4 runs. So, having praised Steele's control, other than actually the first delivery that he bowled to Ollie Price, which is another full toss, that's the only blemish. And Ollie Price had already made up his mind he was going to go on to the sweep. Got the full toss, just helped it on its way.
Yep, and he didn't try and hit it too hard, he just made sure he got it in a gap.
Fielder out at deep square leg can cover a fair bit of ground out there, but not if the ball's hit that hard. He's gone across his stumps again as Ollie Price swept it in the air. It looked from up here as though it was going to go quite close to short fine leg, but it didn't in the end, and it's yet another boundary. So even Ollie Price, who started off quite circumspectly, is now just dealing in boundaries. 123 for 3.
It's great entertainment, isn't it? As I said, either way, I think we were on for an early finish here. 123 for 3, the sun's shining. And that's a good sweep shot from Ollie Price.
16 off 17 now. Steele bowls, cut shot attempted. Charlesworth's come a fair distance down looking for the single, but Ollie Price has screamed at him to get back into his ground. So that's a dot ball to finish the over. 9 runs have come from it. It's 123 for 3 after 18 overs. 170 more runs needed by Gloucestershire. I mean, that's the other thing. Despite all this, Gloucestershire are still not even close to halfway to this total, despite the fact they've got the required run rate down from very close to a run a ball to basically 5 1/4, thanks to this start.
Yeah, and I just think this is good in the fact that Gloucestershire is still going nicely, but Surrey are picking up wickets, so it's very difficult to know who's actually in charge of this at the moment. Yusuf Majid is in from the pavilion end. This one's tucked away by Charlesworth off his hip into the leg side. He'll get a single as Cameron Steele nips round to do the fielding. One more to the total, 124 for 3. So there we are. I'll have to do something else tomorrow now, Mr. Seaborn. I might take in a musical.
Bit of washing?
No, I don't think I'll be doing any of that. I think the weather's quite good. I'll sit in the park. This is pulled by Price for 4. Dropped in by Yusuf Majid, and he's just stood up straight there as Price and smashed it through the leg side. And you probably heard the noise of that coming out of the middle of his bat. So he's on to 20, 128 for 3, but didn't get that one at all right, Yusuf Majid.
He goes down for the sweep, and I think he tried to drag his length back and beat him.
As driving is Ollie Price down the ground. And he'll move on to 21 now. And 129 for 3.
And just shimmied back and smacked it after he saw it was dropped short. Really quick footwork from Ollie Price.
He did belt it. I'll give him that. This one's pushed off the back foot by Charlesworth, and it's good stop by Yusuf Majid off his own bowling. Just looking for the single down the ground, but Yusuf Majid gets across. That's the fielding off his own bowling. Around the wicket once again goes Yusuf Majid, and this one's pushed by Charlesworth towards Matt Dunn, stood up there on the edge of the circle at mid-off. 129 for 3 is. Oh, a lovely shot from Charlesworth, little paddle sweep down towards the boundary. He'll just get a single though. I thought he got a bit more on that actually, but he just gets the single. End of the over. It's another good one for Gloucestershire. They're just keeping this scoreboard ticking. Their run rate at the moment is 6.84. The required rate is 5.26. 130 for 3.
Yeah, they've just got themselves going again in the last few overs, and it's mostly thanks to the fact that Ollie Price has really got going after facing a few dots to start with. And actually that's the thing about both these players. Neither of them really mind too much facing a few dots. They're both quite correct players, tend to play a lot through the V, and so you're going to face a few dots doing that in this form of the game with the way that fields are set. Steele bowls to Charlesworth. It's full and wide, inviting a cover drive, which is what Charlesworth does, but just picks up the 1 run out to Gums on the deep cover boundary. 132 for 3. I think that's another thing you've got to get going with what Gums has got there. It's the sunglasses round the back of the cap.
Back of the cap, yeah.
That's very
so
much
the sun doesn't
in vogue.
Get in the back of your head.
Oh, he's in the back of his head. Steele then waiting as Ollie Price faces. Paddle sweep this time from Ollie Price. It's going to land on the edge of the circle and trickle out towards the pavilion. Is it going to go? It's just going to go. How far did he have to run there, the fielder, from that? Whoa.
He's given that everything to get round, dive full length. He's had a couple now like that, where he's done all the work, got there, and then it's just run out of room.
He's run halfway across London there.
He has. It's good effort that from Tom Laws. These young men, eh?
It made me tired just watching it.
Absolutely.
135 for 3. Steele in and bowling to Ollie Price, who actually plays that one pretty much French cricket style. Both toes facing the bowler.
Very simple method he's got, Ollie Price, isn't it?
Yeah, at the moment it's pretty much sweep or or block.
There's nothing wrong with it at all.
Working at this point, 158 to win. In comes Steele and Bowles. Here comes the sweep. It's a full toss, which is paddled round the corner. Be thinking about 2 here, and they'll decide not to go for it. So this time, the pursuit from Laws is a fruitful one, because he's done well actually to stop them coming back for 2 there. I thought they would probably turn it, but decided against it. 26 to Ollie Price, 136 for 3. In comes Steele, over the wicket bowling to Charlesworth, drags the length back a bit. Charlesworth pushes this one away into the covers, was able to play that one off the pitch that time, Charlesworth, because of the length being dragged back a bit, but I don't know if he would have necessarily read that one out of the hand. Steele in and bowling. Charlesworth on the back foot to quite a full delivery, but he gets plenty of bat on it and is happy just to defend the ball away. So it's another tidy over in general from Steele. Don't think the paddle sweep was really too much the bowler's problem. And 136 for 3 is the score for Gloucestershire. We've had 20 overs. 157 more runs needed from 30.
Yeah, and what I like about Price is there's no sort of trigger positions and movements, bat up in the air and all that. He just puts it back between his feet, keeps it down, picks it up naturally, and if it's there, he's going after it. And it's nice to see this, it really is.
Important
Very
thing
simple method.
From Ollie Price is that he keeps going with it, though, because 20s, 30s, 40s need to be converted.
Well, he's on strike here to Yusuf Majid, and he's forward, and he nudges the ball to backward point, taking on Cameron Steele with the throw. He's through safely for the single. 1 more to the total. End of this over. I may just have to leave you. Age and too much coffee.
Ah, okay. Yes. I thought maybe you had an important update to do or something.
No, nothing like that.
No.
Just as I say, you get to my age, you have too much coffee and you've got a bad back. It takes you a while to get there. As in round the wicket comes Yusuf Majid, and this is turned by Charlesworth. Out towards deep mid-wicket, Steele does the fielding. And they will pick up 1 more. Charlesworth has moved on to a very nice 49 runs here. Price comes back on to strike on 27. As Yusuf Majid's in, he's sweeping again. Taking it from outside his off stump there and just sweeping out towards deep backward square. Nico Reefer does the fielding. To the total, 139 for 3, another 154 required, but we're only in the 20th over at the moment. Yes. G left on round the wicket, he comes to Charlesworth, he's gone, chipped it straight back to Yusuf Majid. And Charlesworth looks at the pitch as if it just stopped on him or stuck in the pitch, but Yusuf Majid, nice bit of flight and guile from him. And Charlesworth's very good innings comes to an end on 49. And a wicket again, it's 139 for 4.
And again, just as Gloucestershire would have been starting to feel as if they were in a position of control rather than it being even. And I think that wicket now tips it just back into Surrey's favour with 4 wickets down. They're still not quite halfway there in terms of the runs, Gloucestershire, and especially on 49. Charlesworth wasn't looking to do anything more with that other than just knock the single that he needed to get to his 50, and neither Bracey nor Charlesworth have been looking to do anything too special with the balls that got them out. They've just been looking for singles, and they've chipped the ball in the air. So critical wicket that, because Charlesworth, even though he's still young, he's got a presence about him out in the middle, and he has tended to play that anchor role when he's been in the side, and as I mentioned, he was the leading run scorer for Gloucestershire last year, so that's a really handy wicket for Surrey to have got. And now Jack Taylor's going to come out, and in general Jack Taylor has tended only to start one way, I think.
Shots?
Yes, so he tends to start that way. So he got off the mark against Leicestershire with a 6. I think maybe his second scoring shot against Nottinghamshire was also a 6. And what he does is if they put long on up or long off up, he'll try and smack it over the top for 6, push long on and long off back, and then he's got the singles. Yeah, but he's not afraid just to go for it from ball 1, just to put the field back.
A lovely contrast there, because he, of course, possesses one of the big back lifts, and then Mr. Price just keeps the bat between his feet. So it'd be excellent, this. But I'm really enjoying this. It's a very interesting game of cricket. Both sides all action at the moment, isn't it? 139 for 4 in this, the 21st over. 20th over, apologies. Yes. In goes Yusuf Majid, and forward comes Taylor. 21st over. And Taylor pushing that one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yusuf Majid is in again to Taylor. There's the big back lift. There's the cut shot. Doesn't really time it, but he'll get a single. And good over that from Yusuf Majid. He's got that wicket, key wicket really, of Charlesworth on 49. 140 for 4. And if you'll excuse me for one over, Mr. Seaborn, I'm going to slowly get out of my chair and, like an old man.
Oh, I can hear you creaking.
Yeah,
oh, no,
did you hear that?
Actually.
That was the chair.
It's quite a stiff breeze getting up now. Actually, just look at the stiff backs. There's Church, yeah. There's quite a strong breeze actually, looking at the trees to our left-hand side as we look out the wonderful sight of the old pavilion. To the left, trees are moving about quite vigorously, as are the flags on top of the Giladari stand and the pavilion. So, change of bowling then. Nick Kimber is into the attack. So Steele's bowled 5, and potentially they've decided to keep some overs of Steele up their sleeve, Surrey, for the back end, or further towards the back end. So here's Kimber, then right arm over, bowls to Jack Taylor and almost gets him with an in-swinging Yorker first ball, but the ball misses off stump. Jack Taylor looking to drive. The ball had a bit of tail on it there. He's also got, and we're talking about this with Dale, but it's a slightly slingy action here from Kimber, so you'd be thinking that he would be getting movement into the right-handed Taylor. In comes Kimber. He's there to the crease and bowls, and another delivery which is up towards the block hole. Maybe just a ankle-high full toss in the end, but nicely bowled from Kimber. Jack Taylor would have been imagining he'd be receiving those 2 balls first up, and just worked it away to Ryan Patel at mid-wicket, and so it's a dot ball again. So 2 dots to start this Kimber over. He's another one of these people who's listed as right-arm medium on this system, but he's definitely a bit quicker than that. In comes Kimber and bowls down the leg side. Jack Taylor flicks it on its way down towards fine leg, but the fielder can get across easily, and so it's just the single. 141 for 4 with Jack Taylor on to 2. I keep saying it with every partnership, but it's absolutely vital. I think these 2, they've got to put on 50 odd really, because whilst I mentioned Zafar scored some runs, Tom Price got runs in the last game. In terms of kind of pure batters, these 2 are sort of the last before you start getting into all-rounders and bowling all-rounders really, as that's edged by Ollie Price, and there's no slip in place, and it'll go down to the boundary for 4. This has been a really good start from Kimber, but no reward as yet, and he's gone for 4 runs. Ollie Price on to 32.
Yep, and it's that simple technique again from Ollie Price there. Okay, if there'd been a slip, that would have been out, but he's not. He doesn't go after it. He just lets it hit the bat.
Would have been a really low catch.
Yeah.
I mean, if the slip had been standing just behind the keeper, it might not have carried. Kimber is in, that's down the leg side, and will be wided by umpire Debenham, who does like to get those arms out in front of him a bit rather than straight out wide when he gives that wide. 146 for it. It's sort of a little bit more like a kind of a golden eagle spreading its wings rather than, say, the Angel of the North.
I drove past that the other day, the Angel of the North. It's very impressive.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've done that. In comes Kimber, he's there, and bowls width on offer. That's crunched through the covers by Ollie Price. That is one of the shots of the innings, that, because I'm not sure even as many and as beautiful a cover drive as we saw from Bracey and Charlesworth, I'm not sure there was one which was cracked away quite like that from Ollie Price.
Well,
that is
everything is
150 up.
Everything is right about that.
It's not-
You could say the price is right, couldn't you, with that shot?
Oh, I've never heard that one before, funnily
The
enough.
price is right with that shot from Mr. Price.
It is the 150 up. The scoreboard's lying to me. Ollie Price drives again. He was looking to repeat the dose there, but has managed to get that one just a little bit finer out towards the fielder on the offside rope. So 151 for 4. It hasn't done a lot wrong there, that over Kimber. Maybe the last couple of deliveries bit too much width, but he's ended up going for 11 off that one, including the edge for 4. And 151 for 4 is the Gloucestershire score. The game continues to move along at pace.
They should have, if you play shots like that, they should just have a big speaker saying, "Come on down," for Ollie Price. That's a lovely shot for 4, it really was. 22, but on a serious point, everything was right about that shot. Ollie Price, terrific shot, it really was. 150 for 4 then. 10 off the over from Kimber. Another 143 required. 28 overs to get there. Yusuf Majid is coming round the wicket here to Price. He looks to drive. Big puff of dust there. Wasn't really to the pitch of that, but he gets a single down the ground towards long on. More to the total. Price moves on to 38. Taylor comes back onto strike on 2.
It's kind of textured pitch where there's live grass on the middle of it, and yet lots of dust at either end.
Taylor.
For a game of cricket so
Well,
far,
it
though.
is. It's playing very well, this pitch is. Oh, Taylor, there you go. Straight over the top of mid-off and into the pavilion for 6. Then it's that big bat lift. Lovely swing of the bat. Doesn't come down the pitch there. He's played that almost from the crease, really. And then just chipped it straight into the pavilion for 6. As the captain, he'll move on to 8 now. That's a lovely cricket shot, that. And now that mid-off goes back to long-off, so as Mr. Seaborn was saying, he can now just push it down the ground for a single. He swings this one for 6 more over the leg side, does Jack Taylor. So there we go, straight into the stand, and it has. There's a gentleman in a red shirt there who's just taken a magnificent catch. Well done, sir. That's an excellent catch from you. Well done.
There we go.
He's milking it
That's
now.
right, lap it up.
But it's a good bit of batting again from Jack Taylor.
He did that so calmly as well. I thought he wasn't even going to celebrate it.
He didn't have to move. Jack Taylor's just basically stuck it in that seat. As Taylor pushes this one down to backward point, gives Yusuf Majid something to think about. Taylor on 14, 163 for 4, another 130 required by Gloucestershire. Taylor waits once again. Yusuf Majid's into him. Here he goes again, pulling flat for 6 more. And it is this Taylor bat. He just picks that bat up so high that if it's there and he gets hold of it, there's only one place it's going, and that's into the stand for 6. So Cameron Steele's wandered across here to Yusuf Majid. Taylor's raced on to 20, and it's 169 for 4.
I mean, it's so tricky with Jack Taylor at the moment in the form that he's in, bowling, even if you're turning the ball away from him, to such a short, kind of, as I described it earlier, kind of like a short porch over there towards wide long on. It's just particularly that corner of the ground it's going to be really tricky to defend, and this hasn't necessarily been what Jack Taylor's done in every innings so far. He has tended to go for a big shot and clear the ropes early, but then he's tended to dial back, and I just wonder if this is net run rate that Gloucestershire are thinking, that if we're going to win this, we're going to have to win it big.
Absolutely is. In round the wicket comes Yusuf Majid again. Now it's the late little cut from Jack Taylor,
Like
straight down to Nick Kimber. End of the over, 23 gone, and 170 for 4. So 20 off the over from Yusuf Majid. 3 sixes in there. Yes, Jack Taylor looks in good nick, and as I say, with that massive bat lift of his, he's got a lovely free swing of the bat. 170 for 4. So the rate required at the moment is only 4.56. They're ticking along very nicely at 7.39.
Yeah, what a bizarre game of cricket. But it has, I'm loving it. I don't really at the moment care. Well, I don't tend to care too much. I don't think who wins and who loses, but this has just been a terrific spectacle. In comes Kimber and bowls, and on the back foot punching this one away for 4 more is Ollie Price. Just a controlled shot through backward point off the back foot, got on top of the ball, played it into the ground and wide of steel at backward point, and that is the 8th 4 for Ollie Price in his 42 now. 119 more needed to win, and again it's just pretty simple batting from Ollie Price.
He just picks the bat up. If it's there, just puts the bat on it. Absolutely whistled off that one for 4.
Punters are definitely enjoying the sun now, which is shining brightly as Kimber bowls to Ollie Price, who clips that one away past short mid-wicket. This will be at least 2 runs. It's going out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, which is a long one, so I suspect they'll be able to get quite a comfortable third. Long throw in. I mean, God, that's some arm from Matthew Dunn. 3 runs to Ollie Price, under 45.
He's a strong fella, is Matthew Dunn, and he absolutely launched that ball straight over the top of the stumps.
Just an easy little throw in, whatever that must be, 80 yards into the gloves on the full of the wicketkeeper. 4-3 to start this over from Kimber. And Jack Taylor now on strike. How's he going to go about facing the seam? In comes Kimber. He's there now and bowls. Short ball, late cut down towards third man. It's not going to go to the boundary because they've got their third man really quite fine of Surrey, but that's Jack Taylor for you. Just the single taken, 178 for 4, but huge hits over the leg side, and then he's really adept at those late cuts off both seam and spin. They bring him a lot of runs, and actually on some of the trickier surfaces that Gloucestershire have played on in some of the T20 games, that was the shot that was the most effective for Jack Taylor, was that late cut, particularly against the spinners. Kimber is there and bowls. That's an on drive from Ollie Price. It's a decent looking shot, but he's just not quite timed it well enough to get it past mid-on. Dunn does the fielding, and so it is a dot ball. I tend to sort of think of dot balls as being massive events in 50-over cricket, but the way that things have gone of late, there haven't been too many of those. The required run rate's coming ever further down, but I don't think Gloucestershire are going to stop going the way that things are happening now. And by the way, this is also Ollie Price's highest List A score. Kimber is in down the leg side. Is there something on that? Yes, there is. He's gone. Ollie Price doesn't particularly enjoy the decision, but he won't enjoy the way that he's got out either. Having just passed his List A best, he's been strangled down the leg side by Kimber. Gloucestershire 178 for 4. Has that come off his hip potentially? Well, he's gone. He's been given out. That's all that matters now. And Gloucestershire need 115 more runs to win. Runs and wickets aplenty.
Runs and wickets always makes for exciting cricket. This one is just, it's almost off the scale, this at the moment. It really is. There is no control on this. It's like a runaway train, this game, and it's whoever can sort of get control of it, really, because, well, it is. It's runs and wickets, but it's certainly making for entertainment, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, I mean, whether Ollie Price was out or not, you know, you've seen the potential in that innings. Anybody who's watched that knows that there is a seriously fine batter in there.
Absolutely,
100%. Love to go on, and you know, the one thing that you would say is that delivery probably should have been put away, even if it did come off the hip rather than off the bat. So yeah, just a shame from Ollie Price's point of view, because it really felt as if this was going to be the day when everything all came together and he went on to get a big score. So Zafar Gohar has found himself in this position so many times this season, whether it be in the championship or in this competition. He's come out with Gloucestershire behind in the game. Well, I think you'd have to say they're just about behind now, needing 150 to win and 5 wickets in hand. And he has tended to deliver in this situation. This has been the situations when he has scored his runs, but then equally you can't always be relying on your number 7 to come out and dig you out of a hole every time. I suspect he's only going to play one way as well.
It's good entertainment this at the moment, isn't it?
Very much so. 1 ball remaining in over number 24. It's Kimber bowling to Zafar, who pushes the ball quietly to mid-on. And there is no run. Ryan Patel had gone into a slip position for that delivery. So a dot to end the over. Gloucestershire 178 for 5 after 24 overs, chasing a 293. Required rate down to 4.4 and over. But yet again, just as Gloucestershire build something and build a partnership, they lose a wicket, and it just means that it doesn't feel as if they're really ahead in this game.
Well, there was 8 off that over and the wicket, so still, you know, above where they needed to be in terms of run rate. Now, this is an interesting move. Tom Laws coming back into the attack to bowl the 25th over, and this will be to try and get rid of Jack Taylor, I would have thought. Taylor looking very dangerous, 21 off 11. 178 for 5. That target is 293. Not even at halfway yet in this Gloucestershire run chase. Jack Taylor, the Gloucestershire captain, waits here for Tom Laws as Laws is into him, and it's a short ball which Taylor's trying to crack off the back foot through cover point, but it hits the toe end of his bat and just potters away there towards Cameron Steele, who does the fielding in there at backward point, and there's no run.
And another good stat from Adrian Thomas.
Lovely. Thank you, Adrian,
for that one. Jack Taylor's gone up to 26s now. That's the most 6s by any Gloucestershire batter in a single one-day competition.
There you go. As Tom Laws is in, and that's a short ball which Taylor turns into the leg side. We'll take a single on this occasion. Goes on to 22. That brings Zafar Gohar to strike for the first time here to Tom Laws.
Every chance to add to that at Radlett as well with those boundaries.
Absolutely, 100%. 179 for 5. Yes, I'll have a look at the other scores around the place, because of course Middlesex in action again today. Hampshire made 228 for 9. Glamorgan 180 for 1. Hampshire might lose again.
Might lose.
Deary me.
Well coming to.
Laws is over the wicket here to Zafar Gohar. Beats the outside edge as he's looking to run that down towards third man.
Major won't be happy. Major won't be happy.
No, oh yes, of course. Yorkshire 282 for 6. Kent 94 for 2. Northamptonshire 370 for 4. Lancashire at Blackpool 198 for 1. So that's flying along. As Laws is over the wicket once again. Zafar Gohar beaten again on the outside. Nicely bowled by Tom Laws. Middlesex 374 for 3. Warwickshire at Radlett 87 for 2. And Essex 279 for 9. Worcestershire 121 for 1 in the 22nd. And Sussex in the day-nighter 257 for 3 in the 39th against Somerset. So 257 for 3. Ali Orr is 144 not out there, so well played to him.
their youngsters have stepped up as well as Pajara guiding them through.
As Laws is in, short ball, in behind this one goes Zafar Gohar. Plays it straight back up the pitch and there's no run.
What I can also say is that if Sussex and Middlesex do go on to win, then Gloucestershire I don't think can qualify in any other way other than by net run rate, which is why they're going so hard here.
Over the wicket goes Tom Laws. Zafar Gohar drives and get a single. Gets himself off the mark. Out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, but a very tidy over that from Tom Laws. Just a couple of runs off it, so that's the halfway point. 180 for 5 at halfway. Surrey were 143 for 3. So interestingly poised all this at the moment.
Very much so, and with Gloucestershire, as I say, most likely pretty much to keep going. Whether there's just a... We've seen it with a couple of the partnerships. There's been a little throttle back for a few overs, but then they've got themselves going again and have really gone for it. In comes Kimber and bowls to Zafar Gohar, who drives. Times that one better than his previous offerings, but will not pick up a run because they brought mid-off and mid-on up inside the circle, and Dunn does the fielding there. So yeah, so Sussex and Middlesex will go up to 10 points. Gloucestershire can only get to 10 points by winning their last 2 matches. Leicestershire are already at 10 points, so that will mean 3 teams are at 10. And so results will need to go in Gloucestershire's way, and they will need to beat one or more of those teams on net run rate. Short ball, good one from Kimber. Zafar was looking to pull that to start with, and then just had to take... Oh, I thought it was a... Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
No board him on that.
Okay, fair enough. Richard Kettleborough's got a much better view of it than I have. I'd certainly be the last person to argue with Richard Kettleborough, but Zafar, the way that he took his eye off that one, I thought sort of indicated that he thought he was heading towards his head. But 2 runs onto the board then, 182 for 5, 111 runs needed to win. Kimber is in and bowls to Zafar, who drives on the bounce back to Kimber, who picks it up to his right, two-handed. There is no run.
Must be a lot of people there are on this middle tier, because I think this is again the community day, so lots of clubs and school kids here. It's a really good atmosphere on the middle tier. That's the noise you can hear of the crowd away to our right hand side.
It's a Friday as well, so
Friday,
yeah, still a working day. In comes Kimber and bowls to Zafar, and Zafar gets a ball on the middle stump, which he turns back towards Kimber. So another dot ball. Potentially might get a few more. You see a few more people filtering in down there as the early work day finishes. Won't have masses of cricket left to watch, but what they do have left will be exciting.
very much
That
so.
is for sure. I can guarantee it personally.
Well, that's a good guarantee.
In comes Kimber. He bowls to Zafar, who flicks that one away off his pads down towards long leg. He'll get one. Ooh, almost got completely done there, did Majid on the boundary, but he managed at least to keep the ball within the field of play, and so they get 2 runs rather than 4. 109 needed to win.
Well, that can happen if you sprint that first. You just put the fielder under the pressure to get their hands on it as quick as they can, and then they've got half an eye on, are they coming back for 2?
He's pretty quick is Zafar, whether it's across the boundary or between the wickets. Kimber is there and bowls on the pads, flicked away aerially and for 6 over backward square leg. Just an easy pick up from Zafar, and actually it was a fair distance away from the fielder at deep square anyway. So Zafar Gohar gets a 6, 190 for 5, which was right on his hip. A lot of left hand, well in fact right-handers like it there, but
yeah,
left-handers especially seem to like it there. Pick it up onto the short side and away for 6. 3 more runs required to win. In comes Kimber. He's there and bowls to Zafar, who drives down the ground. Will not beat mid-off, but grab a single as Dunn has to move across to his left. That ends up being another good over for Gloucestershire. That was 11 runs from that one. 191 for 5. 102 more needed from 24 overs.
Yes, indeed. Still ticking along out there in the middle. 2 Laws it will be to bowl his 5th over. 2 Laws down there at the pavilion end. Zafar Gohar will be on strike on 10. Yes, and if you haven't heard, England have lost the first test, or South Africa have won the first test by an innings and 12 runs, because England were all out for 149 in their second innings. As over the wicket comes Tom Laws then to Zafar Gohar, and Gohar turning this one into the leg side. We'll get a single, and Kimber out there to do the fielding. There'll be one more to the total. Gohar's moved on to 11. 192 for 5.
Just having a look at a message sent to me by Mark from Madrid asking whether I had a 12th man available or whether I needed an emergency call for a substitute. I assumed that he was talking about my carrot cake in terms of somebody to take over whilst I ate that, but he was actually talking about my broken suitcase yesterday.
Beg your pardon. This short ball, that's 6. Taylor has got hold of that over mid-wicket. And again, it's Jack Taylor in form with that big old bat lift. He has swung that into the crowd over some half-naked gentlemen watching with their shirts off in the Peter May stand. But he's got hold of that one. That went a long, long way. 198 for 5.
Halfway up and then bounced another good 4 or 5 rows further up after hitting something over there. But yeah, my suitcase, unfortunately, it flew off the handle, or its handle flew off yesterday.
As then over the wicket comes Laws, and Taylor's just pushing off the back foot into the offside, and will pick up a single, moves on to 29, 199 for 5.
Fortunately, the case met its final resting place this morning. Yeah, oh well.
Have you got another?
I have immediately, yes. I sourced one from Brixton Market, actually.
Oh, well done.
It was a handy position to be staying in last night. So I've already got a replacement lined up, but it's always sad to see a companion go like that.
As driving down the ground here is Zafar Gohar. And there is no run. So it's beyond repair?
Well, yeah, it's snapped, you see. It's completely snapped. And with the amount of stuff that, equipment-wise, you have to cram in to it, unfortunately. Yeah, just need a new one. My trusty companion.
That is a shame.
Many a trip.
That is a shame. As in over the wicket again comes Laws, and short delivery up on his toes goes Zafar Gohar, turning this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. You see, I purchased my ultimate commuter's bag at the beginning of this season, which has got so many pockets on it. I've lost things in here that I'm sure I'll find again when I half the time I can't remember which pocket I've put things in. But yes, it's quite good, that bag. Over the wicket once again goes Laws, and Zafar Gohar turns this one in front, square through the leg side. Gums is coming up to do the fielding. They're going to get back for 2. It's good running from Jack Taylor. I saw this from Surrey, and that's the 200 up. So we're down to double figures required here. 201 for 5 at the end of that over from Tom Laws. So 14 off that over. 92 more required off 23.
The other good thing about the old case was that it was a pretty horrid shade of purple, and it was also slightly falling apart around the edges as well, so nobody would ever have thought to steal it.
Could you not find another one like that then?
Well, I suppose I could.
Charity shop?
I don't know, a file or something to my new one, and then it won't look new anymore, and people won't think to steal it.
I think you might be overthinking this a touch.
Well, I have been known to do such things.
Yes, I know. I think you should just be pleased to have your new suitcase and enjoy it. Has it got wheels?
It has, yes. It needs wheels. That's a requirement of any
prerequisite.
New suitcase. Yeah, part of the checklist which was gone through.
Yes.
Long checklist, as you can imagine.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah.
Can you fit something in it?
Yes.
You can.
Good. Is it draggable?
Yeah.
Tick, tick.
Right, change of bowling. Kimber is out of the attack. 3 overs, 1 for 30. Not entirely his own fault, really, has to be said, but it's Steele back on. Steele was excellent in his first spell. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. He's bowling to Jack Taylor on 29. Jack Taylor goes for a huge swing and misses it. It's the googly.
Cool. Dear, he's had a go at that one, hasn't he, Jack Taylor? Almost swung himself off his feet there. Nice bit of keeping from Blake. Taylor very kindly puts the bails back on to save umpire Kettleborough a walk.
And Steele also took the pace off that delivery again, which meant that Jack Taylor was... The eyes kind of lit up, but I think he was through the shot as well as playing over the outside of it. Watch which way the ball's turning. That's a very short ball, which is cut over the top of extra cover and really well fielded out on the deep cover boundary rope. Reefer, the fielder, out there. Saves 2 runs. 2 runs scored. Jack Taylor on to 31. 90 required to win.
Yeah, and a good shot that from Taylor again, because he got it in front of square. So he was swinging Reef around.
Wasn't far off picking up 4. Steele is in another delivery. It's a little bit short, and so Jack Taylor can go back and clip out to deep square leg for a single. So he's not going to be swinging at every single delivery, Jack Taylor, but at the moment, for the most part, he's picking his deliveries to go. And I suppose you'd say that first swing, even though it was the googly, it still missed off stump, so there was some margin for error in that. In comes Steele over the wicket to the left-handed Zafar Gohar, who's forward and getting the inner half of the bat on that one as he looked to defend. Ball squibs way behind square, picked up at backward square leg by the Surrey captain Ben Geddes, and there is no run. Comes Steele once more, bowls to Zafar, who defends into the leg side. They thought about a quick single, but Jack Taylor, I think, in the end decided it was a bit too late to be going for that one. Good work from Steele off his own bowling, so Steele comes back and starts off with another tight over so far. Just 3 runs coming from it. Field on the offside is quite tight. They've got a short third man, backward point and extra cover in close and a mid-off. Another googly from Steele, which is dabbed down towards short third man, and a sideways roll from the fielder at short third man. That went on quite a way. So they take a single. So from Gloucestershire's point of view, 4 runs from the over. That's actually all they need. They need 4 runs and over dead. 205 for 5, 88 needed from 22 overs.
Indeed. And they're exactly where they need to be. I think Surrey's only hope here is to bowl Gloucestershire out now, because if Gloucestershire didn't get the runs and fell short with a couple of wickets, there'd be questions asked. With 22 overs to go and 88 needed, Surrey's only hope here is to bowl Gloucestershire out. Otherwise, Gloucestershire will win this game. Someone's enjoying themselves. Way to our right, as in over the wicket comes Laws then to Zafar Gohar, who's forward and plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run. I don't know if that's above us or to our right. Lots of cackling going on as Gohar comes down to do a touch of gardening. I may nip out in this, so I can just move the effects mic a touch, if that's all right with you, Mr. Seaborn. As short ball, that's well played by Zafar Gohar. Good short ball from Tom Laws, and Gohar's just swayed inside that, and that's rattled into the gloves of Josh Blake, moving away to his right hand side.
Yeah, it was a good bounce of that, a good surprise bumper from Tom Laws. I think he really bowled many short deliveries before that one.
Laws is in over the wicket, another short one. He's looking to cut, beats the edge by Blake away to his left, looking for that uppercut again. This wouldn't have surprised anybody if he had got a little feather on that, in the fact that's the way this game's going.
That's
at the
just
moment.
where I was thinking. It's reached the danger time, this partnership now, sort of getting towards the 30s and the 40s. That's been, I mean, actually in general, that's been Gloucestershire's issue this season, whatever the format.
And over the wicket once again goes Laws. And behind a short one. Goes Zafar Gohart, plays it down into the leg side, and there's no run.
Whether that's T20 or the Championship, there's just not tended to be enough really big partnerships, and that's actually what sunk them against Leicestershire as well, because Leicestershire just had that one extra score. That was all it took, and one extra bigger partnership, and that's tended to be the theme. It's not exactly something you can just correct, you know, go out and score bigger partnerships.
In over the wicket.
Whoa.
Oh, it's Tom Laws. Oh, and he's dropped. Or was it just in front of Cameron Steele? Because it was a full toss. It's a no ball anyway, because it was above waist high, and this will be a free hit. It all happened in that delivery because it was a full toss above waist high, cut just in front of Cameron Steele at backward point, and then umpire Kettleborough signals the no ball and the free hit. So that'll be 2 more to the total, and 207 for 5. Ryan Patel's asking umpire Kettleborough something there. Here we go, free hit, and that's swung leg side. It will be taken by Gums, but it's a free hit, so that will just be the single. The crowd are loving it, and that'll just be a single to Gohart. He's on to 15, 208 for 5.
And then there's always that wonderful murmur after it as people either ask why that's not out or have it explained to them why that isn't out. It's a long boundary to try to clear that one, Zafar. I mean, on a lot of other boundaries that would have gone for 6, but not on that one.
Jack Taylor back onto strike. 85 more needed as Laws is over the wicket to Taylor. The Yorker, that's dug out by Taylor. That's the ball to Taylor with that big bat lift. He's played it very well. End of the over. I'm just going to nip out and move the effects mic a touch. 208 for 5. Gloucestershire requiring another 85 with 21 overs remaining.
So the required rate still at 4. But I don't think Gloucestershire are too interested in that. It's all about getting these remaining 80, it's either 86 or 85. There's another little discrepancy on the ground. It says 208 for 5 is the score, and on the system in front of me, so I'll go with that for the moment. So 85 needed to win, and Steele to start his 7th over. Done really well so far. He's in and bowling to Zafar, who gets forward and turns the ball away into the leg side, out to deep mid wicket for a single. Very similar ball and shot to the one that got James Bracey out googly, which Steele got Bracey for 34 from 25 deliveries. We've seen 6 sixes. We've also seen a heck of a lot of 4s in this Gloucestershire innings. In comes Steele. He bowls to Jack Taylor, who's forward and defending the ball up the pitch. So just at the moment, signs are that he's seeing the threat of Steele. But every time I've thought that, a big shot's come round the corner, so to hold fire on that. Steele is in on the pads of Jack Taylor, worked away but not for runs, as it's fielded by Ryan Patel mid-wicket. So just the 1 run off the over so far, and Steele continuing to turn the ball both ways, looking as if Gloucestershire aren't really picking him. Steele bowls late cuts from Jack Taylor. Nicely played, but it's only going to bring him a single as backward point can get across and field. 209 for 5. Becomes 210 for 5 as the board takes over. Still not exactly sure where the discrepancy has come from, whether it's potentially that no ball. I don't think it's been that way for too long. Steele in and bowling, and Zafar can just nudge that one away up towards forward square leg. Nobody particularly near that one, so it's another single. 211 for 5. Some of that breeze just seems to have died down a little bit late.
Lovely out there when I was trying to move the effects mic. It's lovely temperature out there.
I must say, I just love when you do get the opportunity to be off air here, just sitting on that terrace to our left, full and wide from Jack Taylor and driven into the ground and at extra cover, who is able to take a bit of a crowd catch. I think 1 or 2 people may have fallen for that, but no more. 210 for 5, 3 off the over from Steele. Might be 211 for 5, actually. We'll go with 211.
Yep.
I think it's 2-1 in terms of scoring systems.
I think it is 211 for 5.
82 to win.
Yep. So there we go, 82 to win on the board. And Tom Laws to bowl the 31st over. So it's 82 off 20 for Gloucestershire. Here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Bristol and the Surrey live stream. Oh, and Hampshire have lost because, well, not just yet, but only 4 more needed by Glamorgan, so they're going to lose. It'll be their first loss in a while. Hampshire in all competitions.
I think it's 22 of the last 24 and 13 straight. That might have been before the last strike.
They could still do the treble.
It's a lot of wins.
They could do the treble.
Could.
As Laws is in, and this is tucked away. Zafar Gohar off his toes into the leg side. They're coming back for 2. The throw from Kimber and the dive from Gohar. But they're back for a couple. 2 more to Gohar. He moves on to 19. 213 for 5. 80 more required.
That took a really slow bounce as it landed. If that had just skipped on the bounce, I think Zafar would have been in a bit of difficulty there. I think the dive might just have saved him, but it would have been close. But it just stopped dead as it hit the edge of that pitch there.
Great dive, wasn't it? Really did fling himself. As Laws is in, and this is turned off his hip by Zafar Gohar again, down to Nick Kimber. He'll take the single. 1 more to the total. It's a good partnership again. 36 it's worth. 214 for 5.
Lancashire still going on their merry way. 220 for 2 in reply to 370 for 4. Who'd be a bowler? Keaton Jennings has just brought up another century this summer. 86 deliveries, 14 fours. Luke Wells made 84.
Over the wicket comes Laws then to Taylor, and Taylor's drilled this off the front foot straight up towards mid-on. There is no run again. I don't know, is Jack Taylor a good golfer? Because he's just got a lovely swing at the bat.
I've never asked him, actually.
I'm sure he can hit it a pretty long way. That swing. Because again, that on drive there, it's just the bat comes up and then just goes straight through. Once more, as the right-handed Jack Taylor in over the wicket goes Laws to him. Taylor looks to drive, doesn't time this at all, and that bounces a couple of times before it gets into Ryan Patel at short extra cover.
Bryson DeChambeau distance.
Well, I saw Rory McIlroy absolutely whack one the other day, or yesterday, or some day. But yes, Bryson DeChambeau. He turns himself into sort of the Hulk on the tee, doesn't he?
Yes, it is rather different to Jack Taylor, that is true.
As in over the wicket once again. It's a short delivery from Laws this time. That's well bowled. Oh, he's been no balled on it. Well, I think that one is a little harsh in the fact that he's swayed inside it as Jack Taylor, but it's consistent from the umpires. They've been very consistent with this today. That'll be 2 more to the total. 216 for 5.
DeChambeau really swings himself on his feet, whereas McIlroy is that kind of pick up backwards and swap through the ball.
Laws is in. A slower ball this time, turned away by Jack Taylor. Into the leg side. Nico Reefer comes in off the square leg boundary rope to do the fielding. And Taylor will move on to 34, 217 for 5. Well, DeChambeau's just sort of turned himself into this muscular man.
I just love stories like that, because people just said to him, "You'll never win that way. Never. You'll never win a major playing that style of golf." Went out and did it.
Laws is in. Short delivery, which Zafar Gohar gets up on his toes, turns it into the leg side. So 31 overs gone, 19 remain. 217 for 5, Gloucestershire. They require exactly 4 and over again, because it's another 76 required off 19.
Morgan have wrapped it up now. 18.2 overs to spare and 7 wickets in hand. So I must say, even when Hampshire scored that 228 for 9, because they've been those are the sorts of games they've been winning, I thought, oh, they'll still defend that. That's just what they've been doing, but not this time. Steele to begin his 8th over. In now and bowling to Jack Taylor, who goes back and works that one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Been a few overs since the last boundary now, but they're still ticking things along at the required rate of 4 runs per over. In comes Steele and bowls to Jack Taylor, who's forward in defence. Steele picks up to his right. Whether it's that they've just lost one more wicket and they think, well, OK, now they've just got to make sure that we get over the line here first before thinking about anything else, or whether it is just the case of seeing off Steele potentially, I don't know. Maybe I've read it completely wrong. Maybe they haven't been thinking about net run rate at all, as Jack Taylor cuts out towards deep cover, picks up a single to 18 for 5. I might have just completely misread the room, and they've just thought that's just the best way to go about things. Decent pitch, just go out and express yourself. Express yourself. Play with freedom, no fear. Zafar cuts away towards backward point, but won't pick up a single there, with Sheridan Gums inside the circle now, patrolling that deep cover boundary for a lot of the innings. In comes Steele, he's there and bowls. Another googly, which is pushed away once more to Gums at backward point, and there is no run. He's turning that googly more than his leg break is Steele, but it's just making life particularly easy for Zafar Gohar, who would love to access that leg side, but isn't really being allowed the opportunity to do so. Steele is in, that's driven on the bounce, back to Cameron Steele, so just the 1 run from the over, 218 for 5. 75 more runs required from 18 overs, but I suppose one of the good bits of news from Gloucestershire's point of view is only 2 more overs left of Cameron Steele.
Yes, indeed, and he's had a good game so far. Cameron Steele's bowled very nicely and made 61 with the bat, back from his concussion rest of 2 games. So there's going to be a chat out there. Ben Geddes having a natter with Yusuf Majid because he's coming back into the attack to bowl his left arm spin. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41. It's the first time anyone's really got after him in this competition. Pick up that key wicket of Charles Worth for 49, caught and bowled. But Jack Taylor sort of got after him a touch with 3 sixes and an over. And he'll be bowling here too. Jack Taylor on 35, this partnership worth 40, 75 more needed off 18. So it's just hovering at 4-ish and over from here. His left arm round the wicket goes Yusuf Majid, and Taylor, there's his little late cut down towards third man. He'll get a single. Round will come Nick Kimber to do the fielding. That'll be 1 more to Taylor. He's on to 36. Gohar coming back on to strike on 20. 74 needed by Gloucestershire as Yusuf Majid is round the wicket and it's cut away by Gohar. Down towards Ben Geddes. Does the fielding in there at backward point. Bit to think about for the captain at the moment. The wicket once more is Yusuf Majid, and this is driven uppishly by Gohar through mid-wicket. He will get a single. 1 more to the total. Gohar moves on to 21, 220 for 5.
Sounded rather scary, whatever just went on down there.
Yes, there was a sort of a guttural roar from somewhere as Taylor back onto strike here. He's turning this one down the ground. Takes a single to Matthew Dunn at long on. So Taylor just ticking it around at the moment. He's on to 37, 72 more required by Gloucestershire. Surrey batting first today after winning the toss. 292 for 9 they posted. Their 50 as Yusuf Majid is in, and Zafar Gohar driving this one up towards Matt Dunn. Stood up there at a deepish mid-off. Lancashire have lost a couple of wickets now. They're 231 for 3 at Blackpool. Keaton Jennings, though, is 105 not out as Gohar turning leg side. Now they'll want 2 here. I'm not sure they'll get 2. Cameron Steele very quickly round and gets the throw away. He'll probably just run back and get the ball to bowl another over. Cameron Steele. End of that one. 33 have gone. 222 for 5, so it's 71 more required and 17 overs to get there.
I haven't had much pigeon chat today. That was about one of the first times I've really caught much of a sight of them. Nowhere near the amount of pigeon chat we had in our championship match at Bristol with our 2 resident pairs of pigeons, which have left their mark now, but they're netted off.
Ah, they are now, are they?
They can't get there anymore. Steele is in. Zafar on the back foot, pushing away into the covers quietly for no run. Just a brief sight of a couple of them, but they weren't around for very long. I'm sure the ground staff will be delighted. Their stay was a short one. Here is Steele, he's in and bowls, driven away by Zafar into the covers. They'll get 1, they'll think about coming back for a second here, but elect not to do so. I think in a different situation, maybe you might have seen them push that, but at the moment it looks as if these 2 are settling for a degree of calmness out in the middle. 223 for 5, so those of a superstitious nature will be glad that Gloucestershire are off double Nelson, because that did strike in the first innings. Steele in and bowls to Jack Taylor, who's forward and just using the wrists to deaden the ball away into the leg side, and there is no run. It was about the first time in the entire match where we've had a period like this of sort of that sort of time in a 50-over game where things can just drift into a sort of pattern of singles and dots. Steele in, Jack Taylor has gone over the head of mid-off, and that will be just inside the rope and 4 runs. Only short of 6 by about a foot or so, and some kids down there who are, I think, hunting a few autographs. Very keen to signal to umpire Debenham that was 4 runs, but he'd seen it. Not far short of the rope though. A really nice controlled shot from Jack Taylor. 227 for 5. Steele in and bowls to Jack Taylor, who goes back and pushes that one into the cover, sets off for a single, which Zafar wasn't interested in. And I think, really, there was a single there. But anyway, the fact that Zafar didn't go anywhere, I think, made Jack Taylor's life a little bit easier just to stay put. Zafar was about as interested in a single there as if it had gone through to the wicketkeeper. Steele, last ball of his 9th, bowls to Jack Taylor, who works to leg, picked up at short mid-wicket by Ryan Patel, and that is the end of the over. So 5 runs from it, 227 for 5. Here's the Gloucestershire score, and 66 more runs needed to win, 16 overs.
Yeah, they're in a good position here, Gloucestershire. 9 times out of 10, Gloucestershire are winning this. But I don't know why. Just the way the game's gone, you just feel something could happen at any moment. It's around about this time in every partnership in this Gloucestershire innings that a wicket's fallen. It's going to be Yusuf Majid, left arm round the wicket he's coming, and that's a lovely shot. Just opening the face is Gohar, running this down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. Lovely little delicate late cut. He's on to 27, 231 for 5.
And it's a 50 partnership between Jack Taylor and Zafar Gohar. He just kind of felt as if potentially something was brewing from one of these 2 in terms of a really big shot, but they went with a controlled off drive and then that late cut for a couple of 4s.
Gohar's turning this one into the offside. They'll pick up another single, leg side, apologies. Out there to Cameron Steele, 1 more to the total, 232 for 5. Taylor comes back on the strike. That was a lovely shot down the ground off Cameron Steele in the last over. Taylor whips this one out into the leg side. They'll take another single. 1 more to the the total. 233 for 5. Gohar back onto strike on 28. Left arm round the wicket. Yusuf Majid, and Gohar's driving straight into Colin McCurr. They're at extra cover, and there is no run. Yusuf Majid round the wicket once again. Gohar drives back down the pitch. Yusuf Majid will do the fielding this time off his own bowling. I suppose what Ben Geddes has to think is, I need wickets. That's the thing here, is Yusuf Majid is in, quicker ball, turned leg side by Gohar. And there is no run once again. 35 gone at the end of the over, so 15 left, just the 60 runs required by Gloucestershire. Just looking at Matthew Dunn's got 5 left. What I suppose what Ben Geddes won't want to do is he sort of leave some overs, but then the game's done. So he's sort of got a time bringing his pacemen back in as Ben Geddes.
So Steele to bowl out then. Jack Taylor. In a little while since he's really gone for a full-blooded smash over the ropes. He's in his Steele bowling to Jack Taylor. And this over you definitely would think would not be the time, and Jack Taylor at the moment seems to agree with that as he flicks a single out towards deep square. 234 for 5. Earlier on we saw 2 stunning one-handed Corton bowls, one from Tom Smith and one from Jack Taylor, both in kind of mirror image of each other, and Gloucestershire's social media team were very kind enough to put together exactly what I'd said, both side by side, and you can go on to Gloucestershire's feed and decide for yourself who did it better. Forward goes Zafar and pushes away into the covers, and there is no run. Such power. Such power we have here.
Yes, well, you do. You're influential, Ed Seaborn.
Influencer.
Yes, you are.
Status.
You're one of those influencer people.
Yeah, any trip anyone wants to pay for me to go out in the winter anywhere. Forward goes Zafar to another googly thrown up outside the off stump by Cameron Steele, pushed away out towards backward point where Gums does the fielding. Steele ball in hand once more, moves in and bowls to Zafar, flighted delivery which is whipped away into the leg side for a single out towards deep middle wicket. So 2 runs from the over so far, just a couple of balls left of Steele's spell. Make something happen with his last couple of deliveries. He could pretty much bowl this, I would guess, as slowly as he likes. He can throw it up as high as the pavilion if he wants, because I'm not sure that either Jack Taylor or Zafar Gohar particularly want to go after him. Here is Steele in and bowling to Jack Taylor, forward in defence, just rolling the ball back up the pitch. It's bowled probably, I'd say he's bowled better than just a 1 for Cameron Steele, but he's only got 1 more ball left to add to it. Here he comes in and bowls to Jack Taylor, struck on the pad, but it's going down the leg side. So no run, but not out also. 2 runs off the over, and another excellent spell of spin bowling we've seen today. Saw a fair few in Gloucestershire's innings. Cameron Steele, as good a spell of bowling as we've seen today. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 35. And Gloucestershire need 58 more from 14 overs. Yeah, very good from Cameron Steele. As I say, he's had a very good all-round game. If he had only 61 runs as well with the bat, very good all-round game. So, we have 14 overs remaining. We have 58 runs required by Gloucestershire. We have 5 wickets needed by Surrey, and we have Yusuf Majid from the pavilion end getting ready to come in, left arm round the wicket to Gohar. He's just opening the face and guiding this one down towards third man. And round comes Ben Geddes to do the fielding. More to the total. There's Jack Taylor, right-handed captain of Gloucestershire, comes back onto strike. Matthew Dunn signing a ton of autographs in between deliveries down there at a wideish long on.
Yusuf Majid is in, Taylor's forward, works this one into the leg side out there towards deep mid-wicket. They'll stroll another single as Nico Rifat comes wandering up to do the fielding.
That's another great thing about the oval, because you get that kind of access. You can walk all the way around that whole side of the ground there pretty much and follow the fielders for autographs.
Majid is in, and this is all reverse swept straight to Ben Geddes by Zafar Gohar. And there we go, exactly what we were saying. This game, as soon as there's a partnership, one of them goes, and it's Gohar reverse sweeping. Yusuf Majid straight to Ben Geddes, and Gohar goes for a very well made 30, but that partnership was worth 59. It's now broken, Ed Seymour.
Yeah, second batter to fall today in that fashion. Sheridan Gums, I think it was earlier on, who went for the reverse sweep off Tom Smith and was caught at backward point, pretty much exactly the same position. And Zafar, he would have felt as if he'd done most of the hard work there, and he sunk to his knees in disbelief. Just one of those, again, just either hit it along the ground or hit it either side of the fielder, and you've got 4 runs. It wasn't a bad shot, it was just not the right execution. And so Gloucestershire yet again under pressure after having lost a wicket. And I think realistically, especially given how Zafar and Jack Taylor were playing of late, they've kind of forgotten really net run rate, and they're just thinking about trying to win the game now. And you'd have thought, especially after losing Zafar, that would definitely have to be the case. Gloucestershire have just got to get over the line somehow. It's incredibly difficult, it has to be said, for Gloucestershire to qualify, even if they did win their last 2 matches net run rate wise. But yeah, I suppose you just have to play the match situation that's out in front of you now. And for Tom Price, who did get his career best in his last innings in List A cricket, he hasn't played much List A cricket, but he made 45 off 29 balls, 7 fours and a 6. Even some of the fours were brutal strikes, so he can certainly give the ball a good tonk. But like his brother, he tends to be normally quite a correct player, so I suspect he's probably going to go about his business more like that than how he did in his last innings. But there's a bit of pressure on now, with still 56 required, and Tom Smith to come after him, then Van Meeker and Dale.
Well, we've seen Ollie Bryce bat very nicely. Now it's the turn of his brother Tom, right-handed, and he's pushing his first ball from Yusuf Majid away through the covers. We'll take a single out there to Cameron Steele.
Until today, Tom Price had a higher List A best and a higher first class best than his brother, but his brother's levelled him today on 45.
Well, he's got an opportunity to get a nice little knot out here with his captain, as Yusuf Majid is into Taylor, and Taylor will just work this one on the angle out into the leg side. We'll pick up one more. Taylor is on to 45. 239 for 6, 54 more required by Gloucestershire.
He can be a nervous starter, though. I think that's what we've come to sort of know from Tom Price. Once he gets those feet moving, it's a different story.
Pushing this one off the back foot down the ground, and he'll keep the strike, but successful over that from Yusuf Majid. 37 overs gone, 13 are left. 240 for 6 Gloucestershire, so that is another 53 required and 13 overs to get there, so we're still hovering around about 4 and over.
Yeah, I think eventually the feeling is definitely that Tom Price will evolve into a bowling all-rounder. At the moment you look at the numbers and think, well, yeah, he's more of, at the moment, a bowler who's more than useful with the bat. But I think you look at potential, you look at the innings that he played last match, and again you'd say there's batting ability there. It's, again, that's sort of one of the things that this competition does do. It gives the younger players those opportunities to be in these sorts of situations, which certainly be beneficial to a cricketer like Tom Price down the line. It's McCurr then to bowl from the Vauxhall end, and forward goes Tom Price, pushes the ball into the leg side, and picked up at mid-wicket, and it's another dot ball. So likewise, really, with Tom Price, that death period against Durham, which he bowled 5 overs straight at the death, where, with the exception of that one slip-up, that no ball with 13 needed off one ball, he very much passed that test. As in comes McCurr and bowls to Tom Price, who drives beautifully, but only to extra cover, and there is no run. Geddes does the fielding. But now he's in a situation where there'll be nerves out there for sure, you'd think. I mean, perhaps not quite as many nerves as if Gloucestershire were absolutely banging the hunt, but equally there's an opportunity to win a game of cricket here, and an opportunity to win a game of cricket at the Oval as well. Here comes McCurr in and bowls, and up onto his toes is Tom Price, just defending the ball back up the pitch. There is no run.
Yeah, the captain as well here, Jack Taylor. You'll know he's got to basically take his team over the line now.
If Jack Taylor goes, mentioned Tom Smith did score runs here last year, but then it pretty much becomes those two having to take Gloucestershire all the way home, the two Toms, and a situation they'd ideally want to be in. Tom Price drives away, but no timing this time, and extra cover does the fielding, so 4 dots. There's still no real pressure to score, certainly not while you've got somebody who can get more than the required rate with one swing of the bat at the other end, but equally don't want to get too bogged down here. The energy just starts to rise in the field against you. Belief starts to build up that Surrey can very much defend this total. Tom Price once more onto his toes and blocking the ball away into the leg side, so it's 5 dot balls to start with from Conor McCurr.
Very good stuff this from Conor McCurr. Very controlled as always. Shortened down his run up now, and he does look more controlled in everything he's doing.
Last ball of the over, could have a second maiden of the innings. McCurr is in, flashing drive and a miss from Tom Price, and he's got away with that one. That was not a ball which was really there to be driven, given the length of it. He's certainly not like that, and so it is a maiden over. It's just been really strange stuff this innings. 240 for 6. Current rate has dropped considerably down. It was towards 7 and over, but it's still at 6.3, and yet we've seen 2 maidens out of the 38 overs as well.
Yeah, and you just, as I say, every time you think there's a partnership, one of the two disappears. There on the live stream, seeing some of the crowd sat in the middle of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, having a watch, enjoying their day, I hope. So it's going to be Yusuf Majid. He's going to come left arm round the wicket. He's got 3 overs remaining as Yusuf Majid is in round the wicket he goes. Here goes Taylor, big swing of that bat again, and straight into the MAR Galadari stand for 6. And I think this has been caught as well by a gentleman who's alongside his good lady, I don't know whether it's wife, girlfriend, sister, but he's impressed her with that catch. Very well taken, sir. As Yusuf Majid's in again, and Jack Taylor plays this one back up the pitch, and that brought up the 50 for Jack Taylor as well. So 51 not out, the captain. Very good innings this. 47 more needed by Gloucestershire. Yusuf Majid's in, little late dab by Jack Taylor. Down towards backward point.
This is 4th 50 of the campaign for Jack Taylor in 7 innings. Score that 95 I was talking about earlier.
He's played some very powerful shots. Oh, that'll be 6 more, I think. Or it could be out. Pulled by Jack Taylor straight down Nico Reefer's throat. Oh dear, Jack Taylor cannot believe he's just done that. Long hop, really, from Majid. Could have put it anywhere. Short boundary. And he's pulled it and completely mistimed it. And Nico Riefer takes the catch, and this strange old game continues to twist and turn like a twisty-turny thing. 51 for Jack Taylor, and it's 246 for 7.
I just wonder if he'd thought, I'm not going to go for another big shot this over now. I'm just going to work the ball about now. I've got my 6 off the over, got to the 50, and then the ball just presented itself to him, where he thought, well, I've got to try and hit this. And because of just that, maybe because of that slightly less strong conviction, that's what's caused him to put it down the throat to mid-wicket. The first time he's really gone for a big shot and hasn't timed it at all, and equally if he'd just done that and not hit it to that one place there, he'd still have got away with it. So now Gloucestershire have no choice. They're not going to get there in big shots with Tom Smith coming out, so now Gloucestershire are just going to have to try to manoeuvre their way to victory. The required run rate is very much in the sort of Tom Smith zone,
territory,
but equally there's pretty much no margin for error now. Van Meekeren can give the ball a whack, but I don't think you'd be relying on him for a long innings. And well, Dale actually did have an innings at the Aegeus Bowl, which really surprised everyone, where he suddenly started creaming the ball to all parts, but in general he hasn't shown much ability with the bat, it's fair to say.
Well, Tom Smith is out there with Tom Price, so the two Toms have a job on their hands here, and forward goes Tom Smith, plays this one out into the offside. That rolls out there to extra cover. Got a slip in now. Yusuf Majid's got 3 now, as that's short. That's cut by Tom Smith, but yes, you could tell how annoyed Jack Taylor was because he walked off in the wrong direction as well. He was sort of heading off. I wonder if he got muddled up and thought it was last year. He was heading off towards this stand,
down here,
and then turned around and had to head back towards the dressing rooms. But 39 gone at the end of that over. Big wicket of Jack Taylor, who played really well for 51. So 11 to go and 47 needed by Gloucestershire.
Several Gloucestershire players in disbelief of how they got out. Charlesworth as well, especially, just looking for a single to get to 50 and just plinked it back to the bowler. Big thick leading edge from Bracey. Zaffer reverse sweeping straight to backward point. McCurr continuing. Tom Price drives neatly into the offside, out towards deep cover, and they'll grab a single for that. 247 for 7. 46 more runs required to win by Gloucestershire. And this now, this could well go down to the last over if Gloucestershire are to get over the line, and they're certainly second favourites to do that now, and it may well get as tight as that. McCurr bowling to Tom Smith, who rises up and just drops the ball away out into the leg side, and there is no run.
Surrey have had a tie already against Warwickshire. So all 3 results still possible at the moment, definitely.
It was 51 not out from 64 deliveries that Tom Smith made in this. I keep wanting to say reverse fixture, but it wasn't really, because it was a playoff game. Smith flicks that one round the corner out towards the long leg. They'll think about 2 here, but they won't get it. It's more speedy work from Laws on the boundary. So Smith is off the mark. 248 for 7. There's a partnership with George Scott that took Gloucestershire from 137 for 7 in the 33rd over when Tom Price was out for 1, up to 242 for 7. Scott finished 66 not out, and Tom Smith 51 not out, just his second list A 50. In comes McCurr. He bowls to Price, who dabs away, plays it very softly out into the point area, but not for a run. How do you play this now if you're Tom Price? You've got the fielding quite tight. He does have the ability to clear the ropes, but he can't get out now. And this is where the required rate actually really can build up. It's late on in the game, so it's only going to take 3 or 4 really tight overs, and suddenly the required rate's back at a run a ball. McCurr in and bowling, opening the face of the blade is Tom Price, gets that down to third man, picks up a single, so they've managed 3 off this over, almost the requirement. It's not a disaster over as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, but I'm sure they would like another single at least off the final ball. Mid off, mid on up, extra cover and mid wicket in tight and a backward point. Surrey can put an extra fielder out after this delivery, whether they'll do so or not sure. Smith drops that one into the leg side, won't be a run, fielded by Ryan Patel, and so 10 overs remain, just 44 runs to get, but the small matter of just 3 wickets.
Great game of cricket this now, really is a great game of cricket. Let's just say all 3 results are possible here. Surrey win, Gloucestershire win, tie.
But whatever happens, cricket will be the winner.
Oh, that's lovely from you, Ed Seaborn. Yes, indeed. Yes, it was the way you said that with such passion as well.
Yes, total conviction in what I was saying.
Well done, old boy. Well done. So Yusuf Majid is going to continue and bowl. He's looking at the ball. His 9th over. Coming in and driving is Tom Price. Nice looking shot straight down towards mid-on. Matthew Dunn does the fielding, and there is no run. Left arm around the wicket he comes again. That's short, that's cut by Price out towards Cameron Still, sweeping on the cover boundary rope. They could tick this down in singles, of course. 250 comes up for Gloucestershire, 250 for 7, so 43 more required. Yusuf Majid is in, tosses this one up, and Tom Smith, big puff of dust as he's trying to work that leg side, and almost, it's one of those where he's almost stabbed the bat down on the ball there, almost got under his eyes as he's punching this. Tom Smith up to the right of Matt Dunn. Mid-on, remember, Tom Smith helping Matthew Spreagle get Surrey over the line at Leicestershire back in 2009 in the one-day cup when he had a few games for Surrey. As Price pushes Majid back down the pitch, Majid dives but collides a touch there with Tom Smith. They'll get a single. That'll be one more to the total, 252 for 7.
Another slow left armer with the knowledge that there's no need to get out the way
yes,
there.
Absolutely. Well, he's doing the job that Tom Smith does anyway. As this one's worked by Smith down to short fine. Geddes with the throw, direct hit, gone. Brilliant from Ben Geddes, and Tom Smith is run out. Took on the arm of the Surrey captain, who went to the bowler's end, and a direct hit, and that's a big wicket. Tom Smith goes for 2, and it's 252 for 8.
Comfortably short, but it would have needed to be a direct hit. And I think it was just a slight lack of conviction in the running. Tom Price really wanted the single, but Smith just hesitated a moment, and that's all that it needed. Comfortably short, really good piece of fielding. I mean, yes, pretty much 3 stumps to aim at, but at the same time, how often does the fielder get potentially a little overexcited and miss in that situation? But, well, there goes the sort of the calm head of Tom Smith, who can, he's mentioned already a couple of situations where he's got sides over the line from similar positions. It's the sort of situation where he kind of revels in. He's got a this day average of 21.5, so decent numbers, and that's all that was needed really. A 21 from Tom Smith at his usual pace, and Gloucestershire would have got over the line. So that's another vital wicket, and Paul Van Meekeren, yeah, I think his preferred way of going about things would be the long handle. So
might be the way to go about
exactly.
it.
Are Gloucestershire back to what they were doing before, where it's just a case of hope you can score enough boundaries and put enough pressure back onto Surrey to try to win the game, rather than trying to nudge and nurdle the ball about?
Absolutely. I think if Gloucestershire just nudge and nurdle, they'll lose. I think if he comes out and whacks a few, they've got a good chance of winning it. But at the moment, ever since Jack Taylor's gone, the whole game plan's completely changed. But I'm not sure quite what the game plan is here.
No, we'll find out. McCurr will bowl. He's bowling to Van Meekeren, who just runs the ball down to third man.
What I would say,
any top order player would have done. Single taken, 40 more needed to win from 53.
Can I also say, brilliant umpiring from Richard Kettleborough. He's in a terrific position there, wasn't he? And seeing it again on the live stream on the replay, he's just short Tom Smith, but it's terrific umpiring from Richard Kettleborough.
Of course, club umpires will be saying, well, that's just what we do all the time. McCurr's in and bowls driven. That's beautifully timed by Tom Price, but also very smartly fielded, one-handed to his right by McCurr. There is no run. This kind of sometimes it's not lazy, because sometimes they deliberately get off the line in order to make sure that the camera can see the line, but then you do, I'm afraid, see it quite a bit in county cricket, where umpires don't get into the right position to judge the run-outs. McCurr is in, that's driven, glorious on drive from Tom Price, and that's 4 runs. There wasn't really much risky about that shot. It's just a terrific cricket shot, and 10 runs to Tom Price, 257 for 8, and a big slap on the wrist for saying cricket shot. What other sport would it be?
Yeah, it's a good shot, wasn't it?
It's just a good shot.
Yeah,
exactly.
Lovely. The on drives, taking it from about off stump, and then put the bottom hand into it, and straight back down the ground for 4. Good time for a boundary. 36 more needed.
In comes McCurr, bowls to Tom Price. Short helped round the corner, but not quite as fine as I thought it might have been off his bat. Van Meekeren wanted 2, but is now doing a 360 this way and that, making himself dizzy because he's realised that Tom Price isn't interested in coming back for the second run. 35 needed to win. 50 balls remaining. Yes, that is one of the ones that actually drives me nuts, that cricket shot business. So it's always horrible when you find yourself falling into the traps that you see other people fall into. Oh, shoulder of the bat hit from Van Meekeren, and it pops up out towards point, but comes quite deep at point. Oh, that's his fault, so we've been told to be, but it fell well short of backward point, and Van Meekeren gets away with it.
Yeah, he was trying to run it down to third man, Van Meekeren, but again, it wasn't the most convincing of open-faced runs down to third man. He might be in 2 minds here, I think.
Last ball of the over. Van Meekeren, another shoulder of the bat hit. It goes up in the air and lands safe again. Just off the popping crease right next to the pitch. And Van Meekeren gets away with another one. So 35 more runs to win. Tall, fast bowlers don't really tend to like it in their ribs.
He might get another one of those.
Yes, I think he's going to be getting a steady diet of them.
Yeah.
And that really, after you see those 2 deliveries, it underlines, I think, what Tom Price has got to do. He's got to win this game for Gloucestershire, and he's pretty much just got to go for this now.
Yep. And 8 overs remaining, 35 required, so it still falls an over really. And Yusuf Majid, who has picked up 3 wickets today, stuck in there. But I think what's impressive here again from this young Surrey side is they've stuck in there, and Gloucestershire have just kept losing wickets for them at the wrong time, and from a Surrey perspective for the right time. They've never really kept a partnership going. As here is Yusuf Majid, and here goes Tom Price. This is down towards Matt Dunn. It won't quite get to Matt Dunn at long on. It's a brilliant stop from Matt Dunn, because he's got himself across and bounced in front of him and diving forward, and they'll pick up a single. 1 more to the total, and 259 for it, but it does bring Mr. Van Meekeren back on to strike. So you're going to try and put one in the pavilion here. Yusuf Majid is in. He's just trying to work it leg side. It hits the pad, rolls away, and there is no run.
You do just get the feeling he might be happier just having a swing,
Yes.
but he doesn't want to give it away.
259 for 8. Yusuf Majid is into him, solidly forward. That's good batting. Just plays it into a gap in the offside and gets Price back onto strike. So one more to the total, 260 for 8. 33 more required by Gloucestershire. We're in the 43rd over. Yusuf Majid is in. Oh, here goes Price. Slog sweep, one bounce, 4. So I think the game plan here is get Price on strike, and when Van Meekeren's on strike, do what he did the last ball, which is knock it in a gap and sprint. And Price is on to 16, 264 for 8.
Really intelligent shot over the mid-wicket fielder as well. That's the area to target. It still is.
29 more needed. Now he's reverse sweeping, Yusuf Majid, and there's chases on from Nick Kimber, who slides, gets it inside the rope, throws it back in. They're coming back for 3. Oh, he's going to get home. First, the throw was very, very good, but it was just a bit too high, and Van Meekeren's put the dive in, but because keeper Blake had to bring the ball back up above his shoulder and down to the stumps, it just gave him a split extra second. But it was a fairly poorly judged third run, you have to say.
The eyes were more willing than the legs, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, Meekeren back onto strike on 2. 267 for 8, as he's doing exactly that. He's forward to Yusuf Majid and playing this one straight back up the pitch. It's the end of the over, 43 gone, 267 for 8. As there's a close-up there of the scoreboard on the live stream. So it's 26 required off 7 overs. So it's only 3 and over, really. But this is where the old brain can get a bit scrambled.
Yeah, exactly. So Gloucestershire relying on the calm head of a 22-year-old in his 7th List A game, whilst a man stands at the other end who's 29 years old and has played 50 T20 internationals and 8 ODIs.
Yes, well.
Here is McCurr bowling to Tom Price, flash and a miss, and that just lifted a little bit on Tom Price, who did play it quite flat-footedly, but it just bounced a bit. McCurr's got his tail up here for certain now. Those last 2 deliveries dug into Van Meekeren's ribs, I think, have really fired him up. He feels he should have had Van Meekeren out. He's a different bowler to the first spell. Every ball seems to be on the money at the moment with good life. So Majid bowled out, and it looks as if Dunn is loosening up at mid-off. Mid-off and mid-on up, extra cover and mid-wicket in tight. In comes McCurr and bowls short, pulled away by Tom Price. He's got a fair bit of this out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder should get there, manages to keep it in, and they'll settle for the 2 runs. But really good work from Steele out there, because just thought maybe that was getting away from him for a moment. And it's 24 more needed to win.
Well, it's a great game, this. It really is.
I love finishes like this, I have to say. Well, you've got tail enders at the other end, meaning that the more established batter's just got to go for it. McCurr in and bowls short, pulled away out towards long leg this time by Tom Price. That will be just a comfortable single, so that leaves Van Meekeren with 3 balls to face. He'd love a single still at this point, but if he tries to play that little run down to third man again with McCurr bowling back of a length, he could be in some difficulty, or it'll be the bluff and he'll dig in the Yorker now. Again, just love contests like this. McCurr in and bowls, does bowl the delivery attempted to be into the ribs, but it just didn't get up quite as much as some of his previous deliveries, and Van Meekeren gets the single that he would have been after, working it away towards deep square. 22 more runs needed to win, 38 balls to get them. That's not the worry for Gloucestershire.
Oh, they've got so much time. The problem is, if they lose another one now, it will get tense.
In comes McCurr, bowls to Tom Price. It's short, it's pulled away dismissively over mid-wicket for 4 runs by Tom Price. So he moves on to 26. There's no backing down in that pole shot. 275 for 8 and under 20 required. Now 18 to win. He crunched that one. That was, if you could sort of ask for the ball to be at any height, it probably would be there.
He's playing a little gem of an innings here on 26.
Wouldn't it look great if that had gone straight to mid-wicket?
I think he's doing the right thing.
Exactly,
though.
yeah, that is true. He's just got to go for it. It's in his half. 18 to win. McCurr in and bowls. Price wants a single off the last ball of the over. Will clip it towards mid-on. Will get that single. Not enough runs to play with for Kimber to decide to let that go through to the boundary. And I think you're penalised for doing that nowadays anyway. So stopped it well. And it's just the single, but a single that means Tom Price keeps the strike. 44 overs have gone. Gloucestershire are 276 for 8. 17 more runs needed to win. 17 more runs needed. But the nice thing that they do have here is 36 deliveries. So the deliveries thing isn't the issue. And Surrey basically have to now try and knock one of these two over, really. Always said it though, Surrey would have to bowl Gloucestershire out to win this. It'd be remarkable if Gloucestershire end up a couple of runs short with the amount of balls that there are left. So Tom Laws is coming into the attack for the 45th over. Another 17 required, 276 for 8. He's got Tom Price on strike on 27. Price will be eyeing up that short leg side boundary. As Tom Laws from the pavilion end is in, and Price gets a ball that he flashes off the back foot, one bounce straight into Ryan Patel. And there is no run. Would love to know what Ajit Dale's heart rate is like in the dressing room. First game of the competition, first game for several months as well, and he's potentially going to be thrown into the deep end, needing an innings to win the game.
Tom Laws, right arm over the wicket, he comes to Tom Price, who's swinging, doesn't really get hold of this. Oop, and they'll take the single down towards long on. Now, 4 balls that means. Tom Laws gets at Van Meekeren. 16 required. I think that the ball here for Van Meekeren is, we often say this, don't we, but he's at the bottom of the middle stump. I think the Yorker would be a difficult one for him, as Laws is over the wicket to Van Meekeren, and it's short and it's cut very nicely through backward point. Here's Cameron Steele sliding round and we'll get a couple. A little bit of width on that delivery from Tom Laws, and that'll enable Van Meekeren, who's a big man, to throw his hands through it. 14 more required, and we're in the 45th over. 279 for 8, but this game has whistled along today, it really has, as Tom Laws runs towards us, comes in over the wicket again to Van Meekeren. There's a length delivery, but he's forward solidly, plays it very well, straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
The crowd are so into this as well, which is magnificent to see, because there's not that much potentially riding on the game. There's you know, there's the outside possibility of some weirdness going on, but realistically both these sides probably out of playoff contention, but it's just such an absorbing game. You can't not be taken in by it.
Tom Laws is in. Oh, it's a full toss. Now, was that above waist high? No, he's all right. I think he's got away with that. Just dipped down at the last second. Van Meekeren tried to absolutely lace it, toe end of his bat, and it just rolled into Conor McCurr at short mid-wicket.
Could easily have got him out though, but by again forcing him to play a shot when he at this point doesn't really want to.
Laws is in once again, short one. Van Meekeren's had a hook at this, got nowhere near it, and it's into the gloves of Blake. So over ticks by from Tom Laws. 45 gone, 5 overs remaining, 30 balls left. Gloucestershire requiring 14 to win it, Seagull.
Yeah, well, 3 off that over. That's actually all they need now. And I don't know. Is there an argument now to say that Van Meekeren's faced a few deliveries? Maybe Tom Price can actually start to trust him a little bit more, and then until the wicket falls, maybe just dial back a bit and take the odd single, because at the moment Van Meekeren's holding his own. It'll be done to bowl, so there'll be more pace on the ball, whether that be for Tom Price to use or to trouble Van Meekeren, or indeed Tom Price. Fielders right back on the edge of the circle now, so they're very much giving Tom Price singles. In comes Dunn, bowls to Tom Price, pushes away towards extra cover, so both sides pretty happy with that. Extra cover actually misses it, but Geddes comes in from long off and makes sure that it is just the 1 run. 280 for 8. Tom Price on to 29 from 28 deliveries. 13 runs required to win. So I think, as I say, I think it's got to the point with that number of runs required where Tom Price ought to be quite happy just to take singles. But of course, if the wicket to fall off this ball, then Dale has 4 balls to block out. In comes Dunn, bowls to Van Meekeren, who drives and misses. Predictably not a great deal of feet movement, but then you can hardly criticise Van Meekeren for that. That's not what he's in the side to do.
No. Also, if that had whistled through extra cover off the middle of his bat, it would have been the shot of the game, to be fair to him. But,
also, if it had just nicked that outside edge enough, but not enough that Josh Blake could get it behind the stumps, then that would have been rather handy for Gloucestershire as well. In comes Dunn, bowls to Van Meekeren, it's down the leg side and can't be taken cleanly by Blake. An awkward one away to his left and down low, and that's going to be 2 enormous runs for Gloucestershire, not just because it means they only need 11 more to win now, but because it brings Tom Price back on strike.
And they get an extra delivery as well, of course. Someone rings a bell somewhere around the ground, not quite sure why, but maybe it's trying to bring out your Yorker to Matthew Dunn. The ringing of the bell there.
11 to win. Field drops back again for Tom Price. Dunn is in and bowls. Cut away powerfully by Tom Price, but it's not going to beat deep cover. And it'll just be the single out to Nico Reefer on the cover boundary. 283 for 8. 10 more needed to win. And another calm shot from Tom Price. Bit of width, a little bit short, and didn't try to crash it away to the boundary rope.
28 balls to get 10. So, but strange things happen in these situations.
In comes Dunn, bowls to Van Meekeren, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
That's good.
It is good, because it would have been very easy to look at the width there and either try to smack it or to just poke at it and get the outside edge.
All he needs to do, really, is anything that he is wide outside his off stump, don't go anywhere near it. And that's exactly what he's done there.
And there are singles aplenty still in the leg side, because there's nobody saving the single on the leg side apart from mid-on and mid-wicket, who's quite straight as well. Dunn bowls to Van Meekeren for defence. That's solid enough looking one out towards extra cover. Yeah, there are still 4 overs remaining after this. 10 runs required to win.
Well, it will be Laws and Dunn to bowl them. You would have thought, although McCurk does have another one up his sleeve, but it will be Laws and Dunn.
The dot balls do still matter though, because it might just mean that Tom Price has to go for 1 more boundary option than he might like. Last ball of this over, Dunn in and bowls. Van Meekeren another leave outside the off stump, not tempted by Dunn. So Van Meekeren at the moment 6 off 14 deliveries. He's playing the innings that his side need him to play, and there's a drink coming out now for these two. And
a message. They probably do need a drink, and there'll be a message, I would have thought.
I wouldn't be really saying anything to them at this stage, because they're at the moment they're playing it perfectly. Maybe Tom Price just wanted wanted the drink.
Yeah, just have a breather.
Yeah, I don't think Jared Warner's really saying too much to them.
Breather, and it might just be doing a brilliant job, lads. Keep doing what you're doing.
Drinks brings a wicket, though. We all know that.
I think at times, I think here, in these situations, it's just looking at it logically, which is so difficult to do when you're out there. But you know, there are 4 overs to go. There's 24 balls to get 10 runs. So plenty of time. Price has played really well. Van Meekeren's played very, very sensibly. But the thing is, it's the pressure of the situation. Great game. Great finish to a great game of cricket, this. Tom Laws is coming in, and this is swung by Tom Price into the leg side. Just a single. Out there towards deep mid-wicket. So that'll bring it down to single figures required now. 9 needed for Gloucestershire. But he's off strike now, Tom Price. You can see what he's thinking off the first ball of the over. If I can get boundary here, then that's it, really. But didn't really time it. So what's the field going to be here? Ben Geddes run across to Tom Laws. Ryan Patel is signalling away to get Nico Reeve for a little square, a deep backward square. Van Meekeren's on strike. It's the short one. He's looking to pull. Top edge on that flies over the keeper's head and goes for 4. Little nibble on that. Could go straight to the keeper. As it is, he got nothing on it. And it's taken by Blake. And it's a dot ball. So 9 more still required. And we're in the 47th over. Van Meekeren, he's going to go after the short ball. He showed that there. Again, he's going to go after it. It is a short boundary. That's the gamble. As this is the Yorker. Oh, and he's got something on that. Just.
And what a Yorker it was.
Boy, that was a cracker from Tom Laws and Van Meekeren. Credit to him. He's got a little bit of bat on it. And it's got a single as well. So Van Meekeren moves on to 6. 8 more needed by Gloucestershire. 285 for 8. We're in the 47th of their 50 overs. Tom Laws coming in over the wicket to Tom Price, who's driving down the ground. Geddes, great half stop. Gets a hand to it. Oh, Van Meekeren's coming back for 2, and they'll get back for 2. So that was a very good stop from Ben Geddes. Otherwise, that was away for 4. But you're now down to 1 hit. 1 hit for Tom Price. Could it be he gets overexcited with the short leg side boundary and tries to finish it in 1 shot? Could it be he nails it and he does finish it in 1 shot? Tom Laws, it will be 6 required. And, well, it's again calling for cool, calm heads. Here is Laws then over the wicket to Tom Price. Yorker again, well played, Tom Price. Just digs it out into the leg side. Well bowled, Tom Laws. 5 more needed. And we have 19 deliveries of the game remaining still. So 5 to win. 288 for 8. Mr. Ed Seaborn can't keep still away to my right-hand side.
Oh, it's just nervous energy, isn't it?
Nervous energy. Have a bit of your carrot cake.
Not sure about that at this stage.
Yeah, well, no,
I'm not sure the stomach would be
true.
up to it.
Very, very, very true. Meekeren's on strike on 5. 5 required. In over the wicket is Laws. That's swung into the leg side by Van Meekeren. So hardly got anything on it. They'll just take the single. As Matt Dunn almost fell over as he tried to pick that up, but he nicks the strike, Van Meekeren. But it means just 4 runs are required. 18 balls remain. And Gloucestershire are 289 for 8.
That over couldn't have worked out too much better for Gloucestershire, with the exception actually that they wouldn't probably have minded that last ball being a dot. But Van Meekeren would probably be thinking in his mind that if I can keep that Tom Laws Yorker out, then he's probably trusting himself to keep anything out. But at the same time, if Dunn bowls that Yorker, it's probably a few mphs faster and he might not have the time to get down on top of it. It's just, can Dunn land that Yorker in the same way as Tom Laws did in that last over? Because that was a really good over from Laws, and he could have done too much more than he did. And And Van Meekeren, he could get overexcited and try to finish this in one go as well. So 4 needed to win, 18 balls to get them, 2 wickets in hand. Dunn in and bowls to Van Meekeren. It's full dug out by Van Meekeren, down to third man for a single. And it's fumbled again by Majid down there on the third man boundary. It's almost as if they're trying to fumble it accidentally on purpose in order to try to get them to come back for a second run and run them out. Second time that's happened. I don't think that's what's happening, but
you have to say at this point, Gloucestershire should win this. What it needs here is Matthew Dunn to take 2 in 2 balls. They've done it extremely well. Price and Van Meekeren here have done a brilliant job.
3 to win. In comes Dunn and bowls to Tom Price, who defends into the covers, and there's no run. They've brought a lot of fielders in, a lot closer than they were now for Tom Price. There are still only 5 in the ring, but extra cover and mid-wicket, who were back on the edge of the circle before, now know that they can't really just allow Tom Price to tick away these final few runs. Then pace off that one from Dunn, maybe just a little bit. Tom Price didn't get one to his liking and just blocked it away. Dunn past the umpire, bowl short, pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket, and that will go all the way to the boundary for 4, and Gloucestershire have won this game by 2 wickets. Tom Price finishes 38 not out from 34 deliveries, and the calm head on young shoulders has delivered for Gloucestershire. They threatened to make a bit of a hash of this at one stage, but eventually they've got over the line with 2.5 overs to spare, and they've got a win at the Oval at last.
Yeah, and well played Tom Price. He has kept very calm there, he really has. And won it with time to spare, but what a great game of cricket as well. What a terrific game. And I think both sides there have really played their part. Surrey have hung in there. It was all very chaotic at times, but tremendous game and well played Gloucestershire. I think that's what that is. Surrey's hopes of playoff cricket done and dusted, but that young side have hung in there during this game, and really enjoyed that. It's been a lovely day, and well done to Gloucestershire in front of a very big crowd. Ed Seaborn, thank you for your company, my friend.
Thank you.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
Pleasure as ever.
Always, oh boy, always with your good self, and a safe journey back as well with your new suitcase. That's the most important thing. But well done to Gloucestershire, well done to Tom Price, very well batted from him. Surrey will be desperately disappointed about that, but they've played their part in a terrific game of cricket today. So thanks for your company as always. Next up for Gloucestershire is...
It's Middlesex in 2 days' time at Radlett.
Yes, and next for Surrey is Tuesday up in Nottingham. So the last games of the group stage. But well played Gloucestershire. They beat Surrey by 2 wickets here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Bristol, and as you can see there on the Surrey live stream, all the players shaking hands and saying well done, what a good game of cricket. So terrific day today. Thanks for your company as always. Mr. Seaborn will be back in a couple of days from sunny Radlett, and I'll be back with you on Tuesday. But tonight from a sun-drenched Kia Oval on this Friday, I'll play Gloucestershire, and a very good night to one and all.